paying it forward with Donald Trump, you've got Amazon, Apple, a bunch of tobacco companies like Altria, because now they're all obsessed with Zyn and that thing. And it's Booz Allen Hamilton, consultants, Coinbase, Google, Lockheed Martin for the anti-war president, Meta, Microsoft, Palantir, Tether, Union Pacific Railroad. When were they in the news recently? The Lutnick
Jeff Bezos
family
came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came.
Speaking of
Many
Mark
them came
Zuckerberg,
numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
the Winklevi are coming to the ballroom. I mean, Kelly Loeffler, remember her? A blast from the past, the insider trader that lost the Georgia race. Yeah.
What's her money from?
I forget. But either way, this is a bunch of people trying to curry favor with Donald Trump to help build the golden ballroom and paving over the Rose Garden, basically. Here is Caroline Leavitt being asked about the construction of the White House ballroom, and I just find the quote here at the end, it's a little out of context, but it just says everything. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
In addition to the ballroom and the Rose Garden
I'm going
patio,
into the back. Sorry. Go ahead.
In addition to the ballroom and the Rose Garden patio, is the president looking at any other renovations or significant kind of projects here at the White House?
Not to my knowledge, no. But he's a builder at heart, clearly, and so his heart and his mind is always churning about how to improve things here on the White House grounds. But at this moment in time, of course, the ballroom is really the president's main priority.
I want that quote isolated. At this time, the president is really or the ballroom is really the president's main priority, because it's true.
I 100% believe that.
It 100% is true. You read the reporting
the
about the shutdown, and he literally does not want to be involved. He's now saying this to the House and the Senate Republicans. He says, you deal with it, but you also have to deal with it in the terms that I have laid out for you, which is that you can't negotiate with Democrats on ACA subsidies, even though this like looming cliff could result in House Republicans really, really getting hurt in the midterms, because like, the numbers out of what we're seeing, if these ACA subsidies expire, mean that people could be paying like 30% more for their health care.
It's calamitous on a scale that's hard to really comprehend.
There was a Washington Post article from a few days ago that said that like in some of the states, or the average marketplace consumer is going to be paying more than double. It was $888 in 2025, and the KFF analysis says that it would be up to $1,900 in annual premiums next year, which is just more than double. And then if you're in a state like Georgia, which has a lot of folks that rely on the marketplaces, you could see even worse situation for those people's healthcare. So like, Trump is, yes, primarily concerned with this ballroom.
I could have danced all night.
Yes.
I could have danced.
He's working on his entrance with Melania, like in The Sound of Music.
Hey, Mike Johnson, could I go backless?
Right.
Do you think I'm still young enough to go with a backless dress?
I do not want to imagine what his raw back looks like. I got to be honest with you. But it's just, I mean, Mike Johnson hasn't even called House Republicans back. They're all on basically vacation right now, because the Trump administration's line is like, we're not negotiating with Democrats, and I'm going to give you this impossible task, but also not be involved in it whatsoever. So I think he is primarily concerned with the ballroom, and he's concerned with like the pettiest crap ever with tariffs. We just headlined it. He's refusing to negotiate with Canada. This is the second time he's said, we're like, I'm going to implement these massive tariffs on Canada or not negotiate with them based on the pettiest garbage ever. First, it was Canada recognizing a Palestinian state, and now it's in Ontario, Doug Ford ran an ad that showed Reagan being
Wait, it was
anti-tariff.
Ford?
It was Ford.
The fucking conservative?
Yes, but he like saw the way the wind was blowing in the way that like Poliver, I can never say his name, but like the conservatives didn't in the last election where he
I
went
remember that guy,
super hard, you're right, anti-tariff. So that pissed off Trump so much that he said he's ending all negotiations. Like the most paper-thin ego imaginable. This is what he's really concerned with. I mean, and bailing out Argentina, that's the other thing. We'll get to that too, but it's getting more and more
Young lady,
unpopular.
they are dying down there. Okay,
You don't know nothing about
they're
it.
doing some kind of good stuff down there. They are dying.
They are
They're
dying.
fighting for their life down there. Cut to Javier Milei like doing an air
Rock
guitar.
concert. Yeah. They are dying having to listen to Malay riff on the guitar. And like in Argentina, it's the reason that there's problems with their currency is because of the anarcho-libertarian policies that you're trying to do here in the United States. And then you're sending taxpayer money to prop it up because all of your buddies have investments down there. Like this is starting to continue to trickle out. Trump is underwater on basically every issue, including crime, which remained his best, but he's underwater there now. Minus 15 net approval was the last I saw from like the average for Politico. But here's our friend Harry Enton. Now I have to say it
Yep.
because I will say Emden because of the sound drop.
Kate Baldwin has a coffee on.
You don't typically see that. I'm not going to be snobbish about it, but I guess you're right.
A little bit casual.
So the country's over.
Yeah. She's like, I'm bringing my coffee on set. I need
the extra
this.
espresso.
These are the new numbers on Trump. As he's concerned with the ballroom, maybe he should be a little bit more concerned about this.
Because of more expensive fuel and tariff-impacted goods. So let's take a little look at this with Harry Enton to run the numbers on how Americans feel about a little check-in on how Donald Trump is handling the economy so far. How's he doing?
Yeah, my mama was a doctor, and I think she'd look at these numbers and say that Donald Trump's doing absolutely awful in the minds of the American people. What are we talking about? We're talking about new lows for Donald Trump. He's hit new lows for himself. Trump's economic net approval rating hits lows with these pollsters. CNBC, look at this. Down now, minus 13 points on the net approval rating on the economy. You come to this side of the screen, it's minus 19 points among Quinnipiac. And keep in mind, we're talking about hitting record lows for Donald Trump in either his first term, which of course ended back in 2021, or his second term, which is ongoing right now. The bottom line is Donald Trump is at the lowest point ever in either of his terms.
But compare it to presidents historically.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. Donald Trump is beating himself in the way you don't want to beat yourself, record lows, but let's compare it to other presidents. Well, let's take a look here. Okay, worst economic net approval ratings at this point among presidents since 1977. In the presidency, right, this is a new Donald Trump presidency. Look at this. He's the worst for any presidency at this point. How about the second term? Come to this side of the screen. Of course, Trump's in his second term. He's the worst for any president at their second term at this point. So Donald Trump isn't just beating himself with record lows. This is the lowest for any president ever at this point in either a presidency or for a second term. Donald Trump setting the types of records you simply put do not want to set.
Watch him.
I'm like a
Watch Harry
Sherry
Emden.
Otani of being a shitty president.
The best is yet to come.
Nobody beats himself like Trump. He loves to beat himself.
Trump loves to be. That was what's her name? Kimberly Guilfoyle. Remember that? That was one of her screaming COVID speeches where there was no one in the audience. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty bad. Like that's so. And Ested was saying this in our interview. We can talk about public opinion as it relates to Trump, and I think it's important to point it out, like in the way that No Kings is important, showing that he doesn't have a monopoly on a public opinion, that actually this is very unpopular, that if you get on board with opposing this fascist regime, you will have a majority of the American public on your side. That has importance. But we should also say that Trump is operating in a way where he's trying to insulate himself from public opinion, where it doesn't matter how the public reacts. It's not going to impact him. Yeah. And
yeah, you can't hear anything through the glass we're going to put in that ballroom.
So it affects Republicans down ballot. if the Democrats have a more robust opposition to it. But there you go. While he concerns himself with the ballroom, the rest of the country's giving him record low approval.
If we play number 6 here, you'll see the kind of feedback Trump is getting.
Oh, I would like to see this.
35 seconds.
All right, let's do this. Here, here's what he's hearing as the plebeians are discontent with him driving the economy into the ground for the pettiest of reasons. This is what his closest advisor is saying.
Let me just say, Mr. President, that this country was going to die without you. This country was going to actually die without you. That's what we were facing in 2024. We've been invaded for 4 years. Our communities were sinking. Our public safety had gone to zero. Cartels were running entire communities.
It's so hysterical.
Sex trafficking, child trafficking, labor trafficking was out of control. Overdoses were out of control. The cartels were claiming more and more territory. City services were buckling. This was a country on the verge of dying, and you alone saved it. And when you...
All right, if you think that, and you're a man, I'll say that. you're a bitch.
Yeah.
You are hysterical. You need to get a goddamn grip.
But that's how he's gotten ahead, no pun intended, this far, right?
Giant five head.
I mean, gotten ahead and been on his knees for Donald Trump this whole time, because that's what Trump wants to hear internally, and he's oriented his entire cabinet around flattery.
The sky is falling, and it's like if you say it racistly, people don't see it as weak and embarrassing somehow.
Right. Also, what is labor trafficking?
Well, it's funny you should say that, because it's something Trump knows about, because the Trump Tower was built using undocumented labor.
Yep.
But as all of the FBI and the sort of detectives are put on, tracking down people that work in kitchens for 15 years and don't have documentation, they're pulling people off of sex crimes. This is just this has been reported. You can Google this. Number of places that people who've been put on things like, I don't know, elite sex trafficking cabals. Let's move them on to look into when that guy came over who's making a tortilla.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
You know what? Today, for sure, I'm going to check that out. Guys, I'm so sick. Guys, who did this to me? Which one of you did this to me?
Congressman, to switch gears, I want to ask you about the Epstein files. So you and Thomas Massie have led the charge in trying to get the Epstein files released, and you have hit basically a brick wall of Republican obstinance, where Mike Johnson, at the behest of Donald Trump, is trying to come up with every single excuse in the book as to why they can't release them. And then you also have this thing with Adelita Grijalva, who just won her race, and she's supposed to be seated. You've had Republicans get seated literally a day after they get elected, and they are stonewalling sitting Adelita Grijalva. Why? Because she's the magical 218th vote to get the Epstein files released. So tell everybody where that's at right now and what it's been like for you to witness this right in front of your face in real time. I mean, this is like your legislation that we're talking about, or whatever, the procedural thing is. And they're just blocking it, and you're watching it happen.
It's so blatantly corrupt, and I wish more people were just covering it, because there are two things going on. There's the shutdown of the government, which is because they're not willing to extend the tax credit for the Affordable Care Act, and people's premium literally November 1st is going to double if they're on the exchange. But then there's the shutdown in Congress, which is what people haven't fully grasped. And that has nothing to do with the ideological debate. Usually when there's a shutdown, Congress is in session. Now, why does it matter? Because Congress is saying, well, we should pay our troops. We should pay essential workers like air traffic controllers, even while the government is shut down. There is no vote to do that. And the only reason Congress has been on this vacation for 1 month where we have not had a single vote is because Mike Johnson does not want to vote on the Epstein files. It is because Johnson knows that the day we have Congress in session, Adelita Grijalva will be sworn in. We will get 218 signatures, Massey and me, and that will force a vote 7 days later on the Epstein files. And he's getting away with this. Like the American people don't realize that we literally aren't paying our troops and aren't paying federal workers because of this Epstein file issue. And why is it that they fear it so much? Now, it's not just, okay, it's going to embarrass possibly Trump's friends in Mar-a-Lago. They know that there are going to be 50 to 60 MAGA Republicans who will vote for Massey and my bill the day it comes on the floor. This is the first time that Donald Trump would have had that kind of defection since he came down the escalator in 2015. And I believe it'll be the first sign of him being a lame duck. And so they know the consequences of this vote.
Are you concerned, like I am, that they're buying time to basically do what the Project Veritas video proved, which is pull out of the Epstein files everything that makes Republicans look bad and keep in everything that makes Democrats look bad? Because there was that video, I think it was from Project Veritas, James O'Keefe released it, talking to some FBI or DOJ official, and they said, like, we're basically cleaning them up to get out all the stuff Republicans did and leave in all the stuff Democrats did. Does that concern you that if/when they do get released, they've had enough time to like sort of clean it up?
I think they've already tried to do that. But look, we have the lawyers of the survivors who've seen the files. So there are people outside of the Trump folks who've seen these files and will be able to sound the alarm if they do that. They're trying two things. One, they're trying to just delay the clock, hoping that they can outlast it till some Republicans get seated and they get back the majority. Now, theoretically, I guess they could shut down Congress for 3 months or something, and that's one of the strategies. The second strategy is let's just get Americans to not care about this issue. Then maybe they'll forget, maybe they'll move on. The problem is this is something that it's not like Thomas Massey and I are driving this. I did a tweet and Thomas Massey just texted me saying, hey, Ro, I know we focus on the war powers resolution. We just did this Iran thing. Why don't we do this Epstein thing together? And I didn't think it was going to take off. Massey didn't think it was going to take off in the way it has. But when we heard the survivors, this has struck a nerve. So this is not like Massey and me driving this with some PR team. This is organic. The American people, many of them, their base care about this. And that's why they're not going to get it to just disappear.
The other thing that I worry about with the refusal to seat Congresswoman-elect Grijalva is that this is also a bit of a trial run for what they could get away with after the midterm elections. And so, you have that. You have Trump passed a bunch of executive orders, one in particular that requires states to send their voter rolls into the DOJ. He's put some total psychos, election denial psychos who are at the forefront of Stop the Steal. New York Times actually just had a great report on all of this. Obviously, you have all the gerrymandering efforts going on. You have the Supreme Court very likely to strike down part of the, Voting Rights Act that would again take potentially another dozen seats of potential Democratic seats away or existing Democratic seats away. You've got troops in the street. You've got basically a red state invasion of blue cities already. You have Trump threatening to use the Insurrection Act. I'm very concerned, very concerned. And this is a guy who tried to steal an election already. So we literally can't put anything past him. I just wonder how you're thinking through those things and how you see the threats to the midterm election specifically.
They're very serious. I mean, look, these people are not dumb. They see that you have a multiracial majority in America that wants things like Medicare for all, that wants a living wage, that wants to live with respect with people of different faiths, different backgrounds. And it's threatening to both the billionaire class, and it's threatening to people who see, as Trump says all the time, their way of life under threat. And so why is it that they have an allowance to do these things? Because Trump is saying, I'm fighting for your way of life. I'm trying to entrench a counter-majority power structure. It's by design. that they're trying to do this. They see where the energy is. They see Mamdani winning. They see Plattner's numbers. They see Bernie's crowds with AOC. They see the progressive energy. And I think the only thing that is going to stop them is the kind of no king social movements that we've seen. You know, when David Brooks is calling for mass movements and mass protests, that something has changed in this country. Like that, the credit I give to any success that we've had is not those of us in Congress. It's the fact that people are coming out, they're standing up, they're organizing, they're being heard. And I think that if we continue to do that, then we will prevail.
I think we got to up the ante, though, because it was incredible seeing the millions of people who came out for the No Kings protests. You know, we live in this tiny, very Republican town, and there were even protests there. The actual town next door had an even larger protest. Like, it matters. And I think it matters a lot for even, people who oppose Trump, just to see those numbers and feel like they're not alone and reclaim some of their power. But I'm also under no illusion that any of that is actually going to coerce the Trump administration to change course. So I saw Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago, calling for a general strike. That ultimately is that is the power that the people have, right? To withhold their labor, right? Or withhold their consumer cash. So I wonder, how you're thinking about those things and how we can up the ante in terms of the tactics that are deployed, understanding that with such a decimated labor movement makes it much harder actually to do those sorts of things. But I just, I don't know that we're at a place where protest movements are enough, because we've had some of the largest protests in history, if not the largest protests in history. And I don't see it slowing them down one iota.
Well, look, I'm all for taking action. In fact, I made this point to our caucus that, we have a shutdown, but it can't just be speeches. We've got to take action. What are we doing? Even if it's every day, we're going outside the White House, or what is it that we can actually do in a given day that shows that we're fighting, even if it's symbolic. But I'm open for all these kind of things. I do think winning will matter. I think Zoran winning, and frankly, even Virginia and New Jersey, the governors winning, and Prop 50 passing in California will show that this is not total defeatism, that the Democrats are not moribund, that we can actually come back and actually win. But I'm open to all kinds of actions, and I think that the thing that the actions do is one gives comfort to the folks who are the more timid folks of the business class, or some of the people running organizations or law firms, and says, look, there are people willing to literally take risks with their own physical safety and risk being jailed unjustly to protest. You can stand up too. And then winning, I think, will show that people who are just opportunistic, they may want to jump on the bandwagon of Democrats because the pendulum is swinging back.
So I read the other day that Trump has withheld $27 billion from blue states in violation of the Impoundment Control Act, and he's withheld less than $1 billion from red states. So this is clearly political punishment of the states that don't support him and don't agree with him. And again, wildly, wildly illegal. And unfortunately, if the courts say, hey, you can't do that, there's no guarantee that they'll follow it. I mean, sometimes they've abided by court decisions, other times they haven't. They've just blown them off. So my question for you is, I read an article the other day in The Guardian, actually, where they explained a way to fight back against this is to basically have the blue states, you pay taxes, but the state holds the federal taxes in basically an escrow fund. And they say this money is not going to be released to the federal government unless and until Trump releases the $27 billion that by law has to go to the blue states. And so it's a way of saying, look, we'll pay the taxes. That's why the money was paid and it's sitting in escrow. But you need to uphold your end of the bargain, because why would we pay taxes to the federal government if the federal government doesn't give us the services that we're supposed to get by law? Are we at that point now, Congressman, where we should be talking about innovative and hard-line solutions like this? Because from where I'm sitting, to me, it looks kind of like a no-brainer, because he's shredded the Constitution in so many different ways that we need to find ways to fight back that effectively forces their hand.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't call for not paying federal tax, but if there's some escrow that says, look, this is money that we are owed in terms of the state, and that you are violating the Constitution, and that portion of it needs to be in escrow to be dispersed based on the Constitution. That seems to me a constitutional way to do it. So what I argue is that we need aggressive, robust, assertive action, but we should still be within the constitutional bounds. Like, I don't think we need to become a lawless party, but we should be not a party that's just giving speeches and not thinking innovatively about how best to stand up to an administration that will take as much power as they can get. There is no line. There is basically, they will take as much power and will push until we push back. And I do think, the party's in a better place today than we were 6-7 months ago, where you had people like voting for the Lake and Riley Act, which is now they're all complaining about ICE. Well, you voted. You created the culture that made this possible. You voted for Lake and Riley that said deport people without due process. And now you're complaining that they're basically exercising the authority that you gave them?
Yeah, that is a fantastic point. And talk to me a little bit about the shutdown. I saw a theory floated that the plan is from Democrats to basically push the shutdown till November 1st and then be like, oh, well, it's too late to extend the ACA subsidies. We tried and the Republicans blocked it, and then vote to reopen the government. And I wonder if, so I don't know.
That's a losing strategy.
I agree. I think that's a lame strategy.
Well, especially because Trump's numbers are going down by the day. It's not the Democrats that are being blamed for the shutdown.
And, Republicans are being blamed for it. But first, your reaction tells me that was not something that you've heard internally in Democratic Party circles. But, how do you think that this ends up going? And what is the latest point, by the way, that the ACA subsidies could get extended and, avoid this cliff we're facing at the end of the year?
Well, they could get extended at any time and have some of it be retroactive. I mean, I think that some of the premiums people would start to get hit in November 1st, but that doesn't mean we can't mitigate some of the damage. But I think if we get anything, if we concede without getting something concrete, that the base is just going to lose total confidence in the Democrats. I mean, we're finally, as a party, rebuilding some trust and saying, okay, wow, the Democrats seem so on message. They're all talking about health care. And as Kyle said, they're actually breaking through. And they actually are willing to stand firm. And they're actually united. And then if we just wave the white flag and get some symbolic concession, I do think you're then going to see a revolt amongst the leaders. So I'm sure there are people suggesting that because the Democrats always get antsy in these kind of fights, but it would be disastrous for not just for our party but for the leadership.
I saw a poll that because of this move, this shutdown, fighting for extending the ACA subsidies, support for Democrats went up 20 points just over this strategy because you said, hey, reverse the Medicaid cuts and allow the ACA subsidies to continue. So, from an outside perspective, Congressman, it is working. It's working and having the exact desired effect. And at some point, Trump may huff and puff and everything, but at some point, they're going to have to give on something. We've never seen a scenario where it's like, all right, we're not going to negotiate, but we actually mean that, and you have to bend exactly to what we want. It's like, no, if you need 6 or 7 Democratic votes to get this through, by definition, you have to concede on something. And the fact of the matter is the Democratic ask was not extreme. If anything, you have Democrats who are bending over backwards to help Republican voters because 77% of the Obamacare subsidies go to Republicans.
And basically say, don't give the money to Argentina. Give $40 billion. I didn't want to make this point again. The $40 billion that this guy is giving to the corrupt leader in Argentina, who basically has ruined that economy because he had a family scandal of favoritism to a family member and has been ruining the economy by firing government employees. Sound familiar? And we're giving him $40 billion that we could extend the Affordable Care Act tax credit for every person on that for 1 year for that amount of money. So don't tell me it's about money. This is a issue actually that helps Trump's voters. My guess is that they realize if they have any sense, they don't want the premiums going up on their watch. And it would be foolish, frankly, if I were them, I'd say give them a 2-year extension so we don't have the extensions ending right before the midterm. So I actually think the Democratic Party has all of the leverage here, both substantively and politically, and we should not snatch defeat from the jaws of a victory, which the Democrats have done, unfortunately, too often. But we've got to toughen up. The biggest thing people want is strength in leadership, and I think they saw that in Bernie. They're now finally seeing some of that in our party.
Yeah, and to take it back to the first thing we were talking about, the fact that Democrats forced a conversation on healthcare put your Squawk Box friends on the back foot.
Right.
Because suddenly people are focused on like, oh, this is a mess. Like, this is unsustainable. Costs are going up for everybody. We just covered on Breaking Points today. Even for people who are on employer-sponsored plans, costs are just going up and up and up with no end in sight. Now, the average is $27,000 a year. Like, this is insanity. And right. And so even people like, the Squawk Box guys got to be like, well, yeah, something does need to be done. I don't think this is going in the right direction. It just proves the point that you can actually drive the narrative. You can actually put issues on the table. You can actually shape the landscape of a policy conversation. And obviously, like, Republicans have zero answers on health.
It's really funny because the problem with rich people is that they're so fucking greedy. They can't be satisfied knowing that they're making more money off healthcare in America than they would be in every other country. They have to make more. Like, people were happy to pay $100, $200, $300, $400 a month on good healthcare. And at some point when you have to pay thousands of dollars on healthcare and you're still not getting most of your bills paid for and you still have to pay out-of-pocket obscene amounts, do you think people are just going to sit around and be like, well, I can barely afford it, but okay, sure, why not? Sure.
Healthcare, health insurance, health anything, zero. And they just want to ignore it and screw people over and make up some nonsense about how this is all going to quote unquote illegal aliens.
You know who's shown that, Crystal, as dystopian and terrible as he is Donald Trump, right? Like, who would have thought that Donald Trump would be able to convince this country to adopt totally irrational tariff policy and tariff every country, including food products? And if you had told people like, oh, well, the Squawk Box guys would never go for that. The NBC media would never go for that. They didn't. But he changed the entire conversation and brought the country, at least 50% of it, along with him. And yet the Democrats, when we propose reasonable things, like, well, we should just extend national health insurance, Medicare for everyone, and give dental, vision, and benefits, we get all this pundit class saying, well, you can't convince the American people of that. The whole point of politics is persuasion.
That's right.
The whole point is to have a vision and to tell people what your vision is and try to get them there. And somehow our party thinks that the point of politics is to try to find through some scientific mean the consensus current public opinion. That is by definition weak. You're not a leader. And what the American people fundamentally want is leadership. I had a Republican in my office who said the way they poll, it has nothing to do with issues. They poll and they say, do you think Donald Trump is confident? Do you think he's strong? Do you think he is a strong leader? And we poll all these issues, whereas I think what people actually want is strong visionary leadership. And that's why I think like the Graham Plattner, it's like, yeah, good. He's standing up. He's being honest. He's moving forward. And I just think we have the wrong lesson of what moves people in politics.
I 100% agree with that analysis. 100% agree.
Congressman, let's talk a little bit about foreign policy. So it's well known that you're one of the best voices, if not the best voice in Congress on foreign policy. And I have to say, I personally have been tearing my hair out recently watching what's happening in Venezuela, off the coast of the Caribbean. Hey guys, just had an awesome conversation with Congressman Ro Khanna.
I was interested in that.
We begin this hour with President Trump's push to expand his presidential power and what, if anything, is being done to try to rein him in. Just this week, Trump called for more of his political rivals to be prosecuted, issued a controversial pardon, and said that the Department of Justice owes him money. But some Democrats refuse to stand idly by and are taking action. Senators Adam Schiff and Elizabeth Warren have introduced a resolution to officially condemn Trump's pardon of Changpeng Zhao, the founder of the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange, Binance. Zhao served 4 months in prison after pleading guilty in 2023 to enabling money laundering at Binance. And to no one's surprise, Binance has has financial ties to the Trump family's crypto business. Meanwhile, in the House, Democrats have launched a probe into Trump's demands for the Justice Department to pay him up to $230 million as a potential settlement for previous investigations into his conduct. The ranking members of the House Judiciary and Oversight Committees sent a letter directly to Trump requesting that he hand over documents and information to their committees. One of those Democrats, Congressman Jamie Raskin, ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, joins us now. Congressman Raskin, as always, thank you very much for coming to the weekend and being on set. Now, what makes you think you're going to get those documents and things from President Trump on this?
Well, he's asking for $230 million from the taxpayer, so we don't think that this can just be some kind of backroom sign-off operation.
At least want to see an invoice.
Well, yes, we'd like to see some documentation of some of it. I mean, parts of it are just patently ridiculous, like asking for $85 million in punitive damages against the federal government. You can't get punitive damages against the federal government. It's against the law. It's written into the Federal Tort Claims Act that you can't get it. But the whole thing is preposterous because he's asking for $230 million based on the execution of a judicial search warrant at Mar-a-Lago. Remember when he had been concealing all the classified documents, refusing to turn them over, turn some over, try to get them all back and so on. How is he injured? The Tort Claims Act is about people who are violently injured, physically injured, or killed by the government.
He wasn't there.
Yeah, I mean, I know he was not physically injured by virtue of what they're calling the raid, which is just the execution of a search warrant, which happens hundreds of thousands of times a year across the country. Imagine if everybody got $230 million because...
But his feelings were hurt. But his fucking feelings were hurt. Can you give him some money, please?
Their home or their office was investigated. But in any event, in his case, it's totally ridiculous because the Constitution says that the president is limited to his official salary in office. That's in Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution. It says his salary cannot be increased, it cannot be decreased, and no other compensation can be received. And he just wants a cool $230 million because he thinks the government is his piggy bank.
And at the end of the day, it's really important for folks, and Sam Stein reminded us of this yesterday, is that most of his legal fees were paid, the $230 million or however much, were paid by the super PAC that was created and people donated into. So really, the money ain't his to begin with, but I will digress.
His donors have already paid for it, essentially.
Exactly.
Now he wants to go back to the taxpayers to put more money in his pocket.
And not to mention the fact that there was a lot of tension at the time between him and his personal lawyers about whether they were getting paid and how much they were getting paid.
Exactly. I want to play some sound from your House Speaker, Mike Johnson, before and after he claimed to have read the New York Times report about the $230 million, but he still didn't know either way.
Yeah.
The Times is reporting the president is asking DOJ to pay him $230 million for his past cases. Is that appropriate, considering it's a department under his control?
I'm not going to comment on something I haven't read, so I'm not sure what you're talking about.
How comfortable are you with the president apparently seeking $230 million from the Department of Justice?
I don't know the details about that. I've just read it. I didn't talk with him about that.
I didn't talk to him about that.
Yeah.
That sentence to me is very telling and very important because what it says is I was not told what to say.
Yeah.
Right? Like if someone asked me a question after I read an article, I'm probably going to have an opinion about it. You probably would have an opinion about it.
Yeah.
I don't have to talk to the subject of that article to have formed an opinion in my adult brain.
Well, at least Trump's allowing him opinions sometimes because Trump the other day said, I am the president and the speaker. I mean, there has never been a more humiliating subjection of the Speaker of the House of Representatives in American history than what we're living through right now. We haven't even been in session for a month. You know, the Senate at least is in session, but they just closed down the House and they've closed down the government and they're trying to close down the health care of the people. And Mike Johnson says, I basically can't say anything until the White House tells me what to say.
And there's another $130 million that I feel like I've identified actually almost $1 billion that maybe could go towards the SNAP assistance
literally anything,
over the course of this week between the East Wing and this DOJ payment, and now Timothy Mellon, who's donated $130 million to pay troops. Timothy Mellon is, as the New York Times reported, a reclusive billionaire, a major financial backer of Trump, and is the anonymous donor who gave this money to the U.S. government to help pay the troops during the shutdown. What are House oversight Democrats doing about this roundabout, unprecedented way of...
And possibly illegal.
Right. And politically, and I mean, if we're being very clear, very politically expedient donation for
Well, the first thing is that the only appropriations of money from the federal government that are allowable come from Congress. Only Congress can appropriate money. So if somebody gave us $500 billion or gave Trump $500 billion, he'd have to turn it over to the U.S. Treasury, and the appropriation is only lawful if it comes from Congress. But look, the bottom line is what we're saying to the billionaires of America is pay your taxes. Like everybody else pays their taxes, pay your fair share, and no, you can't buy off little pieces of the government. We'll take care of paying for the White House. And Congress should be deciding, not the president, what federal buildings are going to be, because we are the lawmaking branch of government in Article 1.
But that's the way things work on Earth 1.
Yes.
Congressman. But it seems like we are all living, the president lives on Earth 2.
Earth 42.
And we're just going along for the ride. What, if anything, can you do to stop this?
Yeah.
Is it that we have to wait until the elections of 2026, assuming they happen and assuming Democrats take the majority, in order for Congress to reassert itself? Well, at least I should say the House at least reassert itself as a co-equal branch of government?
Fundamentally, yes, because Mike Johnson won't do it and Thune won't do it. They're not interested in...
I'm so glad that the strategy every single time the Democrats are incompetent is just to wait. Guys, famously, we defeated the Nazis by waiting. We were just like, you know, if we just wait hard enough, we just have to wait hard enough.
Standing up for Congress as a branch, which is what the framers of the Constitution predicted would happen. They weren't predicting political parties carving up the government. They thought that people in Congress would stand up for the legislative voice of the people against the president, but that is not happening. So we've got to take Congress back. Meantime, we're involved in a whole lot of litigation to stop this reign of lawlessness and torture of our basic institutions and constitutional values.
But what is the plan for House Democrats if you guys take back the majority next year? I mean, we know when Republicans took the majority a few years ago, James Comer, Jim Jordan, they came in, they had the Committee on the Weaponization of Government, they staffed up, they hired tons of investigators, they brought in as many lawyers as possible. What are the committee's plans exactly next year when you do have the power of the subpoena?
Well, I mean, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves in terms of specifying, like,
Remember, he said he wasn't going to tell us to the spring.
Our top 5 items are...
We're going to ask you every time you come on.
No, it is very much within our agenda to restore the rule of law and to try to fight for a justice.
What does that look like?
Well, it means that the Justice Department will not be weaponized the way it's being weaponized. It will not be monetized in the way it's being monetized for the president, and it will not be used to prosecute the political foes of the president, in his view. The Department of Justice will be held to account for following the law and following the Constitution.
Why didn't Democrats codify those things when you had the majority?
Oh my
specifically,
God. Good questions from MSNBC hosts. What the fuck? Am I on Earth 3?
Anything after 2016,
yeah,
and after the first Trump presidency,
yes,
right? Like there is a world in which when you guys got the gavel, right?
Yes,
there was House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, President Biden, Chuck Schumer as the majority leader.
Yeah,
that you guys did the same thing they did after Reagan or after Nixon, excuse me, and codified some actual law about what a president can and can't do.
Yes, well,
I already knew it.
I mean, you'll recall when we won the presidency back and we had a Democratic administration, we were fighting for actual progress for our people. So the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, you know, I sat there for 4 years under Donald Trump. We had Infrastructure Week, Infrastructure Month, Infrastructure Barbecue. We just never had a bill, and we did it. And we fought for a greater than $1 trillion investment in the roads, the highways, the ports, the airports, rail, trail, cybersecurity, all of that stuff. At the same time, we were fighting to vindicate, for example, the Foreign Emoluments Clause, right? Not something that is of as immediate importance as healthcare to the people or infrastructure, but very important.
Sorry, but his hair is driving me insane. Bro, just shave it. He would look good bald, too. I don't understand why he's fucking lathering on the paint. Bro, the acrylic paint is doing you no justice.
And that's precisely the kind of thing that the Republicans are able to use their power in the Senate to block. They didn't want to see that. So we were able to make progress on a whole bunch of things, including prescription drug reform. But it's very clear when we get back in, we're going to have to deal with these constitutional infrastructure issues because they've turned the presidency into an instrument for money making for the president.
Like how he didn't answer the question at all because they didn't fucking push him because it's a fucking MSNBC host. God fucking damn it. We were going to follow the rules, restricting ourselves from preventing this from happening again. Yeah. And then effectively saying, sorry, we were too busy losing this other fight, so we couldn't fight anywhere else.
And his family. So we got to deal with the Foreign Government Emoluments Clause, the Domestic Emoluments Clause, which says the president can't get extra money from the federal government. We're going to have to put in actual precautions to make sure this never happens to us again.
Clueless. Surely, even though they didn't codify anything else, this is when they're going to start codifying stuff. Clueless. Be nice, he just got his hair back. Yeah, but sometimes you get your hair back and it still doesn't look good. You just shave it. You know, do you know the power that men have, that you can be bald, that it's socially acceptable to be bald as a man? Accept it. Fucking flaunt it, dude. As long as you don't have like Ludwig's lumpy ass head, you're good.
Forcing Speaker Johnson's hand on the Epstein investigation.
I just released
In a major escalation tonight, the Attorney General of Arizona and Congresswoman-elect Adelita Grijalva of Arizona are suing Mike Johnson. And they're suing him because Grijalva has not been sworn in. So what does all this have to do with Jeffrey Epstein? Because it does at its heart. Grijalva is the final.
And let me be clear on this, Steph, because I don't know how much time we'll get on it on the main broadcast. Real Denim's heads know we do all of the real politics in the pre-show. But everyone's been so focused on the way that Mamdani's been running his campaign, because admittedly, you know, New York mayor race is pretty impressive and important, and the way that he's been running the campaign has been incredible. But can I just say, Grijalva absolutely dominating on social media and like on TikTok and her shorts and stuff about how the fuck is she supposed to do anything when she can't even unlock her computer, when she can't even allocate funds, when she can't even have her own office because they refuse to swear her in, even though Republicans get sworn in within 24 hours of like special elections. Like, she's been killing it.
Vote needed for a bipartisan maneuver called a discharge petition that goes around Johnson. Because he does not want a vote to release the full Epstein files. This would go around him, get that vote to release the files. Grijalva was elected in Arizona 28 days ago, a whole month. And Johnson has, in that time, used every excuse not to swear her in.
Look, we'll schedule it, I guess, as soon as she wants. It has nothing to do with...
As soon as the Democrats vote to reopen the government.
She deserves to have all the pomp and circumstance that everybody else does.
Can I say something a little bit insane, but I feel like everyone in here will agree with me? You know in movies when they portray Satan as like holding human skin, and then he has like a bunch of like demons and devils that also use like human skins? I feel like this would be one of like Satan's lackeys wearing like a human suit. Like, he gives supernatural. You get what I mean. You get what I mean. Definitely. He gives that. He gives like, I want everyone to be worse off all the time. I want to be the most evil version of myself. But I have to pretend like I'm one of the masses, one of the human beings, and not a demon. It's flesh puppet. Yeah.
Have her family and friends in the balcony.
But,
so if she flies in her family, would you guys do it?
She'll get the full bells and whistles.
It hasn't been
understand how this
scheduled
looks,
because
right?
we don't schedule things for pro forma.
And when Grijalva called Johnson out on not swearing her in, and doing it, she says, to protect Jeffrey Epstein and his high-powered clients, Johnson had this to say.
Bless her heart, she's a representative-elect. She doesn't know how it works around here.
Well,
Dude.
putting the condescension aside.
Sorry, really quickly.
She doesn't know how it works around here.
This pause champ face. We are all this news host. We are all her, dude. Why, I oughta. You just know she wants to get in the ring. Ring's on, by the way.
Well, putting the condescension aside, she does know she's supposed to be sworn in. That, of course, is democracy 101, right? You get elected by the people of your state and you get sworn in. That's democracy. And tonight, the Arizona Attorney General, Chris Mays, whom I'll be speaking to in just a moment, writes, and I quote, in this lawsuit, Speaker Johnson has not identified any valid reason for refusing to promptly seat Ms. Grijalva. Instead, on information and belief, Speaker Johnson wishes to delay seating Ms. Grijalva to prevent her from signing a discharge petition that would force a vote on the release of the Epstein files. And just a few moments ago, Johnson just responded.
I think it's patently absurd. We run the House. She has no jurisdiction. We're following the precedent. She's looking for national publicity. Apparently she's gotten some of it. But good luck with that.
I hate you. I hate, oh, dude, what I would give to, like, have a sanctioned boxing fight, but sanctioned by the state, you know, ambulances, paramedics nearby, you know, everything is 100% halal, everything's kosher, and just get in the ring with him on national television. Oh my God. Oh my God, what a piece of shit.
Johnson on defense, and it is not just because of this specific lawsuit that was just filed. It is actually because Republicans, members of his own party in the House, are speaking out because many of them want the Epstein files released now, and they know that Grijalva's vote is the key to that.
It baffles me. To me, this is the easiest one to do. This is standing up for women and children who are raped, who are victims of sex trafficking, and this is for victims that are facing horrible consequences right now due to abuse. And I can't understand.
Dude, can someone in Marjorie Taylor Greene's life please tell her that her hair is fucking fried, that she needs to stop going platinum, that she is not her? Girl, put down the bleach. Put it down. Put it down. Please. Like, you can tell her she's like a brunette. You can see her roots growing in. Girl, please. Yeah, Crocker tried to tell her. Bleach, blonde, bad build, butch, but she tried, but she wasn't willing to listen.
Why this has been seemingly the biggest fight in Washington, D.C. It certainly shouldn't be.
She's completely right about that. It all comes on the same day the memoir of the most high-profile Epstein accuser, Virginia Giuffre, was published. Giuffre died by suicide after the decades of suffering she endured. She died earlier this year. But before she took her own life, she documented the unimaginable abuse that she suffered because of Jeffrey Epstein and his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, who, of course, is convicted. Abuse that Virginia writes from, quote, came from a multitude of powerful men. Among them were a gubernatorial candidate who was soon to win election in a Western state and a former U.S. senator. Since Epstein usually neglected to introduce me to these men by name or introduce them at all, I would only learn who some of them were years later when I studied photographs of Epstein's associates and recognized the faces of those I was forced to have sex with. Giuffre even documents her abuse from a prime minister. In that case, she writes that he, quote, wasn't interested in caresses, he wanted violence. He repeatedly choked me until I lost consciousness and took pleasure in seeing me in fear for my life. Horrifically, the prime minister laughed when he hurt me and got more aroused when I begged him to stop. I mean, this is despicable stuff. It's pretty awful to have to sit here and even read sentences like that. Never mind to imagine there's a person who wrote them because they happened to her. Because not one of those men has been held accountable. Not one. And many of them, right now, as we speak, are in circles of high society.
The most disgusting part about all this shit is that Republicans, Trump, all of Trump's lackeys, and even Democrats keep saying, well, we can't release the files because we need to protect the victims. Oh yeah, what about this one?
Their friends might even see this. Their friends might even suspect or know, but they're just continuing along in high society. And that is wrong. And they must face accountability. Releasing the Epstein files, it should not be one of the biggest fights in Washington. Marjorie Taylor Greene is right about that. And perhaps Johnson is starting to feel the pressure, because earlier today he was on the defense about the Epstein vote, saying to Politico, quote, the bipartisan House Oversight Committee is already accomplishing what the discharge petition, the gambit, sought, and much more. It's important to just get to the bottom of this, though, when that is said, if that argument is made, to point out that that is false. Because the Oversight Committee, they are doing work, but they are releasing documents that are only a fraction of what exist. According to Ro Khanna on the committee, obviously he's a Democrat, Massey a Republican, the files are just 1 gigabyte. 1 gigabyte of what the Oversight Committee has. That's what they have. There are 300 gigabytes of files that are known that the FBI said exist. So that is 1/300th of the total. Right? And much of that 1/300th was already known to be public. Johnson knows all of this. So when he is claiming he is all for transparency in this, and when it comes to Epstein, saying if it hits 218, it comes to the floor, that's how it works. If you get the signatures, it goes to a vote. Well, of course, in a sense, that's talking in circles, because you only get to 218 if, why did we just talk about Epstein for a few minutes? Because you actually have to seat Congresswoman-elect Adelita Grijalva. She has to be sworn in. That is the 218th vote. And perhaps Grijalva herself has said it best. Here's what she told me.
So if this has nothing to do with the Epstein files, then swear me in.
Chris Mays is the Democratic Attorney General of Arizona. She's out front. She, along with Congresswoman-elect Grijalva, has just filed a lawsuit against the House of Representatives for refusing to seat Grijalva. And this is the Attorney General's first interview since filing that suit. So, Attorney General Mays, I appreciate your time. And, we have this breaking news. You're filing this suit. And just moments ago, we heard from Speaker Johnson just responding to your suit. He says, and I quote him, "It's patently absurd. We run the House. She has no jurisdiction," end quote. What do you say to him? What's the basis for your lawsuit?
Well, what we're saying to him and what we're asking a court to do is, declare that if Mike Johnson refuses to do his job, that Adelita Grijalva can be sworn in by a judge or any other person with the capability under the law to swear her in. And Mike Johnson can end this tomorrow by swearing Adelita in. She was duly elected by the people of Arizona, and we now have 813,000 Arizonans who are being taxed without representation in our state because Mike Johnson refuses to swear her in. So, we didn't want to have to file this lawsuit, but it's been 4 weeks now, Aaron, since she was elected. 4 weeks where she has not been able to do her job, serve her constituents. We've got issues here, including flooding in her district. She hasn't been able to serve veterans and deal with other issues like Social Security. It's time. Time's up.
So how quickly, you're saying a judge could do this, someone could get her seated right away. How quickly do you expect this lawsuit to move? I mean, essentially, is this something that could really result in her getting seated, sworn in by a judge or somebody in the next day or two? Or is this something more to make a point of precedent, and by the time this all works its way through, Johnson will have eventually done it?
Well, I wish Johnson would do it right now. In fact, I believe the Congresswoman-elect is in D.C. right now. He could walk over to her office right now and do it. Look, we are hoping that this lawsuit results quickly in Adelita Grijalva being sworn in. We're going to a judge in Washington, D.C., asking that judge to declare that she is eligible to be sworn in. And if Mike Johnson and the House of Representatives, run by the Republicans right now, refuse to do it, that someone else can do it so she can.
Have you had any interactions with Speaker Johnson about this? I mean, I know you had initially sent a letter to him. That was 8 days ago, and you threatened the lawsuit. And now he's responding, obviously, in the statement that we have. But have you had any interaction with him at all at this point?
I mean, sadly, no. I mean, all we have heard from Speaker Johnson is basically comments on shows like yours, and you know, he has not responded directly to us, and he's basically thumbing his nose at 813,000 Arizonans who don't have a representative, and my state is now down a representative. That's not okay. It violates the Constitution. It violates the law.
Amen, dude. All right, last thing, and we're not gonna watch all of this. I just want to take a little peek. I've been interested in this video.
There is validity to those concerns. It's true. It's true. We got to be a little bit more, all of us, myself included, have to be a little bit more open-minded. I will say this. I apologize to the chatters that heard me say black folk like that and put the emphasis. I didn't even know that that was like a thing, but I will try to be more careful in the future when I'm responding to someone. Chat, this space is not a safe space for black folks here. When Hassan says normies and appealing to average people, he means white people. Normalcy is white supremacy. Hassan does not care about making this a safe space for black folks. What? I can't tell if you're baiting or if you're being serious, cuz. But I would say that the first part of your statement is not that this is not a safe space for black people, but the first part of or the middle part of your sentiment is true. When I say normies and appealing to average people, I do mean white people. Is a white supremacist country that we live in. So this isn't to say that you should be open to white supremacist values or anything like that. But yeah, a lot of normies hold on, regardless of their background, to white supremacist values. But yeah, America is a white supremacist country. America is, in its foundation, a white supremacist nation. And those values are reflected all over the United States of America. You're saying white supremacy is ingrained in everybody's mind since childhood in the U.S.? Yes. Yes, that's precisely what I'm saying. This is something that I always talk about. You want to know what the irony is? The irony is that I looked at the Sudan clip that people were pointing to, and it was me trying to explain that black people were not voting for Eric Adams in the New York mayoral race. Okay, it's from a couple months ago. And a chatter was like, I'm black. They absolutely are going to vote for Eric Adams. You don't know black people. You should stop talking about black issues. And then he accused me of refusing to cover Sudan and that I only talk about black people in the confines of like an election.
And will some of the older voters, even in the black community and Latino community, come out and vote for him when you have Eric Adams, the incumbent mayor, on the ballot, who still has...
Dog, Eric Adams is despised by every group in the state, every group in the city. Like, the notion that older black voters are going to go for Eric Adams is insane. With all due respect, you don't know black people? With all due respect, I know polling. Black Gen Xers and black boomers, that's 100% a viable thing. You're not in the community. Man, shut the up. Please, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. We heard this with Cuomo too. Just shut up, dude. Shut up. I don't give a okay? God damn. Holy dude. It is so precious. Always is so precious. I can't have a conversation that pertains around black people voting patterns without everybody fucking chirping at me like I'm on a Klansman meet. Like I'm a grand wizard of the KKK or some Jesus Christ. I'm doing fucking elections analysis. God damn. Machine politics plays a formative role in the black vote in general, especially for older black voters. I know that. You just don't understand black people. Admit it. It's so stupid because it's not like you're pretending to know black culture law. You're analyzing post-life stupidity. Okay, don't even joke about this. I mean, your analysis on this is bad. Old black voters do typically not budge due to historical mistrust. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind, dog. I know. I'm saying that the older black voting bloc goes off of the machine that directs them as an unstoppable force in whichever direction the Democratic Party wants to go towards. The argument is simple. Will the Democratic establishment machine, out of fear that they'll have like an uncontrollable force like fucking Eric Adams, try to move it and funnel older black voters as a voting bloc in the direction of Zohran Mamdani? And even if they don't do that, will Zohran Mamdani still win? And I think the answer is yes. Clown take. Can you shut the fuck up when it comes to black folks? You really don't want to talk about us unless it comes from voting. When is the last time you spoke about Sudan? I'm going to ether you. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this chat? Suck my cock, okay? You stupid fucking radlib. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of my chat. Stupid, moronic, fucking radlib nonsense. Suck my fucking dick. Fuck you. You think you have a pass in here to speak like this? Get the fuck out of here. God damn, dude. This kind of attitude is so insanely repulsive. Like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? We're talking about creating a larger, broad, people-backed movement and creating solidarity, and you immediately got Root.com article regurgitators in here instantly being like, sweetie, you don't understand black people. Shut the fuck up. God damn. Yeah, I was in a much better mood 2 hours ago. One of the most annoying things on the planet is when any member of a marginalized group comes in here and is like, it's time for some standpoint theory. You don't understand. People do it all the fucking time. And then he accused me of refusing to cover Sudan and that I only talk about black people in the confines of like an election. And it's not only a cynical accusation, but it's also one that literally uses an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign in Sudan that I have covered. He has now moved on to deflect the attention away to Sudan, which is the rapid support forces in Sudan also doing a man-made created famine. They are doing this with Israel's ally, the United Arab Emirates. The United Arab Emirates, which gets all of its weapons from the United States of America, is backing another ethnic cleansing campaign in Sudan. The reason why you don't get to hear much from Sudan is because, once again, it is America's ally doing it. Not as extensively as Gaza, of course, but I have covered. I mean, I've thought about this quite a bit, and not just on this issue, but it's just in general. It's a byproduct of the medium. It's not something that people understand, and that's also understandable. Why the fuck would you know what it's like to be live for 8 hours while you're talking about politics, and you're constantly, you constantly have a wave of people that are waiting for anything that they can clip to make people question whether or not you are sincere about your beliefs. The irony is, the person that I was short with was unironically saying, no, you don't understand black people. They love Eric Adams. And I was saying, black people are not monolithic in the way that they vote, and they're not going to go and vote for Eric Adams just because he's black. So the person that was cynically claiming that I am that I don't understand black issues and I should shut the fuck up about black issues, or that I only talk about black people within the limited confines of a election or as a voting bloc, all of those things are incorrect. All of it. And I think people constantly want, even in those sorts of clips where I'm like, obviously angry, frustrated, responding with anger, they want apologies. They want me to say, I'm sorry. And I don't know. It's just like, you should just behave in a way where you've hurt my feelings. You've hurt my feelings because I saw this clip. And I don't know your background. I don't know your the full scope of your political perspectives. And in that moment, you're angry at a person and you're treating that person as you would treat any other person. You're just short with them because they are cynically coming in to bait you. And that's what it is. When you engage with baits, you keep in mind that you are being recorded and clipped to an audience that don't know you. I do think about that. It's just that, like, how do you explain to people that, yeah, if you're getting baited 1,000 times a day when you're trying to deliver political commentary on hot button issues, of course, you're going to be short, okay? You're going to be short at times. I'm not perfect. Bro, I think they just want charitability. Black people do not make up this community. Why aren't you making an effort to get them in this tent? That's what they are seeing from the outside. No, there is some truth to this, I think. But I also, like, I don't know what the demand is. Like, do we do a black content creator hour once a week? Like, I'm not saying that as like as an insincere response. Like, I genuinely mean it. Like, I'm white. I'm a white dude. You know, this is, I'm guided by my own lived experiences. I will never personally understand exactly what it's like to be a black person in America. This is something that I'm pretty open about. As a black man in this community, chatters are fatiguing me. They do not remember your 2018 to 2021 protest coverage. I mean, it's not even just that. It's like I've always talked about black issues, always, like, and forever. This is not something that I'm doing. This is not something that I'm doing as like checking a box, right? It is an ongoing injustice, and therefore it deserves coverage. And at most, what I can do is talk about my own personal experiences with marginalization as someone who is white, but also at the same time is not necessarily always perceived as white, as if the black are.
It sucks because, like, it does feel like there are a lot of people that have genuine criticism and they want to have a productive conversation. And then it feels like there are other people that just.
FD signifier was said.
And it feels like there are other people that just want to say that Hassan is a racist piece of shit because he has the audacity to comment on black voting records or black communities and their voting decisions without immediately first saying all this other stuff. It kind of like, there is like a small group, I think, that ruined the conversation for a lot of other people. Very similar to, oh man, I blanked out. There's something else I forgot. Fuck. Sorry, I'm like sick, so my brain is a bit laggy. But that's neither here nor there. Let's start, shall we? He can't win. Yeah. There's a perfect analogy I had and I just like blanked on it. God damn it. Okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. All right. Well, everyone. Good morning. Hi. Hi, everyone. Hi, I hope you guys are having a good day so far. I am a little sick, so please excuse if I sound a little bit sick. It's because I am. But I didn't want to not show up on stream today because we canceled last Monday's stream. I'm like, I don't want to cancel it again. So we will have a good, fun stream. Off topic, did you see Caleb Bennett versus Wine Moms? No. I want to, though. Oh, hi, Meerkat. Meerkat! So, Mayorworm. Oh, let me move this out of your way, Mayor. I understand. Meerkat, place. Place. And now he will sit there for the rest of the stream. Nobody actually just loves. As soon as I'm streaming, he just loves to sit in that chair. I don't know. Like, I literally, he'll sit right in front of me because he wants my chair. Average cat behavior. So I have to, I had to get a second chair. so that he can have a place to sit. Because otherwise he'll just sit in my chair and then I'm just standing. But anyways. Come here, Meerkat. Come here. Say hi to the masses. He says hi. He's a little nervous around new people. Oh, who's so great? You are. Whoa, mayor worm. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. But anyways, thank you guys. I don't know why I said thank you guys, but thanks, I guess, for whatever. We have a lot to get to today. First and foremost, there are more Miskiv clips that have circulated, and I'm sorry, man, but I have to watch them because some of them look really bad, and some of them we can point and laugh because they're hilarious. So I want to do that. Okay, you're welcome anytime. Thanks, thank you. And then, did I not change my title? Is my title not changed? Wait, but I changed it. What the hell? Huh? You look somewhat bony. That's so weird that that didn't change. Okay, what did I? Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, I'll change it now. But we'll take care of that. It says Monday Newsday at the end of it. I changed all of it. I don't know why I didn't change all of it, but whatever. Girl, it says Monday. You got morning brain heart. No, I did. I think I just copy paste the go live notification and the title. So I think I wrote the title and then I put Monday Newsday at the end of the go live notification, and then I copy pasted the go live notification and put it on the title. But I wrote a title. I always write a title. But anyways, it doesn't matter. Usually I look at the title while I'm doing announcements in the morning, which is why I got fried. So I want to talk about that. I want to talk about the stuff with Cutie. I'm sure many of you guys have seen it at this point. Put this in the title. And then I only want to talk about it briefly because I think, like, I saw this Valkyrie clip. We've had so much shit to cover for the past, like, 24 hours or, like, 48 hours that I haven't had a chance to talk about it. But what I will say is that I saw a Valkyrie clip recently that was really good that I think explained how I kind of feel about everything. So I want to talk about it. And then, can we talk about your hair? It's a little greasy. Please don't judge it too hard. I haven't washed it in a little bit. I've just been, like, I shower and I'm like, do I want to wash my hair today? No. And then I just put the shower cap on. And that's been happening every time I shower for the last, I don't know how long. So, sex people were giving shit to Vanilla Mace. Again, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Yeah, I also saw Casey Tron had a pretty good tweet about it. Okay, and then there was something else that I really wanted to get to as well. What was it? Hold. There was something else. I'm blanking on it. But we do have, I wanted to talk about, I think SNAP funding is about to lose, was it 40 billion? An obscene amount. So I want to talk about that. And there was a new John Oliver that I really wanted to get to. And then there might have been one or two more things as well that were originally in the title that I lost. So we have lots of stuff. The memory will come back like a vengeful sneeze, dude, for real. We just got to chug some energy drinks and it'll be back. Girl, we ain't getting to all that today. Shut up. All right. Let me put this. Okay. Let's change that. Okay, title has changed now. What flavor sauce is? This is the kiwi guava. I like it. Okay, shall we begin, chat? Shall we? We've got a lot to get to, so I don't want to waste too much time dilly-dallying. All right, close. Yes. I have to say, I didn't get a chance to look at it because I've been so busy recently, but I did not realize how hard Asmongold went in on Mizkif. That shit's so funny. Bro, not even the worst person you know likes you. Goddamn. It's sad that it isn't even remotely surprising everyone but like 2 people in OTK are pieces of shit. Yeah. Okay. Close these things. I'm trying to find the good starting off point. All right, this is fine. I will say this was really funny, and I don't feel like we gave it enough attention in the moment when we were watching it yesterday, but the fact that Mizkif tried to do these crocodile tears and then in between whispered, "I'm gay," or "I'm so gay."
Here. But I'm so gay.
Bro. And I feel like my entire timeline is just speed clips or like speed gifs of people like this, or not just speed, but other creators as well. Let me try and find the speed one. There was one where he's like reading this like esoteric text or some shit, but shit like this, making fun of him, saying, "Just seen Mizkif imply that Emaru killed her rabbits, bro. How does that help you?" And then there was this one. Where is it? Where is it? Hold. Hold. I misplaced it? No, this is so annoying. I hate being sick. No. Oh, yes, this. Emma Mizkif assaulted, abused, stalked, harassed, and threatened me with blackmail. Mizkif, you hurt your rabbits. And then there was this one as well. Mizkif's response to sexual assault allegations.
Sickness consumes me.
Sorry.
I sin at the end of my days. For 60 years I have walked this earth. But now sickness consumes me. Soon the breath of life will leave my body, and my time will be over. When Ramadan died, he ascended to Amenti, the land of the dead. Yet, in my dream...
Do you know why Roman statues?
Sorry, it's on this relevant. The title of this Fear and Week has me crying. We filmed this last Wednesday. Okay. Bro, is it over for this guy? How do I get tattoo removal? Just tell people it's an annoying orange. Oh my God. Anyways, this one is also video evidence of Miskiff being abused. Satire.
It's me, Mario.
Okay, this is for that guy.
The very best. Karoni Amiranani.
You really don't.
I really don't like him. Well, he wasn't subbed.
You really don't care about him.
I've never seen Emaru so happy. Good job failing, Ms.
All right, hit me 12.
Dude, I can't believe that they would let this happen on Twitch. What the fuck? Why would they let this happen on Twitch? Chat, I have a horrific story to share with all of you. I used to get physically abused by my friends when we would have pillow fights. And I just need to come clean and talk about it with all of you. They would hit me with pillows. And I just want you to know it was a very toxic relationship and there was mutual abuse because I would hit them with pillows and then they would hit me with pillows. Is it over for me? Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Damn, bro, sorry. It's just so, it's like, I don't know what he was, I mean, he wasn't thinking is the thing. But I don't know what he was thinking when he made when he did the stream that he did. You forgot to say, I forgot to fake cry and then say, oh, I'm so gay. And then people found this, dude. The sleuths the internet sleuths, man. It's crazy. Miskiff being insecure about view count, controlling, threatening, and then called a narcissist by Emaru 7:30. For 7 minutes, 30 seconds. It's got timestamps. Strumdog, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thanks.
Bad vibes. We might have to hurt this whole stream. How are you? What do you mean you're working? What are you on about? You don't even stream.
I'm leveling.
Then just answer your Discord call.
Huh?
I'm calling you on Discord. It's like Slack, but it's for streaming. Answer the Slack call.
You're being annoying. You're being annoying.
I'm being annoying? That's my job. What is your job? Your job is to say I'm being annoying. We've been doing this for 3 years now. Answer the phone.
It's my day off and you're being annoying. I went on your stream and you're being annoying.
Oh my God. When did you get this attitude? Remember you used to just go on my stream and be like, it's fine and have fun. Now it's all of a sudden it's my days off. Everything's your fucking day off. And this is how you treat me? Seriously.
Maybe it's just not that fun to hang out with you anymore. Maybe it's a skill issue on your part.
Yeah, because it used to be fun.
Literally.
I used to be fun? You know that's not true. You know I've never been fun. What do you mean I've used to be fun?
Said it used to be fun, but I guess that too.
Give me a sec. I have to write down my notes because I am in charge of drama. Emaru X Mizkiff. It used to be fun. What do you mean by that?
It used to be fun.
Like, as in,
Bro, not writing use and not used. Where's the D and U's, bro? Stop. No wonder your document read like shit. And then we went to BJ's, a place that we would go for food, that you can get food at. Holy shit. Open the schools, for fuck's sake. Holy shit.
I used to have double the viewership, so it was fun to hang out with me, but now it's not worth it because you don't care?
Oh my fucking god, Jesus Christ, you're so innocent, you're so insecure.
No, I just read
you
what someone
used
said in
to
chat.
be nicer and we used to do fun activities. Now you're like, let's play WoW for 12 hours a day even when you're busy and you want to do other things. And I'm like, okay. And then you're like, yeah, you're a fucking bitch. And I'm like, well,
Dude,
why am I doing this?
Then you know what? If you're going to act like this, then why don't we just not level with each other and I just fucking level myself to 60
Okay.
and you go back to Lollygall Doll Land and do whatever the fuck you want.
Lollygall doll. The wordsmith.
I don't need you, okay?
Okay, I guess.
I don't need you. Types 17 different essays and then has ChatGPT correct them because you sound like an illiterate third grader.
That means I can tell Senna and Ray I can go to LA.
Go for it. Do whatever you want.
Okay.
And you know what I'll do? I'll level to 60, and when I'm looking back as the tank, and I'm like, where's Emmy? And you're in fucking Goo Goo Gaga land with Ray and
Goo Goo Gaga land.
Sunshine, or whatever her name is, and you're having fun, I'll just look back and be like, wow, remember when Emeru was a gamer? Remember when she actually played video games? Now all she does is she just does other stuff.
This is the worst insult I've ever seen in my life. How do you say this when you suck at games? For starters, okay? And second, most of your stream was just bringing guests on and then talking to them.
You know that guy that's like, is like, I don't like video games because I'm grown up, which means I need real hobbies.
Who said they need real hobbies besides gaming?
When other people are playing them on stream because I don't know what else to do.
Wait, say it again? Sorry, I couldn't hear you over the sound of how awesome I am.
I feel like I'm talking to like a middle schooler. I feel weird.
Funny thing is, I can still kick your fucking ass, all right?
Yeah, because you're
The most middle schooler thing you can say to that. Not meeting the allegation.
a man and I'm a woman. Congrats.
I don't hear that enough anymore. Thank you. It does feel good to be a man. I appreciate it. Let me ask you a serious question. What do you think about Harambe? And be honest.
It was sad when he died.
Do you miss Harambe?
I didn't know him like that, so I'm not gonna pretend I did, but it's very sad what happened to him.
Do you think shit's been the same since?
No.
I agree. And that's all we had to agree on, was just we think Harambe, something was wrong.
And at least we can come to an agreement on that, I guess.
Yeah, and that is my core, Emmy. It's like, if you fuck with Harambe and you thought it was wrong, you thought shit's changed, I fuck with you, okay? Like, I fuck with you. So why don't we make this work? Why don't we level together? Let's get to level 37 like we thought we were going to today. Let's just kick some ass and let's take some names.
Can I make a summary of what just happened so you can put it in your notes?
Yeah.
Okay, ready? Start typing.
Yep.
Okay, you say, fine, Emmy. I'll just play without you. I say, okay. You say, no, Emmy, let's play together. We're cool. I say, no.
Wow. Okay. If you're going to keep it up like that, then there's only one other option. I got to call Mr. Tonka T, and I'm going to have to address him the drama that's going on and let him know that you, yeah, Oh, you don't think he'll care that you're not wanting to play?
Well, I am
Dude, the poor drywall next to him after this conversation.
playing. I have 3 bars into 35. I'm playing right now. I told you I was playing right now.
Oh, now you're scared.
Remember when you said I was bitching because I said, so are we playing WoW? Because context clues, I'm playing WoW by myself.
I'm gonna call Mr. Tonka T.
Oh my, we're never playing WoW.
I'm down. Can I call you on Discord? You'll answer, or are you scared, Keck?
I thought you had to call Tonka T, huh?
I don't want to call Tonka T if I don't have to. This drama, I can remove it from my notepad and pretend it didn't happen.
Like, you can't call Tonka T.
I can call Tonka T. I can look up. I can go on the yellow pages and find him. Listen, I can.
Can we rewind another 20 minutes? You can put this in the notes too. So you said you were gonna punch me like in those tweets. What did you mean by that?
Well, I mean, like, we've all seen them. You know what I mean? Like, they already say I fucking punched everybody, so I might as well. What I mean, like,
I don't know what you're talking about. I actually don't.
Okay, you obviously don't go through the schizo 4chan posts like I do. Like, come on, like, what are you doing?
Are you serious?
Are you serious? No, I'm not serious. When am I ever serious?
The clip just gets worse and worse and worse and worse by every fucking second. Oh my god.
I don't know. It's hard to tell.
All right. Now it's my time to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should have paid you back the $300K immediately. That was a mistake of mine. I shouldn't have had to have the community attack me for so long because of it. I've attached proof that I paid you back. I hope you can accept my apology.
You should write a first-person account of living with NPD. I would read it.
What's
You should write a first-person account of living with NPD.
NPD? Neil Patrick? What?
Yes.
What's NPD?
Google it.
Narcissistic personality disorders, mental health.
Can you just read the words? Narcissistic disorder.
Google it.
Narcissistic personality disorders, mental health condition where a person believes they are better than. You really think I think I'm better than everyone else?
Well, I was joking.
Okay, can I just like stop holding?
Damn, she bodied his ass. I'm not gonna lie, she kind of bodied his ass.
I'm calling you on Discord.
Hello? Hello?
How do when do I think I'm better than everyone else? You actually don't know me if you think that I think I'm better than everyone else.
You seem a little bit perturbed by this joke.
I mean, stop. He doesn't know those big words. Stop.
Okay, you watch like 2 Northern Lion streams and all of a sudden you think you know what the fuck you're talking about. I did not. What the fuck's perturbed?
No, I didn't know what perturbed is. No, I was just joking. Oh no. Bro, this is like a 10th grader word. Why?
I don't care what that means, so just shut up and listen to me. I'm not a narcissist. I've never thought I was better than everyone else. I only think I'm good at like 3 good things in my life. I've never thought I'm just good and better than everyone else at everything, all at once. So, if anything, you're the narcissist. You think you're better than everyone.
Oh yeah, well, no, you. See, this is really, dude, she kind of clocked him so hard calling him a 5th grader. Holy shit.
Everyone else.
Classic narcissist move, accusing you of being the narcissist.
No, it's not. Okay, when someone says I murdered someone, I'm gonna
You're gonna say that they murdered them?
turn to them and say that they murdered somebody. Okay, like that's not a narcissistic or murderous
Who the fuck would ever do that? What do you mean?
personality disorder. That's you claiming I did something. So I'm gonna say that it's the pot calling the kettle black.
Yeah, you're right.
I expect to twit longer on this situation. I expect you to apologize to me immediately. You have 48 hours.
Oh no.
Or
what?
I'm not paying you back $50 for Uber.
What? That should be unrelated.
We're all related.
Where are you?
Oh.
You're just not gonna respond to the fact that I said that we're all related?
Yeah, because you called me mom earlier, so I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Huh? I'm just gonna assume I missed a certain joke there.
Hassan's hot. Oh, I'm gonna fuck him.
Ethan, this is not the time. Just kidding, it's always the time. How long ago was this clip? Shit, I don't know. Back when they were in OnlyFans? I think this is OnlyFans 2. Dude, she bodied his ass so hard. Holy shit. This one also was brutal. This was also another brutal
My
clip.
brain uses
So many brutal clips hitting the fucking timeline.
so much work, and then I have to charge for like 30 seconds, so I'm good again.
Use your brain.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I know it's like the audio levels in this are super not stabilized because Miz is so much in every single clip. Miz is so much louder than everybody else. But he said like, here I'll go back and play it.
My brain uses so much work, and then I have to charge for like 30 seconds. So I'm
My
good.
brain uses so much work and then I have to charge for like 30 seconds. So I'm good again. And then I don't know who said it, but someone says, you use your brain. Which, by the way, if he used his brain, he would say, how long did it take you to think of that one? Were you sitting on that for like an hour, 2 hours, 3? You feel really big and strong, proud of yourself? Making fun of an almost bald guy? Like, if you actually could use your fucking brain, it would have been so easy to deflect off that. But because you can't, this is how you act.
I'm sorry.
Dude, what?
I'm fucking done.
For mobile users or people driving or whatever, he just takes the cups of water and starts pouring them on the table and then walks away.
Theatrics. I can't. Luckily, it's like a bunch of water. It does look like outdoor furniture. Like this Dude.
And then he comes back, gets another cup of water and pours it on the table.
You're so extra, bro. You're doing too much for real, I can't. Cheddar! Are you thirsty? Got some water. Someone said plus 50 testosterone. You didn't like the sound of that. I can't.
My brain.
Fucking body, dude. Oh, God. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, this is an older clip where you can just see like on Emery's face after he does it, it's like, yay, this again. Yeah, the 1,000-yard stare from Emmy, just like, yay, I love when this happens. I can't really hear what Pokey's saying, but I'm sure someone else has deciphered it, honestly. But like,
My brain uses so much work.
it's just so fucking pathetic. Oh my, no way. That's what she asked. She said, does he act like this off stream? She was gonna say, dude, no. Not Emaru about to say no, and then she just like thinks about it a little more and is like, well, no, guys, he's just pretending to be, he's just joking. He's just joking, guys. He's just pretending to be an asshole. He's just joking and pretending to be an asshole forever, all the time, and he never turns it off. Because, you know, it's a joke. The joke is I act like an asshole to everyone around me all of the time and suffer no consequences ever because I was just joking.
Dude, you're you're so extra, bro. You doing too much for real, for real. I can't.
I like how you can see all of the forms of like dealing with annoying dudes in your life. There's like silence and like judgment, and then there's like trying to make jokes out of it and being like, you're being such a fucking baby. And then there's like not addressing and trying to like talk about the cat or the dog in the room, the classic. Everybody knows that move. Everyone's pulled that move at least once. The ha ha, yeah, this cat is so cute, ha. And then disassociating.
Cheddar! Are you thirsty? Got some water. Someone said plus 50 testosterone. You're gonna like the sound of that. I can't.
That's amazing. That's amazing. There was this random clip of Ms. kept trying to stream with Arya one-on-one just out of the blue, and she was like, what the fuck? No way, sorry. Yeah. Understandably. Understandably. Like, I'm sorry, how much of like a douchebag do you have to be to tell someone that the reason that some other person killed themselves is because they were obsessed with you? And then think like, surely this person would never dislike me. For anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about or whatever, the person on the very left who says like, you use your brain. It's really funny. You got a hair transplant. It did nothing stop. I remember this was Hyun's first time interacting with Miz, so she was probably wondering what this shit was. Yeah. Why is your eyeliner perfect? Oh, thanks. I use Stilla. It's actually really good. Well, because, like, the other thing, too, is, like, listen. Everyone is going to have their moments, okay? It's literally not possible to just be on your A game all the time, perfect every single time. Sometimes you just have a lot of shit that you're dealing with in your life, and you just, like, you act in a certain way that you don't expect to. One second, sorry. But when that's you all the time, yeah. But yeah, the person on the left who says you use your brain is this person who tweeted this out. A quote from Mizkiff in 2025 saying, one of the reasons Byron killed himself was because he was jealous of me. Like, how much of a sack of shit do you have to be? Like, genuinely, how much of a sack of shit? Like, literally making someone else's suicide about you when you were not involved at all. Because you're so fucking obsessed with yourself that you can't imagine a world that doesn't revolve around you. Just fucking gross, dude. It's like actually so fucking disgusting. Who's Byron? He's also known as Wreckful. He committed suicide like 4 or 5 years back, and if I'm not mistaken, he dealt with clinical depression, and it was something that like ran in his family. If I'm not mistaken, anyone can correct me if I get anything wrong. Please, please, please correct me if I get anything wrong. But I know he was just dealing with a lot, and you know, what are you supposed to do when you get the short end of the stick and you have to deal with depression for your whole life? And everyone in the streaming space understands like to be respectful about it. And there's like, I've never met anyone who's been disrespectful regarding Wreckful. Everyone's been super respectful and understands that it's just like sad, you know? Because like this person who brought so much joy to so many people, probably helped so many people and like viewers, other streamers, tried to make the space better. And you know, had everything someone could want and still wasn't, not happy, that's not the right word, but like we still like lost him. It's like really depressing. I remember when it happened, it was such a sad time on Twitch for like the whole month. Yeah. And so like to talk about someone that is like widely regarded as genuinely like a pretty good person in the space, and everyone understands to be pretty respectful about it. I think like we have sort of the similar, not similar thing, but something sort of similar happening now with chess streamers. I'm sure it's hit some of your guys' timelines, but a lot of people I've seen on my timeline, because I follow a couple of chess streamers on Twitter, talking about like Naroditsky, rest in peace, and how he was dealing with cheating accusations. And I've seen a lot of people be really upset about one of the guys who was either spreading the rumor or was the originator, Kramnik. And it's just like really sad. You know, it's like it's the equivalent of, for people maybe who are newer in the Twitch space, but maybe if you have been following the stuff with Naroditsky, it would be like someone talking about Naroditsky and saying that he did this because he was jealous of me. Like, can you imagine how like poor taste that is? Like how disgusting someone would be if they said that right now. Like it's such a genuinely disgusting thing to say. And that you would say it because you're so fucking obsessed with yourself. It's like insane. No, this was not the anal bead vibrating guy. That was a different guy. That was different. The other thing with I think it was Hans Niemann was the guy who got accused of the anal bead vibrating guy cheating with anal beads. I think it was part of the reason why people were accusing him was because he actually had been reprimanded, I want to say, by chess.com for cheating online. I believe that he did get like chess.com confirmed that he had cheated Hans Niemann had cheated on chess.com, but there was no confirmation that he had cheated with anal beads in person. And I think he was cleared of wrongdoing or cleared of any cheating allegations regarding anal beads in person. But the reality is like that's a different person from Naroditsky, and Naroditsky there was like no, as far as I could tell, and again, people maybe who are more informed, please comment. There was no like confirmation or anything that Naroditsky had even cheated or ever cheated, and it was like he talked about the mental toll that it like took on him because he tried really hard to disprove that he wasn't cheating, and everyone who had ever interacted with Naroditsky said nothing but positive things. And he genuinely tried to make the space better, didn't get involved in like aggressive shit or drama or any of that shit. And so if you can imagine like this person who gets accused of X, Y, and Z, deals with like mental health, dealing with like either depression or dealing with like mental health struggles, and then passes, can you imagine how in poor taste it would be if someone commented poorly about Naroditsky now? And then, like, compare that, if you didn't know who Reckful was in the streaming space, compare that to making those type of comments about someone like Reckful. It's like, dude, have some fucking respect. Like, whatever, dude. You want to clown on Mitch Jones, clown on Mitch Jones. You want to clown on fucking Asman or Tectone or whoever, go ahead. Clown on Hassan, go ahead, clown on them. But, like, can we be a little bit more respectful to people who maybe A, didn't do anything to you, and then B, aren't with us anymore? So yeah. How do you cheat in chess? It's basically 1v1 mirror match or arena. Well, someone can tell you what moves to make, or like an engine would tell you what are the best moves to make. The same way you can cheat in anything, right? But the problem is that, like, and this is how it's been explained to me by chess experts, if you will. It's easy to spot, like, engine-based cheating because you make moves that no human being could ever move. You make moves that only a fucking engine can make. Because, like, if you're versing an engine, a chess engine, it'll tell you, like, hey, you actually want to sack this, like, bishop, because in 30 moves, if you make every move correctly, you're going to be up a knight. And it's like, no human being would ever see those moves. Like, there is not a human being that can even fucking do that. There's no human being that has the ability to fucking perceive that. So if you make a very suspicious move and then you proceed to make the next 30 moves exactly as the engine expects you to, it's like, oh, you're fucking, you obviously had to have cheated, which is why I think this is how chess.com has been able to catch cheaters historically. It's like the equivalent of, like, certain like actual aimbotters. Like, if you play CS and someone fucking hits you, like, wall bangs you through smoke, headshot, and those are the only kills they're getting, it's like, okay, one, sure, everyone gets one, but you're getting only that type of kill. Okay, fuck off. You obviously have there's, like, human beings can't do that. You can't just get headshot through smoke, wall bang over and over and over and over and over and over again. You get like two. You get like two in a lifetime, okay? So yeah, I just get pre-fired every round. Same. Banned for being good. One second. All right. And I saw this as well. I only watched a little bit of it, but is this 2x? Why does it look like it's going so fast? It is. All right.
But okay, wait. I was gonna tell you real quick about the miskip thing. When I met him, the first thing he did was he kicked me with his feet, and he was like, "Go make me some coffee." First time meeting him, by the way. And I just looked at him, and I like glared at him, and I like walked away. And he had the audacity to ask me again to make him coffee.
Like, at some point, you're not just being a douchebag for fun or as a joke. You're just being a douchebag because you think you're better than everybody else. And you think you're such a great guy, or you think you're famous enough that you can get away with being a huge douchebag to everyone you meet. I mean, I already shared it with you guys. Like, my first interaction with him, he was a total fucking ass. It's like, what the fuck? I don't even know who the fuck you are.
And then when I didn't, a while later, he was like, "This is why you're never gonna make it as a streamer." And after that, I just like never talked to him again. Like, no, the guy's insane. The guy's insane.
High key aura farming.
Okay.
High key. High key. Love that for her. But like, this is what I mean when I say karma's real. Not in like the cosmic sense,
Hey,
but
what's
in
going
the
on?
shut the fuck up, Tectone. Silence. I'll go. This is what I mean when I say karma's real. It's like eventually if you're a douchebag to enough people, one, when you need any help or you need anyone in your corner, you've been such a piece of shit to so many people, no one will be in your fucking corner. Or two, you're enough of an asshole to enough people that nobody wants you around. And eventually, some of those people will speak out against you. There's a good chance if someone's a piece of shit to you for no good reason, they're a piece of shit to lots of people. But also there's this. Wait, where did I put it? Oh, here it is.
Throw clothes or plushies at me, and I punched holes in the walls or slammed windows in pressure.
Let me get this straight. She's violent because she throws plushies and clothes at you. Bitch, my girlfriend bites me sometimes.
Stop. Okay, but to be fair, bites are a form of affection for women. Okay? I can say this confidently as a woman. If a woman is biting you, it means that she loves you.
The fuck are you talking about, bro? Throwing clothes and plushies? I'm just kidding.
Got so.
It's like the reality is all of these things can be abuse. Like, again, I said it earlier, or I said it yesterday when he was talking about the plushies. It's like, if you're picking the plushies that have, like, zippers on them and the ones that have, like, fucking, like, the hard beads for eyes, and you're like, those are the ones you're throwing, and those are the ones that you're hitting someone with, it's like, that shit absolutely can hurt, right? You absolutely can be abusing someone by doing that shit, right? But that's not even what he fucking said. He's just like, yeah, well, she was no angel either. Yeah, I punched a lot of holes in the wall and I threw things that literally bruised her. But she threw her Kirby plushies at me. It's like, oh, so did she throw her plushies at you when you guys were arguing and she was trying to physically hurt you and she was trying to harm you? Or was it what we saw on stream where it's part of like the stream thing that, like, I don't know, you fuck up whatever shit you were trying to do and she hits you with the Kirby plushie 12 times in the way that, like, you would have a pillow fight with someone. So it's only abuse if it hurts. So you like pancakes? You hate waffles? No, bitch, that's a whole new sentence. It's about intent. If you have a pillow fight with someone and you hit someone in the face with your pillow that's made of fucking feathers and you're not trying to cause harm and it's in good fun and it's mutual, obviously it's not abuse. If you're trying to cause harm because you want to disrespect the other person or because you want to even emotionally hurt them, then yeah, that would be considered physical abuse. I'm saying it's easier to identify physical abuse when someone is using methods that actually do cause harm. So it's a lot easier to say, yeah, you're physically abusing her when you're throwing stuff at her that's fucking bruising her. If he was throwing plushies at her and she was like, "Ah, dude, can you stop? I don't like when you do this." It doesn't have to necessitate physical abuse, but it can. It's about the context in the situation because none of these things exist in a vacuum. Just use your fucking brain for 2 seconds. There's a reason we have pillow fights and snow fights, but no brick fights. Yeah. This is another good point as well. It's like, it's about trying to invoke fear in the other person. It's like, yeah, you expect me to believe Emery was hitting him with stuffed animals to make him afraid. It's like, come on, dude. I think Chatter is trying to is getting at people minimizing her behavior, throwing things because it doesn't hurt. But that's what I was already saying. I already said that. I already said that, like, it's possible that you can do that as a way to physically be like, so he's just disagreeing with me for saying what I was literally already saying. It's all about consent and power imbalance. Yeah, absolutely. All right, anyways. In the same sentence, he talks about punching holes in walls. Please be serious. Yeah. Okay. You mean you guys didn't have water bottle fights with your homies? You didn't have phone fights where you threw your phone at your friends' faces? Like in good fun? It's like he's obviously trying to use an example of something that either she did on stream, part of like a bit that they were doing, which is why in that clip that we saw earlier, she hits him with a plushie and he's like, all right, 12 more hits. Because he's trying to talk about something that he knows that she can't prove, right? And like, if she ever did throw a pillow at him or ever did throw a fucking plushie, a Kirby plushie at him, he gets to insert this false equivalency and say, yeah, well, I was doing all these things that made her actually afraid for herself and her safety. And I was giving her bruises and doing this stuff when she was telling me to stop doing it. But, you know, once in a while, she would throw a plushie at me. Anyways. All right. If his defenders are this stupid, it makes sense why he was explaining stalking. Yeah. Oh my god. Alrighty. Oh, this one too. Thank you for linking this. I totally forgot. I wanted to share this with you guys. This is the other problem with like trying to like I think that you should not give credibility, but like take everything that you hear with a grain of salt and go from there. And that if more people seem to be on one side and they seem to be able to corroborate these stories in a way that is substantive, it's much more unlikely that like 10 different people are lying about the exact same experience than one person lying, right? Again, you have to judge it based on the thing that's happening. Because, like, if 10 people came out and were like, yeah, you know, Emerald threw plushies at me too. It's like, well, did she ever, like, do it during a fight? Did she ever do it because she wanted to hurt you or scare you? Or what was the context? Like, or are you just saying this because you want to say this because you don't like her? Like, what's the detail? Because the actual event that's happening can be good or bad or neutral. Whereas, like, there's no universe where it's okay to be engaging in, like, dangerous driving habits in a way to threaten the people in your car. Like, there's no context where that's good. So if there are multiple people corroborating that he acts this way, it's like, well, then that's always bad. Well, that seems like there's some credibility to that story.
Going to the West Coast Customs shit. It's not just he was just doing an awesome. We're going to the West Coast Customs stream thing. Some lady honked at Miz, and I guess, I don't know, triggered what was basically road rage from him, where then he like pulled in front of her and then kept cutting her off and basically drove like a fucking maniac. And I didn't even know what to fucking say. I probably should have said something to him. I'm going to be honest, I was still waking up at the time, so I hadn't fully processed it. And I'm kind of like a little bit of a passenger princess, so I'm like, you know, dicking around on my phone. But that shit was just not, so when Emmy was saying all that stuff, I was like, oh, shit, he literally did that with me in the car. That's not like some past thing that he only like, and that's not fucking okay. Like you don't get to use your fucking car as a fucking weapon. That's actually
My dad would do that shit all the time. The worst was when we were in a boat. Narcs love having control of people. Love the control of having people in a vehicle. It's just disgusting, dude. Like, the biggest red flag in a person is how they drive. Because, like, I think there's a healthy amount of road rage. I don't experience road rage, thankfully. I think I just haven't been driving long enough to experience it. But I've definitely seen people that it's like, someone will cut them and they'll be like, this guy sucks. You know, it's people like this that are ruining the world. Unbelievable. And it's like, you're way too annoyed about literally nothing. But they don't change their driving habits. It's not like they start acting like a crazy person on the road. It's like the second you start acting like a crazy person on the road because you feel slighted or because you're annoyed or something, it's like massive red flag. Insane red flag. Bitching is fine. Raging is worrying. Yeah. Listen, as far as I'm concerned, if I'm a passenger, I'm not going to backseat someone driving, okay? Like, you want to get mad at everything? Go ahead, get mad. I really don't. These fucking pedestrians, these goddamn fucking bicyclists. I fucking hate Chevys. You know what? That's totally okay. I don't care. Bitch as much as you want. You're the one driving. Once you start driving like a psychopath with people in your vehicle, I don't like you or trust you at all. Is it a thick line between venting and madness? Yeah. Okay, but the bicyclist slander is the most valid thing ever. They ride like nothing else exists. I like how there's only 2 responses to shitting on bicyclists. It's like half the people in chat get mad because they're like, bicyclists don't deserve this. And then the other half are like, I fucking hate bicyclists. All right. Oh, I did see this as well.
Crazy that to address something, you gotta say that she's worried about drama. That's what she like, bro. That's fucked.
What did she say? I just got here. What did she say?
I don't know the whole thing, but it says the title says Emma was accused of assault, ABSE. I don't know what that is.
Abuse.
Oh, abuse, blackmail, and more. But you know what's fucked up though? Like if she tried to say something and she's worried about drama, bro. That's how I know like her head, like bro, something that's fucked. Man.
Try to victim blame and shit. And that's not the first time I heard shit about him either.
Yeah.
That's
feel
definitely
bad
not the
for her.
first
That
time.
shit's and the shit she just went and the shit she just went through.
Too much shit, bro.
Yeah, bro. I hope she's good, bro. She looks short. I would be too.
God.
I like how literally in this clip they're talking about how it's fucked up that her talking about her sexual abuse and the only reason she's talking about this is because of her concern that other women will get harmed. And these people have the ability to recognize that this isn't Twitch drama, that it's not drama. You're not canceled. This is a crime. But there are still chatters that don't understand this concept. Like, these dudes who are like, they are not particularly known for their intellect. They are not masters of dialectics, okay? And they're capable of recognizing it's not drama. Someone's accusing someone else of engaging in sexual abuse, domestic violence, and is only taking it seriously and bringing it up because they want to prevent harm. And then there are people here that are like, is this a Twitch drama reaction stream? Fairly new to the stream. It feels like every time I visit lately, that's all it is. I'm sorry that I care about sexual abuse. I'm sorry that I care about domestic violence. I'm sorry that I care about ousting predators for being the pieces of shit that they are. Yeah, domestic abuse is not drama, dude. All right. It's like trying to make this space better and trying to remove predators from this environment and trying to cultivate a better space is not fucking drama. Drama is like, drama is one of the things that I try not to engage in. So like drama is like people having interpersonal relationship fights or whatever. Like one thing I didn't cover at all was the stuff between NMP and Milena. And I know that there were a lot of people farming that shit. And it was like, dude, this is not my business. Like, this is literally not my business. This is a civil dispute between two parties that are no longer together. I don't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole. I want them to sort their shit out. I hope both of them find an amicable resolution. It doesn't mean that either of them have to be bad people. Some people just break up. That seems totally valid for me. That seems fair to me. Or like people will talk about like some cheating scandal or something. It's like, that's not my fucking business, dude. It's literally not my business. I don't want to farm that. I don't want to talk about that. It's not my it's like literally it's not my business. Title is bait though. How is it bait? As far as we know, there were no crimes, no one's business. Exactly. I think people don't know the difference between a potentially sensationalized title and a bait title. All right. Huh? Was it essay or mental? Title is bait, though. You just accused a guy of essay. I don't like Miskiff, but I DK what he did. He is a scumbag, but did he actually do an R word? So what you're telling me is you didn't look into this at all, but you're telling me that I'm baiting people because you refuse to do any research at all, which means I have to be baiting people. It can't possibly be that I, yesterday and the day before, well, I guess just yesterday, reported on Kyuko saying that he assaulted and I would say raped her. But obviously, she can use the words that she feels most comfortable talking about. In my opinion, if someone is so inebriated they can't fucking walk or talk, and you engage sexually, that's rape. But I don't want to tell victims what words to use, and if a victim would prefer to use certain words over other words, and that's how they can feel comfortable talking about their story, then that's fine with me. I don't want to step on the toes of actual victims. And Emaru also said that she was sexually assaulted by him. So it's not my fault that you don't have the fucking energy to go look into any of this shit. So my title has to be bait. How am I supposed to know the intimate details? Well, how about this? Don't come in and say people are using bait titles if you're too lazy to go do the research. Do you think of that for a second? Did you think of that? Did she say that? Because I watched clips and I thought that would be the headline. It's literally the headline of multiple clips. You don't even have to watch full VODs, you goddamn buffoon. It is literally the... Emaru talks about Mizkif's sexual assault blackmail. Like you can't read 6 words. That's too much effort for you. I thought it would be a headline. It literally is a headline. The problem is not knowing stuff. That's not the problem. You can not know stuff. It's confidently speaking on things that you haven't bothered to do 2 seconds of research in. Or 2 seconds of research on. Anyways. Look at how stupid this fucking guy is. That's an XQC clip. And what is he watching, you fucking shit for brains? Emaru's VOD, you moron. Oh my god. You think everybody is scanning XQC clips for bait to farm? Just you, lady. Bro, it's on LSF. It's all over Twitter. It's not my fault. You're an idiot. Sorry, bro. That's on you, man. That's on you. All right. You guys can play with your food. Counterpoint. Nuh-uh. Sorry, I love this world. So arrest him. Stop streaming. You're so right, King. I should end my stream, get on a plane to Texas with some handcuffs, and personally arrest Mizkif. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Detective Denim's on the case. Like I'm a fucking bounty hunter, bro. Oh my god. Lord almighty. Stop right there, criminal scum. No, not this chatter. This is mean. One person said, where is it? Wait, no, it was so good. You go arrest him, dude. You sound like you got the smarts to be the next dog, the bounty hunter. He sounds like he's about as intelligent as the average cop, so you might be onto something. Oh. Emmer with her pile of deadly pink projectiles. Yeah, perfect victim, no real drama in the past to speak of, no history of lying, still scrutinized beyond belief by losers. It's just like so sad. It's like so... It's so insane to me. Okay. Sorry if you're going to get to it. Have you talked about Cutie at all? I was about to start talking about it now. So I've been catching up on this myself recently. And I thought it would be worthwhile to have a good conversation about this. Because I've seen a lot of people everywhere having... I don't want to call them unproductive conversations because that's not accurate and that's diminishing to the people that genuinely are trying to have productive conversations. But I do want to talk about this a little bit. So this was on what feels like all over my timeline for the past, like, again, 48 hours. I'm trying to find it. Oh my god, where is it? I had it saved. Isn't it a case of he said, she said? So far in this case, no evidence has been produced to corroborate anything. The problem is, this is the same argument that people use with Tectone, but the problem is Tectone literally got on air and said that the police were investigating him. So Tectone fans are so fucking... Not you, Chatter. I'm just explaining this concept. Tectone fans are so stupid, they're like, there's literally no police report. It's like, dog, your man's is on record, on stream, in 4K, saying he's being investigated by the police. If you want to go and dispel this narrative of like a he said, she said, literally go watch Mizkif's VOD. He admits the situation that Emaru describes of her being assaulted. He says that happened. He just says, it's just, I didn't perceive it that way when it happened. Yes, everything she said did happen, but it wasn't sexual assault. And then he says, well, yes, I did throw things at her, but I was throwing them like at the bed and they happened to be hitting her. And then there's literally videos of him throwing shit at Maya's fucking face on stream in arguments. So he's like, I never throw things at people in arguments. It's like, there's literally clips of you doing this. So he either personally admitted everything but said, no, it's different. Yeah, this isn't a she said, he said situation. This is a she said and then he agreed because he thought it would exonerate him for some bizarre reason. What's the difference between her saying it happened to her and the Israeli woman saying Hamas R-worded them and then you said it didn't happen? I'm confused. See, the problem is that you fell for propaganda because you're a fucking idiot and also this weird lolly freak. Average, by the way. Average profile picture for someone who types some shit like this. Because if you actually watch my stream and if you actually watch my response, I say that I believe that rape happened and I believe that sexual assault happened on October 7th. So you're such a fucking idiot that you literally fall for propaganda that isn't true. And I know this might be a difficult concept for you because you don't really seem like the type of person that would understand what consent looks like. But there is a massive difference between someone else weaponizing someone else's sexual assault or rape story and someone talking about their personal experience. I will always believe victims who talk about their personal experience. The videos that your boy, Pedo Troll, you guys probably have a lot in common, showed that he said were proof of women doing X, Y, and Z and admitting to X, Y, and Z don't even happen in the video that he showed. In the video he showed. Because he was too lazy to watch the fucking full documentary, so he had to find clips afterward, after releasing his fucking Hassan content nuke, to build his case. I know, it's hard to believe. Hard to believe that you would ever be tricked and fooled on the internet. She literally said what happened to her in the video you watched. How are you this stupid? She said she watched someone else tell her something that happened. Did you watch the video? Because it sounds like for a guy who's trying to defend women, it doesn't sound like you like listening to them. That's weird, right? Isn't that weird? Sure is bizarre. Anyways. All right, I think that covers everything that I wanted to do with that. Yeah, defending a woman's essay only so we can use it as a weapon to attack another woman is crazy. I mean, it's the same thing as like Asmongold attacking Hassan for the dog collar thing. Meanwhile, he literally said he doesn't give a shit about dogs and he doesn't care if they get like experimented on. It's like, dude, you're only pretending to care about this issue because you want to use it as a way to attack someone that you don't like. You literally don't even care. That's crazy. He also had a dead rat alarm clock. Bro, stop. Okay, all right, enough about this. I know this isn't important. Where'd you get your sweater? I just get all my clothes basically thrifting, to be honest with you. Every time I try and get stuff from some company, it's like, this company has worker abuse rights. Or sorry, worker abuse history. And it's like, oh, okay, well, I guess I just won't buy from them anymore. This company too. Oh, okay, I guess I won't buy from them anymore. This one too. Oh, okay, I guess I won't buy from this one anymore. Oh, okay. All right. Make your own clothes. Yeah. Just fabric manufacturer. It's like, fuck, dude. Sorry, this chat message is like making me a little feral. Not trying to play devil's advocate here, but Ms. also said she sped in her Corvette, was killing off her rabbits, and was hitting him. We can't say for certain until a ruling's been made on the case. Dude, just say you want to watch Mizkif and move on. You don't have to do this shit. If you watched his video, you know he literally admitted to everything that she said, and instead of trying to respond to it in a way that would absolve him, he just was like, she abused your animals, and then showed a cage with no rabbits in it, by the way, so we don't even know if that's her cage. And then said, well, these animals were getting abused, so my brother took a video, and now I'm showing it to you. Just say that you want to watch fucking Mizkif. Don't do this. It's cringe. It's really fucking cringe. And if you think that there is no distinction between speeding, first of all, which no one else has corroborated. Multiple people have corroborated that Mizkif speeds. No one has corroborated that Amaru does. Just for starters here really quickly. 2, if you don't think there's a difference between going 5 miles an hour higher or faster than you're supposed to on like a freeway, that as if no one here has ever sped a little bit more on a freeway. No one ever here has been like driving at night and there's like, it's like there's literally no one else there. That you can't just say, well, she was speeding and then provide no additional context. And compare that to someone saying and threatening to kill you as they're going 100 miles an hour or 150 miles an hour. Do you notice how he has to make these false equivalencies all the time to pretend like she does what he does, but then he doesn't actually give the same context of what's happening? So he says, well, yeah, maybe I was going 150 miles an hour and threatening to kill us both, but, you know, sometimes she speeds. Isn't it interesting how he doesn't detail any more than that? He doesn't detail whether, how much she's speeding by, why she was speeding, what she said when she was speeding. He's like, well, she was really mad and she was speeding. It's like, I don't know, man. I'm going to go with the person who has had multiple people corroborate their story over the other person. All right. You're doing the same thing as Han doing. Noise gate, long silence, no background music. I have to take my phone out of pocket, check the Twitch app, stop the stream. Sorry. I'm just getting a little stun locked. Sorry, my bad. I apologize. All right. I think that's it. I think we're good. Chat, I think we've purged some of the shitters in chat. I think so. All right. Hard to fault Miz for acting out when the entire world is victimizing him constantly. What a crazy self-report, just for starters, really quickly, because, like, I don't know how to tell you this. There's no amount of people being mean to me that's going to make me start, like, physically abusing my partner. Just like really quickly. I do got to say that. I have to say that really quickly. Get that out of the way. If you're not that person, that's crazy, but, like, you do you, man. That's an insane thing to say, but, like, okay. And here's the thing. There's a difference between everyone. I think you didn't mean to say victimizing, by the way. I think you meant to say, like, antagonizing. There's a difference between you being a massive piece of shit, an asshole to literally everyone around you, so no one likes you, and people being mean to you for no reason. If you're a massive piece of shit to every single person you meet, so people shit on you because of that, that's just you having consequences for your actions. Oh, that was a joke. Sorry. Okay, I was like, your other chat messages are based. What the fuck? But I guess like maybe I'm bringing out the shitters in some people. Okay, they said they were just joking. It's a joke about him saying literally everyone else at the world is fault. Okay, sorry. I need a tone indicator. Friendly fire. I apologize. Sorry. All right. Okay. Now, shall we move on? Shall we move on to this other conversation? All right. I've seen this on my timeline. Holy 7 million views. Jesus Christ. Me and everyone else, I guess, has seen them. I'll let the clip speak for itself. I don't want to prime anyone for people who haven't seen it. So let's just watch.
It's not comfortable. This is my perfect example. It's like, okay, I collab with Lacey. Lacey makes some homophobic jokes sometimes that I am not comfortable with the homophobic jokes Lacey has made. Lacey knows that he can't make those jokes around me. That does not mean that I am homophobic. Believe it or not, everybody.
Yes.
Like, you are not who you associate with. Like, shut the fuck up. You're like, you don't build bridges by burning them. That's not how it works.
Why is one of them 4 pixels? Bro, great question. I don't know why. They must have like censored themselves beforehand. They were like, I can just tell this clip is not going to go well. It's not going to go over well on Twitter. Blurs myself. Okay, so let's watch it again. Let's just watch it again one more time. I'm sorry to make us all watch it again, but I just want to be 100% sure when I'm talking about what I'm talking about.
It's not comfortable.
This is my perfect example. It's like, okay, I collab with Lacey. Lacey makes some homophobic jokes sometimes that I am not comfortable with the homophobic jokes Lacey has made. Lacey knows that he can't make those jokes around me. That does not mean that I am homophobic. Believe it or not, everybody.
Yes.
Like, you are not who you associate with. Like, shut the fuck up. You're like, you don't build bridges by burning them. That's not how it works. Like,
okay. I'm trying to decide if I want to say my piece right now and then keep going and show some more stuff, or if I want to watch a different clip with you guys. Because I think a big part of why this is rubbing people the wrong way is the way that it's said. And this is like the most important thing, especially like if you come from a position of privilege. So, for example, being wealthy, being white, being straight, being cis. I think you should be a lot more cautious with how you speak on issues that don't directly impact you, because it's very easy to come off as being like entitled or come off like you're talking down to other people. And I think it's a lot harder for people to view you as an ally when it feels like you're telling them like, hey, to the gays in my audience, I am not homophobic, you fucking idiots, which is not what she said, to be clear, but that's the vibe that people got. So I want to show this other clip from Valkyrie, which kind of explains what I'm talking about a little bit better.
I did tell her, I was like, cutie, I do think your tone doesn't help because you inherently sound really angry all the time. You sound really, and she knows. I was like, you're very blunt. I think it's.
How did you get this from what I said? Wait, so it's because she smiles? No, it's the opposite. It's because Cutie is like, she kind of always has like resting bitch face, which I'm jealous of. I wish I had resting bitch face. But that in combination with like really monotone and being blunt means that certain sentences come off incredibly aggressive. And especially when you're coming from a position, again, of privilege, talking to people who don't have as much privilege, it's very easy for that to put a bad taste in people's mouth. To the person who said being cis is a privilege, yes, absolutely. Are you kidding me? 100%. The fact that you don't have to worry about whether or not your healthcare will cover your gender affirming care. The fact that you don't have to worry about getting fired from your work or being mistreated from your work or being sexually assaulted or being harassed because you are not being perceived as trans? Absolutely. There are literally there was that story of that woman who worked at Walmart who got fired, and she's a cis woman, by the way, who got fired for being too tall and manly looking because she went to the women's bathroom. We've had how many interviews now, or like how many like behind the scenes like conversations with employers that say that they don't want to hire gender nonconforming people because they don't want to deal with the PR nightmare, quote unquote, because they can't get people to just use the right pronouns. Like the idea that you don't have privilege if you're cis is nonsensical. You absolutely have cis This again goes back to the conversation about like privilege is the stuff that you don't see. You don't see how being trans can negatively impact your life, because of bigotry. So you don't see how your life could be more difficult. That's where the privilege is. This is just a privilege that you don't have to worry about.
It's your tone, your blunt.
Sorry, let me start.
I did tell her, I was like, cutie, I do think your tone doesn't help because you inherently sound really angry all the time. You sound really, and she knows. I was like, you're very blunt. I think it's your tone, you're blunt, and it just comes off poorly, especially,
and this part.
I was like, you're also the whitest woman I know. And it also is just, you being so white. It doesn't help. It doesn't help. But I know her. I know her heart. It's just because she wants to help. But I feel like there's ways we can do it better. I did tell her. I was like, cutie.
Like she really is the whitest woman you know. Like she really says, can I come over and look at you? Can I come over and look at you like this? Capital W white. And I don't think she would disagree. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think Cutie would disagree that she is capital W white. And I think like again, it's the very last part, like this part where it's like it feels like she's talking down to the queer people in her audience, or the queer people who watch her, or the queer people who saw this clip, where like she's telling them what homophobia looks like.
Can't make those jokes around me. That does not mean that I am homophobic, believe it or not, everybody.
Right? And it's like, I think that tone comes off a little condescending, especially for queer people who have been told so many times before, I'm not homophobic, I just hate this. I'm not homophobic, I just would hate if my kid was. And that's not what she's saying, but the vibe is the same. You know what I mean? So I want to talk about that really quickly, that presentation matters a lot, that you can be sending the same message, but if you present it differently and you give different presentation, it will be perceived differently. And I think for a lot of people, they hated the presentation of this. And it's similar, I would say, to like Pokimane talking about like being rich and her saying, well, no, like, yeah, I'm rich, but I'm not like rich. And a lot of people who obviously don't have wealth in their life got really pissed off at that, because it's like, what do you mean you're not fucking rich? And it's like, well, her packaging of that statement was wrong. In that instance, what Pokey was trying to say was, I am not wealthy enough that I can enact legislative change. I'm not wealthy enough that I can lobby all of Congress to do whatever the fuck I want. Like, I don't have that type of wealth. The type of wealth that Bezos has, the type of wealth that Elon has, the type of wealth that Zuckerberg has, that they can just enact as much change as they want and worsen everyone's life. She knows that she has more money than most people will ever see in their lifetime, in their generation's lifetime. And somehow still, there are people with so much more money that she, relative to those people, can't make the world better or worse. She can't make the world worse by lobbying Congress, not better. That's the comment that she was making. And it was within, and it's like, here's the other thing. It's like, that was within the context of like how American civilization is so fucked because mega billionaires can just control all of our politics. It wasn't just her being like, I'm not rich. I'm not rich. It was like, yeah, America's so fucked because like these fucking billionaire pieces of shit just want to make the world worse for literally everybody else. And there's nothing we can fucking do about it other than like, there's not nothing we can do, but we don't have the same power that they do because they can single-handedly just make insurance companies a total shit show for the rest of us. So like, but people only see that clip. People only see that like 30 seconds or whatever. And they're like, fuck this bitch Pokey. She's just talking about how she's not rich, blah, blah, blah. When meanwhile, there's a lot of other context in that clip, right? So then there's this. And I think I want to start with what I think is one of the important factors, which is I think that the vibe of the clip is wrong. The vibe of the clip is like, I'm going to tell you as a straight woman what is and what is not homophobia. And it's like, girl, girl, girl. I don't think that the intentions were wrong. And I think, and I'm going to give the good faith interpretation. I'm going to give the bad faith interpretation. And then I'm going to give my opinion. And my opinion aligns pretty closely with the stuff that I saw, a lot of the stuff that I saw in Casey Tron's tweet. But her position is if you don't engage at all with entire sects of the internet or entire groups of the internet, it doesn't mean that these people are magically going to become become less homophobic and less bigoted. That's not what's going to happen, right? The hope is that if I hold their feet to the fire and show them, no, you can't make these jokes around me and you shouldn't be making these jokes at all, but I will not tolerate it in my vicinity. The hope is that that shaming might force people into being better overall, right? Like, I think that that's the intention behind what she's saying. Those are not the words that she said. Those are not the words that she said. But I want to believe that that was the intention of what she was trying to say. It wasn't, yeah, you can be racist, but just like, don't tell me. You can be homophobic, but just don't tell me. It was, the hope is that I can rehabilitate you or that I can at least show you this is not okay around me. And the reality is, it's like, I don't know. I know a couple people had this sort of experience with like the R word, like the R slur, like a decade ago, where a lot of people who they feel really neutrally about the word, decided to stop saying it because one person in their life was negatively being impacted, right? Because one person around them said, I really don't like that word. Can you not use that word around me? And then when you start like moderating your speech in front of one person, it starts becoming a habit that you push into other aspects of your life. Because it's very hard to just like have these friends that you act this way with and you make sure to never slip up in these ways. And then it never leaks over into anything else in your life, right? That the hope is, and the goal is, and in some cases, it is the case that if you can force someone or push someone in the right direction in one aspect of their life, or when they hang out with you, it'll leak over into other aspects of their life and with other friendships in their life. Right? Now, this is why I go back to saying, this is not what she said, though. I don't like what she said. What she said was, saying you aren't who you hang out with is the most incorrect thing. You absolutely are. If you hang around bullies, you're a bystander, just as bad. I think that that's a little far, but I agree with this, not sentiment, but I understand why people are frustrated with the sentiment, if that makes sense. Because, like, girl, what do you mean you're not who you hang out with? You absolutely are who you hang out with, right? Now, it doesn't mean that you endorse every single position that they hold. And this goes back to what she said versus what I want to believe she meant. Right? Now, if you hang out with people who are not homophobic, but they make homophobic jokes, and you tell them this is not acceptable, I will not allow you to do this shit. Do not do this shit in front of me, and I'm not fucking joking. I'm serious. You should take this shit seriously, bro. Like, I don't know why you don't take it seriously. It's not funny. and that's the conversation you have with that person, that's a very different conversation from, well, just because I hang out with someone who makes homophobic jokes all the time doesn't mean I'm homophobic, which I think is what people got from the clip. I think people saw that and they were like, what the hell? In my opinion, I think like this clip is just, it's like unfortunate because I think she just chooses the wording in the worst way possible in like 3 different situations. When in reality, it's like if you're telling someone and you're telling them, you can't do this, I am telling you, you can't act this way. You're having the conversation, which is different than not having the conversation. If you hang out with someone and you never have that conversation, then you are who you hang out with. Absolutely. If you hang out with someone who makes racist jokes all the time or makes homophobic jokes all the time and you never tell them anything and you're like, well, I'm not that person. No, like that's just, no, wait, you are. But if you tell them, no, I'm serious, like this is important to me, you're trying to have this conversation. I also don't think she should be getting more hate than the actual people being homophobic. Twitch allows this on their platform. Twitch doesn't get close enough to hate. So then this is like, and then this is like the kind of the natural conclusion that I think this conversation has to reach, which is there's this problem. Oh man, it's so hard to talk about these issues in a way that validates everyone's feelings. And because they are valid, but it's an unfortunate reality where like the people engaging in the bad behavior get way more flack than the people trying, or at least saying they're trying to make the place better. So like, I don't see anything ever about like, I don't watch any of the Phase Boys, so I didn't even know that Lacey made homophobic jokes. Genuinely, I don't go to any of these parties. I don't fucking know these people. I don't talk to them. I don't watch their streams. So I don't know anything about it. I genuinely didn't know this. But why is it that I've never seen like, I feel like I've seen so much more talking about someone who's saying, I'm telling this person they have to act accordingly around me because I don't tolerate it. And I've seen people get more upset at this than anyone getting upset at like Lacey. It's like, I think that there is this desire to keep, I think that there is a very pure and like noble goal to keep these spaces clear and free of like fake activists and fake progressives to the point where we punish rather than educate people who at least are saying they're trying. No, it's not fake outrage. Absolutely not. It is not fake outrage. I don't want anyone to think that I'm saying that it's fake outrage. I think the outrage is genuine, and I think people are genuinely hurt by this because everyone's known someone who says, well, they just can't do it around me, right? But the crazy thing is like the amount of hate that I've seen Cutie get is like 10 billion times higher than the hate that I've seen Lacey get for doing the homophobic shit. Which is like, wait, what the fuck? Wait, listen, I'm down to criticize both people because I don't think Cutie is free of criticism. I don't even think that she thinks she's free of criticism. I know she's acted in ways because she's been dealing with harassment right now. And it's like, I don't want to get into 10 different meta conversations about how to deal with harassment, but you guys get the point that I'm making. But we're giving so much smoke to one person who is, in my opinion, acting, they didn't say the words that needed to be said in the way that they needed to be said, but they're not focusing on like criticizing, for example, Twitch for allowing it or criticizing Lacey like in this at the same level, at the same heat. So I would be tempted to agree with you on this position that like I feel like it's because people expect more of her because she presents herself as woke or progressive. But the problem is like I've seen the same people that say she's not the right person to educate people like Lacey. She's not progressive enough to even do the educating. And I'm like, wait, so which is it? Is it that like she's woke enough that you expect her to have the right positions on all these things and be able to talk about them in a responsible and effective way and hold herself to this standard? Or that she can't do these things because she's not effective enough and she's not woke enough? It's like, is she just so perfectly positioned on this narrow line? Like, this is kind of goes back to so many conversations that we've had about leftist discourse in the space, which is, I really, really, really want to have effective conversations where we push people in the right direction and we don't punish people for them going in the right direction, right? Like, obviously, again, once someone is proven over and over and over and over and over again that they're not going to learn, yeah, at that point, I don't really give a shit, right? I don't know that Cutie has proven that she doesn't care about her audiences. I don't feel like Cutie has proven that she doesn't give a shit about any criticisms or trying to make the space a little bit better. Like, I feel like she has tried to present herself and has tried to affect change that makes the space better. And so, well, how, where, how? There was she got a lot of flack for not having a category for, creating a space for, non-male streamers in the Streamer Awards category. And she put in a category specifically for gender non-conforming creators that are not a majority on the platform. It's like, this is a very like delicate balance, and this is like a very thin line that I feel like everyone on the left has to toe carefully for like the best outcomes, which is like, if on the one hand, you don't want to allow everyone to join the left and call themselves progressives when they overlook bad behavior, right? Because then at that point, you just end up with, like, you know, the Nazi bar. And on the other side of that narrow line that you have to toe, you don't want to have the left be so purity maxing and so punishing that nobody wants to call themselves a progressive, because nobody wants to be held to that standard, because it's an obscenely high standard, right? That you have to act perfectly every single time and respond perfectly to criticism every single time. Because I don't think that like, being upset at what she said, I don't think is purity testing. I think you're allowed to be upset about what she said. I think it's how we respond to this and what we ask of someone when they engage in this behavior. Because I think it's important to moderate the space that is leftism and to moderate the space that is progressivism. And I think her words were really hurtful to people in the queer community, saying like, girly pop, this is not homophobia. I think sits badly in a lot of people's mouths. But I would much rather like educate and inform and improve rather than tear down. Does that explain what I'm trying to say? Because you know what I think would be the dopest thing? People saying, okay, so wait, so you're doing all of this to educate Lacey. Okay, bring him on stream. Bring him on stream and talk to him about it. Listen, you say that that's why you're doing it? Have a conversation with him on stream. But I've not seen anyone say that. I've just seen people say, like, disappointed in Cutie, fuck you, Cutie. It's like, whoa, wait, can we give her a chance? Can we just give her a chance to, like, use her platform for good like she's saying she's going to? Why not just not associate? Wouldn't it be better to make creators that already exist on this platform more progressive instead of just letting them stew in their fucking bigotry and let their audiences grow larger and larger and larger? What? Isn't it better to do that? Let them fester. Yeah, that's the. It sure worked for Asman. Who the fuck tried with Asman? Who associated and tried to work on Asman? He doesn't leave his house. He's an asocial freak. Like when the phase boys actually like hanging out with other people and talking to other people. And going outside and being invited to things and whatever. Oh, Hassan kind of tried? Oh, sure. What? Like having the conversation about Palestine instead of just shitting on him? Would you guys have preferred? Do you think it would have been a better outcome to just shit on him for Palestine and not have the conversation? Also, like, I don't know. I think it's I think people who are like asocial freaks who don't leave their house, who don't care about other people's opinions of them, who live with fucking rat alarm clocks and don't have the shame, the social shame to not talk about it, are very different than people who host parties and events and invite people and want to socialize and want to be part of community and want to be part of something larger than that. Like, I think that we can't, like, it's hard to compare these two groups of people. One of these doesn't care at all about not having any friends or family in their life, and the other one does. The other problem, too, is that I'm kind of like, I refuse to exist in, like, the doomer pill reality. And I think you have to always try. I think you have to always try. And if it fails, then you give up. Like, I think it was the right decision for Hassan to try and fix Asmongold. And it failed, so that's it. No one can associate with him. That's fair. That's valid. I think Cutie can try and rehabilitate and, like, push, like, people like Lacey away from making so many homophobic jokes. If it fails, it fails, but, like, I think she should try. I see some people saying she's not trying, though, but then I saw other people saying she has tried.
Wait, PR stands for public relations?
Yes.
What?
So, yeah, that's a good start. So this is how the public sees you.
No way.
Really? Why are you so nervous?
Did you put the good public relations ones in here?
No, because it seems like bad. Like, okay, so imagine this. You have a pie. Like, your favorite pie in the whole wide world, okay?
Apple pie. Okay.
Apple pie. And there's, unfortunately, there's some dog in it.
Oh.
Do you still eat the apple pie?
I would cut around the dog and eat the good parts.
I would just throw it.
No, I wouldn't. I'd throw the whole apple pie out, actually.
Yeah.
Right.
This is the person we're talking about making homophobic jokes. Bro's first response was, I would cut around the dog poop. I think the problem is, too, it's like, I make a very big distinction between evil and stupid, and I'm sorry if this is rude to Lacey. He's dumb as rocks. He is. You can't cure stupidity? What the? Oh, you can. You can cure. I was like, I thought you said you can't. I was like, yes, you can. What do you mean? I don't know. I'd have to watch all of this to see what this conversation looks like. This like a full hour. Wait. I'm like skimming through to see the section, sorry. Let's see this.
Just smile, wag your tail, and give me 10 subs. That's all you guys gotta do. That's all you guys gotta do. And if you don't give me subs during this treasure train, I'm gonna ban you from the chat.
Wow.
That's...
Okay. All right.
Damn.
So, to make your chat more approachable, because this is why it's important, you guys. If my chat is a safe space, if Valkyrie's chat is a safe space. If Pokemon's chat's a safe space, if why would they want to go on your stream when this is where your chat reacts?
Makes
Because
sense.
they like him
See?
for him, though.
You know, it makes sense. I see what she's saying. I see what she's saying.
Because if I'm hanging out with you, that means I condone everything you do. Is how it's seen in the public, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we can think different, and I can still think you're a good person.
Yeah, 100%.
And it, you know. Yeah, but we've got to think of it for the sake of collabing. All right, listen.
Yeah.
I'm clearly here, viewers. I'm collabing with Lacey because I'm okay with Lacey.
Because you approve of the things I stand for.
I don't approve of everything you stand for.
Not everything. Okay.
I but I
Some
think
of the stuff I stand
I think
for.
he's a good person.
Hold on,
I do.
cutie. One second.
Uh-huh.
Hey guys, we have 3 minutes left on the treasure train, and none of you fucking broke bitches are gifting me subs. How about you give some fucking subs? Open your pockets, tightwads.
Yeah. So it's just like, you know, we do different things, you know? And that's okay. It's okay we do different things, but we have to just make it a safe space.
Adam, thanks for the 5 gifted, man. I appreciate the 5 gifted.
Uh-huh. Okay, I have an idea. Solution. Idea number 1. Kiss
Oh my
your
God.
homies.
Oh. Monkey! With the 10 gifted in the chat, Monkey. Thank you, bruh.
I need you guys to either put your money where your mouth is, start kissing your homies. Oh, that was a lot. See, that guy loves kissing homies.
D-Sum with the 50 gifted!
Can't watch this shit. I'm sorry. I can't watch this. I have to like watch it on my own time and find timestamps for you guys. This is what I mean when I say like let's watch like 2 more seconds, okay?
You could go to Drag to Brunch with Austin show.
What's that?
I think you'd love it.
What is it?
It's at the Abbey, which is one of the best drag shows in West Hollywood. And they do brunch, and you give money, and they dance, and they sing.
Who dances? Girls?
Drag queens.
What is that?
That is men dressed as women.
Yeah, we're going to pass on that one.
Okay?
I think I'm busy that day.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just, in all respect to them,
Uh-huh.
it's just not, I personally...
Can we move on so I don't say something mean?
No, just...
I don't want to slip up and say something.
Then just keep your mouth shut.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I respect people, everybody, no matter what. But personally, it's just not my type of cup of tea. It's not my type of event.
I did not go there 2 days ago.
It's not my type of event.
What do you mean I didn't
keep
go?
your mouth
That's
shut.
fine. It's not your type of event. That's okay.
I did actually go there. Oh my god, we did actually go there.
Or
what the fuck?
I had a great idea.
Oh, I got a fatty.
Where you two do a sexy car wash.
Okay.
And all the money goes to Trevor Project.
Trevor Project, what's that?
That's awesome. It is a hotline that, you know how like if you're feeling suicidal, you can call a hotline?
Okay, yeah.
It's a hotline specifically for suicidal LGBTQ plus people that have no one to talk to.
Okay.
So it's a really great. It's started because this boy in high school got bullied for being gay and killed himself. Damn. And so it's a really
Rest
good.
in peace.
It's a really good charity. And
Okay.
so just some options. Okay, you don't have to do all of any of them. But I'm just trying to help you. You can do none of them.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
You could do none of them.
Could.
But I'm just trying to help your chat be more of a safe space for everybody.
Yeah, I think everybody in the chat should donate too, and subs.
To you.
To me.
Right.
Everybody in the
Okay.
chat should give me 10 subs right now. Donate.
Okay. All right. At the end of the day, no matter what we think, because we all think different, and
Exactly.
that's okay.
That's okay.
Nobody's hurting anybody.
No. That's one thing I will always say.
Exactly.
No matter what you believe in, no matter anything, nobody deserves to die.
Exactly.
I agree.
Good answer. Good
Yep.
answer. Okay. All right. Unfortunately, I do think
it's over.
We've made no progress on that specifically, but that's okay. We tried. Okay. All right. I have a quiz.
Sorry, you guys.
Yep. It's gone.
Hey guys, the treasure train's about to run out. Can we maybe?
Okay, I'm changing my opinion slightly. There are funnels, chat. All right, there are funnels. Here's where we're going with this now. Those are not savable. Those people are too stupid. The problem is that my concern is that there are. If you purity test so hard, what happens is dumb fucks like Lacey don't actually become more progressive because no progressive people ever want to interact with them. So they just continue being total pieces of shit or like whatever morons to an increasingly more right-wing audience, right? I want to prevent that. That is my goal. My goal is to make it so that they have any progressive people in their life that maybe shame them just a little bit, so they don't become complete, total fucking right-wingers. That's what I want. The truth is come out. I don't want the people with some of the largest audiences on Twitch to be so radioactive that no progressive person ever interacts with them, so they just become more and more and more annoying. Cutie's not platforming them. They have like 10 times the audience that she does. I can save him. You can't save him. You can save his audience, though. Because the problem is, when people like Lacey, who have no interaction with progressive people and have no interaction with queer people, no interaction with any groups of minorities, right? It's not that they become more right-wing. It's that they have so few voices around them explaining to them why their actions hurt other people because they become so radioactive no one can touch them, to the point where their stream just gets worse and worse and worse and worse for like progressing social values. Instead of potentially having even one or two voices trying to get them to have the right opinions on some things to try and push their audiences in the right direction. That like, hey, we're bringing on this person that we respect. Here's Cutie telling us that this is bad and wrong. And we trust her because she's smarter than us. Because we're fucking idiots. Hey, everyone in the audience, you shouldn't be homophobic. Being homophobic is bad. Hey, everyone in the audience, you shouldn't be this. X, Y, and Z. The problem is holding Cutie accountable here and holding everyone else accountable here just means no progressive people should ever interact with any phase people, and the phase people can get as shitty as they want to be, and we won't ever reach any of their audiences ever. If that's the world you guys think is best, if you think it's better to have no progressive voices whatsoever, talking in the ears of stupid people to reach their audiences, puppeteering these people a little bit to make their audiences care a little bit about progressive issues, or at least forcing them into saying, yeah, obviously, you know, like homophobia is bad, obviously transphobia is bad, blah, 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 blah. If that's what you guys genuinely think, I don't know. I don't know how to agree or disagree with that. I don't think that that's the best way forward. I think the best way forward is to have some people at least try and shove these people in the right direction, or at least their audiences. Forget about them. But the problem is anytime anyone tries to do it, people say, well, that person shouldn't even be associating at all. How dare they call themselves a progressive? They're associating. So then I have to say, so who's going to do it? Okay, Cutie's not allowed to do it, so who? All right, let's say Cutie is now barred. She is barred from curing the Phase Boys' community's audience from being bigoted. Who are we sending? Who do we have that we can send right now? The problem is that everybody is not going to meet that bar. Which is why I said I'm changing my stance, that it's not that you can reach these people, it's that maybe you can reach their audiences, and that's why we have like funnel systems. This looks suspicious. No, obviously not Nick Fuentes. If you don't think that there's a distinction between the fucking neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes saying that we should have a white supremacist state and Lacey, who doesn't know what the Trevor Project is, who doesn't know what a drag queen is, who doesn't know what a tariff is, if you think that there is no difference between those two people, you are fucking fried. You are actually so cooked it's over. Stop calling it a Diva Cup. Stop. That the goal is that maybe we can get some progressive viewers to see like the most baseline progressive opinions from someone like Cutie. And then maybe some of these people can get into watching slightly more progressive people because they're like, oh yeah, it's okay to be a drag queen. It's okay to be, gay. It's okay to be trans. Okay. Send maybe some of these people to a slightly more progressive person, and then slightly more progressive person, and then slightly more progressive person. Because realistically, I promise you, none of the people who watch Lacey are exactly ready to watch Hassan. Okay, I don't think they're quite at that part. I think if your primary form of entertainment is watching this guy yell about treasure trains, I don't know that you're quite there yet to watching Hassan talk about politics. Ugopnik made a video about this. Wait, Lacey is the I don't know about tariffs guy? Jason seems to be the most open to these ideas, so maybe the change can come from within. Yeah, but who do you think would also shove Jason into the right positions or like slightly more correct positions? One chatter says, I spent the first 20 years of my life as a far-right evangelical. If it wasn't for the hundreds of small experiences with good people, I wouldn't even call leftists. I wouldn't be a leftist today. Why are we trying to stop people from having those experiences? The problem that I have is like, if we tell Cutie, you can't, we hereby, as leftists, as the leftist organization, we hereby decree that you are no longer allowed to engage with any of the phase boys. Do you know how easy it would be? You know how like I could easily farm every leftist right now by saying, this is honestly disgusting behavior from Cutie and I'm disappointed in her. She should be fucking disgusted with herself. Do you know how fucking easy that would be? It would be so fucking easy. It would be so easy to do that right now. But I'm capable of recognizing, okay, what does that actually fucking accomplish? What does it accomplish to tell her she cannot interact with these people? We hereby decree it. Now, I want to be very clear. I think the majority of people talking about this just have genuine concerns about, one, the words that she said in that clip, which came off as very condescending, and it felt like she didn't give a shit about queer voices. And two, felt very dismissive, which is valid, and those are valid criticisms, and we have to be able to criticize people who brand themselves as progressive. You shouldn't be allowed to brand yourself as progressive and then never accept criticism ever. I hear Wormy in the other room. Ow. Please stop neglecting me for 2 minutes. Ow. I want to talk about this. I think I just don't like the teaching being framed as content. It's going to make it seem like a joke to the audience that needs to learn the most. Did you guys ever have like presentations at school and they had to make the presentation seem like a fun joke and be all memes and stuff so that the kids could pay attention? That's what's happening. You know when the science teacher would do fun experiments instead of making you read the textbook? That's what's happening. She is trying to create fun content that keeps people engaged. Because guess what? If you just fucking played a video of, what's a good person to describe? Like, if you just if you're like, Lacey, what we're going to do, I'm pulling out the projector and your audience is going to watch Richard Wolff. Here's Simone talking about the second sex. All right. Like, dog, no one's watching that shit. She's trying to cater to iPad babies. She has to make it memey and entertaining. But it is gross behavior. Okay, so that's my point is, if your perspective is this is gross behavior, I don't want to watch this, is disgusting, then this isn't for you. She is at a part of the funnel that you are not at. You're past that point in the funnel. I would hope you'd be past that point in the funnel if you're watching this stream. I could listen to Richard Wolff for hours, though. Listen, as someone who loves Richard Wolff, I would listen to him to fall asleep. And I really don't want anyone to take any of this as me saying that the criticisms are not valid. I don't want anyone to think this is me saying that it's all rad libs and woke scolds and wokes of the day. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think she butchered her words in that clip, and I think it came off really, really poorly and very condescending. That is not at any point what I'm saying. I think it is very important to have criticism in leftist spaces. It is very important to have. Because with no criticism, then you just might as well just fucking open the door to the Nazis, dude. We have to have criticism. Absolutely. Criticism can't come from chat, though? What? No, I totally think criticism can come from chat. I think that the problem is that sometimes people criticize without thinking of a solution or without thinking of how they want the space to be impacted in a more positive way. And that the criticisms come from, it sucks that like facts over feelings became such a thing that like people's feelings don't become valid anymore, because I wanted to say people's reaction to this is emotional, but I don't want it to, but that sounds very negative. Like it feels like I'm making fun of people, but that's not what my intention is, because how you feel about something matters. If someone says something that's insulting to you, that matters. So I'm saying like people are reacting to this in a valid emotional way because what she said is, I think, harmful, and it's, I think, demeaning to people's feelings in a way that matters, because I'm not part of that fucking fact over feelings nonsense. I don't know how to say that without making it sound negative. What was I going to say? Wait, there's another point. Oh, without thinking of what they want. So like, I think if you criticize someone, this is my 2 cents. This is my opinion. There should be a goal in mind, right? It should be, hey, I don't like that you're doing this, and I don't like the words that you chose here, and I don't like what you said here, and I don't like the sentiment. What I want is X, Y, and Z, and this is how I want you to do it. Like, I think proper criticism is constructive and tries to enact positive change for the left, for progressive values. What's the funnel leading to? Can no one answer me this? If the answer is the Democratic Party, we are fucked. I don't know how you took that when I literally said the goal is none of the people that are currently watching Lacey streams are ready to watch someone like Hassan's stream. The goal is that maybe you can get them to be more progressive and more progressive and more progressive to the point where they can actually sit down and watch Hassan over Asmongold for election coverage. The goal is to funnel people towards the left and towards progressive values and towards socialist values. And you're not going to do that if we're too afraid to engage with them completely and entirely. But guess what? Maybe a lot of people that are like, you know what, actually, I see Asmongold sitting at like 100,000 viewers for this election cycle, and I see Hassan sitting. Hassan is like friends with Cutie. Cutie's friends with Lazy. You know what? Sure, I'll watch this. And maybe they'll get like a smidge. Maybe they'll get like a little taste. Maybe they'll get like a little bit of exposure to progressive values over like fucking Mold Man. If you start someone off watching fucking Bad and Banana videos, that person is going to be scarred for life, dog. To be clear, I'm at the point where like I think she should apologize for like the way that this clip sounds, because it sounds like she's diminishing and not almost like she doesn't care about queer voices. And I think that maybe they can, honestly, I think she can use this momentum to do like a stream, like a big fundraising stream with the Phase Boys. It's about taking something and then like getting something valuable out of it. More content, LOL. You know, this is the same exact criticism people have about Hassan when he covers literally any major news. Like, this is literally this. I get this criticism. People on the left get this criticism day in and day out while we're doing fundraisers. And you're like, you're just using this for content. It's like, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm using it to like fundraise for the thing that I'm saying I'm fundraising for. When did I say anything remotely similar to this? I see your point, but then what if we keep conceding and not drawing red lines under the guise of a united front? Then we're the ones who are getting titled. First of all, I said draw a red line. Someone literally said, oh, so what, we're going to allow Nick Fuentes? I literally said draw a red line. There's a very big distinction. And if you can't spot the difference between an idiot and an evil racist piece of shit or an evil homophobic piece of shit, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. I feel like I can spot it pretty easily. I think the guy who says he doesn't know what a fucking tariff is and doesn't know what a drag queen is pretty much clearly a fucking idiot. Versus someone who's evil, knows all these things, and then consistently insists on being a piece of shit, right? So there absolutely needs to be a red line there. 100% needs to be a red line. And I didn't say concede. When the fuck did I say concede? I said absolutely you should hold people's feet to the fire and tell them, hey, this is unacceptable. You shouldn't speak to queer people like this when they have valid concerns and genuine concerns about your treatment of X, Y, and Z and your speech of X, Y, and Z and X. Like, absolutely. At no point, and I've said this multiple times, but I'll keep saying it. I do not want anyone's takeaway from this conversation to be, stop criticizing Cutie. No! Keep criticizing Cutie. But use that criticism to start up momentum to get her to do valuable things with her platform. She has these connections. Get her to do something with them. Tell her, like, hey, can you, like, I don't know, man, can you get them to do, like, a fundraiser for queer people? Like, for the Trevor Project, can you actually force that? I'm cool with you associating with these people if you're genuinely trying to make the space better or you're trying to, like, reach some of their audience. But I want to see something. I want to see something. I want to see something of substance. I think that that's super Are you kidding me? You guys have to understand, I'm a very goals-oriented person, okay? Now, the end never justifies the means, obviously. The means are just as important as the ends. Always and forever. But I'm goal-oriented, and I want to get to those goals in the best way possible, and the most empathetic way possible. And I want to enact change that helps everyone in a way that's got some motion on it. I think folks like Lacey are as content brain as they come across, challenging them online as a bit of circus. Yeah, then make the content entertaining, make it as content brain as you can, and still uphold these fundraisers and talk about these issues. The thing is, with content brain people, they're down to do anything that brings in views. So just find a way to bring in views, talking about progressive ideals, fundraising for progressive ideals, and pushing people towards progressivism. That's like the best case scenario if someone is content brained. Because then you could just use them for content. So to sneak into Trojan horse, you're like, look, this stream would get you 100,000 viewers. Don't notice that I'm telling your audience that being homophobic is bad and that I'm fundraising for good causes. Like, that's the goal. The goal is to Trojan horse their ass. Are you kidding me? Oh, thanks, Cameron. That's not what the presentation was, though. Oh, this one, I didn't say that that's what this was. I didn't say that that's what this was. I said that was like, I literally changed my mind off of that video. And I said we should demand more. Yes, let's force our ideals on others. Correct. Yes. New here. What are the political and social views of this streamer? Fun fact, everyone is under Trump. How's your cuck chair? Bro, you've been sitting in the stream so valutained since 8 a.m. you haven't been able to leave. You're sitting in the cuck chair. You disagree with my positions, but you are so entertained by this random lady on the internet. You're like, oh, I just want to turn off this stream so bad, but why is she weirdly so entertaining? She's really capturing me as a viewer. Fuck. She's doing exactly what she's saying Cutie should do to other viewers, to me. Fuck. I'm getting owned, but you're the cuck chair. No. Like, you are actually sitting in the cuck chair, proving my point perfectly. Thank you so much. Thank you for proving it. You made my life so much easier. Thank you. Oh my God. Literally, do you guys see what I mean? This is what I'm saying. We need to reach these people exactly this way. This guy who's like, you're just background noise, like listening to left. Yeah. If you're so stupid, you don't understand that listening to background noise never impacts your opinions. If you don't think that listening to background noise will impact your opinions, you're a bigger idiot than you look like, and you look like a huge idiot. That is the best way to get people onto your side. Be the background noise in their ears and eventually reach them bit by bit until they eventually change some of their stupid fucking positions. That's the goal. You are the goal. You are the blueprint. Now, I'm not going to be able to reach this guy because I've made fun of him too much. But the goal is to subliminal everybody else, you know? Sissy hypno or whatever. I'm kidding. That was just a joke. So anyways. Moving on. That's the only position that I'm trying to talk about. Okay, and this has been my, like, anyone who's tuned into this broadcast knows, this has always been my opinion. I never want to silence criticism, and I never want to silence people talking about things that genuinely impact them and negatively impact them, because it's important. Like, you can't just tell leftists, be quiet, shut up. I'm speaking now. Ew. 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 Ew, 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 ew. I think we have enough room in our hearts to shit on people like Ms. Kiff and shit on people like Tectone and whatever, but also criticize in a constructive way people like Cutie and tell her, like, hey, you should do this with your platform. Hey, maybe it'd be productive if you did this. I don't think relentlessly shitting on Cutie is going to positively impact anyone on the left. I don't think that does anything. But I think we can push these people in the right direction to get more out of them. I think if you're saying you want to push them, I want to see some fucking results. I want to see some results. I want to see you enact this thing that you're talking about in a way that's meaningful that I can't ignore. This has been the exact same position I've had for forever about everything since the fucking dawn of time. Not literally. But even like, so on Friday, we were talking about Rhizome and Gremlo and VO and the stuff with the emotes. And I saw some people, I'm glad that we got to talk about this stuff because it kind of segues really well into the same exact position I've always had, which is as long as people are willing to grow and learn, we should keep criticizing them. Once someone is no longer capable of being receptive to criticism and unwilling to act on criticism, then you can just make fun of them relentlessly. And I saw when we were talking about the emote stuff, people kept saying that like Mike from PA was engaged in transphobic comments and transphobia. And I looked really hard, guys, for this stuff because no one was providing me any links or anything like that. And let me see if I can find it. But I went through and I looked for that stream, and I think it was that he was talking, I think Mike was talking about Peden or tofu, and Mike had used the pronouns they instead of she. I think this is the clip.
I remember Tofu Ghost talking shit for weeks in Sean and Brett's chat. Disappointing. I mean, I reached out to them and tried to have a conversation with them for hours on end.
And so that's what I had seen. That Mike had used gender neutral pronouns. And let me be clear, 100%. With certain context, so like Dick Sardo choosing to report on that story about the trans woman who was just cracked. She was just literally cracked at Battlefield 6, and people were pissed off. And Dick Sardo, they basically never used they, and they used they. Dick Sardo used they in that moment to talk about her. But I also looked, and like I've always said, no one should be immune from criticism. We should just force people to recognize and apologize. And this is literally what Mike had said the next day.
Also, if I inadvertently misgendered someone or said guy or man or something like that, or like that was a total accident, I would just want to apologize. If there was any accidental misgendering, I believe I corrected myself. I may have said something about pedon. I may have said they instead of she. Because sometimes I'll use the term they in language. So I just want to apologize if I did anything like that. I don't intentionally misgender anyone. If I misgender, it's just because I'm old and I misspoke. But
gender neutral is neutral, though. I mean, again, I think this is something that depends on the context, and I will defer to trans people on this, on the conversation of misgendering. And I do think it is a common transphobe tactic to talk about trans women with they, them pronouns. From what I saw, this might be off of outdated information because I went through so hard on this stuff because I take it very seriously and I want to take it very seriously and I want everyone to take it very seriously. I think there's like this Twitch, what is it called? Extension. But I don't think anyone uses the extension anymore. And when I tried to find this, I think Mike's referring to, and I don't know if Mike here is referring. No, Mike is referring to tofu here. And I think part of this reason might be off of this old extension that showed that tofu's pronouns were any. But I went through, 'cause again, I take it very seriously and I want everyone to feel really comfortable in this audience, but tofu's pronouns are she, her now, which is fine. Anyone can change their pronouns. Whatever makes you feel most comfortable, whenever you feel most comfortable. But I think part of the reason might have been that Mike might have been looking at the Twitch extension that shows this, that's old. It's not an excuse. And again, a lot of transphobes love to signal to their audience that they're being transphobic by using they when talking about trans women. So I don't think it's an excuse, which is why I appreciate his apology. But this is my point, right? Like, you have to take everything seriously and you have to take people's feelings about this seriously because I'm not trans. I don't know what it's like to experience intentional misgendering or unintentional misgendering and how harmful that can be, right? I don't know what this experience is like. I haven't dealt with this experience and I want to take it seriously because I would hope that we have, as progressives, as leftists, as minorities, enough of our own experiences to take other people's experiences seriously. So I appreciate Mike apologizing for this. And the thing is, it's like, I think also all of us as leftists understand that it is impossible to be perfect. It's like what Mamdani said about his name. It's like, you're not racist because you mispronounce his name the first time. You're racist when you keep mispronouncing it intentionally and not apologizing. At some point, Zoba Magdabi is not his name. And it's nowhere near his name. And you're still doing it. You don't know what his name is? Fuck you. I think everyone in here who, if you've had any trans or non-binary or any gender non-conforming friends, chances are you've probably misgendered one of your friends at some point in your life. That doesn't make it okay. That doesn't make it acceptable. What matters is how much effort you put in to fix it, whether or not you apologize, and then are capable of moving on and improving. So I'm saying, hold people's feet to the fire. If Mike engages in that, you absolutely should criticize it because, again, transphobes love to refer to trans women with they, them. So it's important to point that out when it comes up because you don't want to accidentally create a space for transphobes, even a little bit. Because there are so many leftists that love to hold leftist values, but then are secretly transphobic or are secretly misogynistic or are secretly X, Y, and Z. And you don't want to allow that to fester. And I don't want anyone in here to think that that's acceptable, because it's absolutely not acceptable. And I really would hope if I ever misgender someone on stream, which I know I've done it. I know I've done it. I would hope you guys would hold me accountable and tell me, hey, can you please apologize? Because this is like, I take this very seriously. And I would like to know so that I can apologize. I would like to know. Hi, Wormy. Hi, Tofu. I only jumped in the chat when I saw what I perceived as someone threatening another person who's my friend on their stream. I was threatened in the chat. The misgendering was never a personal issue for me, but chat understandably stood up for me anyways. It's okay, it happens. Not everyone knows me. That's all I want to say. I won't stir anymore. Much love, y'all. Okay. I wanted people to understand that even if I have disagreements with people, even if I, whatever, X, Y, and Z, I take transphobia seriously and I take misgendering seriously. And it's not allowed in this community. It's not acceptable. I appreciate Mike saying that he apologizes. And please, Mike was right, but Mike was wrong. If he misgendered someone, you absolutely should criticize it and call him out on it. Because I know Mike, he will apologize. I know that he doesn't want a safe space for transphobes. Who the fuck wants TERFs around? They're some of the most sad, sexist shit on the fucking planet. Fucking pathetic losers. Are you kidding me? No, I can't have trans women in your sport or else I'm gonna tie for 5th place because I'm Riley Gaines. I'm a total loser. Ew! 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 No, I'm J.K. Rowling and I live in a mold house. Ew! J.K. Rowling. Riley Gaines. Pathetic fucking creatures. God, I fucking hate them. Like, British and a TERF, pick a struggle, girl. Pick a struggle. So yeah. I just wanted to, this is a good opportunity to say, when people are misbehaving or people are not performing as they should be criticized. We should give them ways to improve their behavior. And if they refuse to listen, then we can disavow them and kick them out. Because I don't want fucking fake progressives in this space. All right? We can criticize Cutie. We can absolutely do not think that this is me saying don't criticize people. I do not want anyone to think that. Please, for the love of God. Criticize, try and find ways to enact change that improves everyone's life. And if those people are still unwilling to listen and still unwilling to improve their behavior and unwilling to apologize, all right, then you don't have to be in the space. You don't have to be in the progressive space. No one is owed, you are not owed someone else's view. You are not owed someone else's support because you say that you're progressive. So, yeah. I hope that explains everything that I wanted to talk about. Just don't criticize chat, okay? Because chat doesn't deserve it ever in a million years, except when they do. All right. Oh, and I will say there were like, sorry, I almost forgot about this. I also took a look at this and like, hold up, let me pull this up. I saw this. This is totally unacceptable language that I saw. But I also saw, because I reached out to Mike and I asked him about messages and whether or not these people were getting timed out because there were some disgusting messages. But thankfully, he actually has mods that actually do time people out and kick people out. Because I saw this and it was like, this was just like disgusting. Like, this is not acceptable. Someone in Mike's chat had written, threaten these nuts with your tongue, bitch. Which is like, what the fuck? And this person did actually get reprimanded. What is 604,000 seconds? A week. Because this is not acceptable. This is not acceptable language. It doesn't matter how much you dislike someone or disagree with them or whatever. This is not acceptable. And the reason was there were other people as well that got timed out. Because I asked Mike, I was like, this is not cool. Like, I need you to show me the receipts on this stuff. And again, more people had gotten timed out off of the same shit. Because thankfully, there are mods in his community that did do modding. And then this person, after the fact, got banned for gross comments directed at Tofu Ghost. Because we can all have disagreements and disagree. But Yeah. That was an edited screenshot compiling messages? Yeah. Well, it's not an edited screenshot. It's like some other website that can compile messages. It wasn't off each after each other, just like a screenshot of like Chatterino. So yeah. Screen of searching tofu and chat. Yeah. All right. I think that explains everything that I wanted to talk about. And I feel like we got a nice wrap up on everything. So I think we got a good lid on everything. I think I've talked about everything. This has been a crazy weekend. Of course, I get sick on the last day, so I'm like brutalizing my voice. But at least I get the next couple of days off, so I can just let my voice rest for a little bit. But thank you everybody for tuning into the stream. Thanks, Sky. I appreciate it. Thanks, Sky Piranha. Thank you everybody for tuning in the stream. I appreciate all of your company. Please have a great rest of your day. Stay hydrated. Tell your homies you love them. Never stop your constructive criticism on the left. This is how we make the left better. And this is how we reach out to new voices and new people and hold more people accountable. So, thank you for tuning in. I will be heading off. Please have a great rest of your day, everybody. Stay hydrated. I need to stay hydrated. Tell your homies you love them. And I'm going to send you guys over here. Go scold Mike a little. I'm just kidding. No, but I do respect and appreciate that he apologized and said that he takes the transphobia seriously and misgendering seriously. Because it's not... You can't just ignore the allies that we have on the left and the people that we're meant to protect on the left. And this is the biggest, not to get too political, this is the biggest problem with the Democratic Party right now. They've left trans people out to dry and they don't understand that this is a guess who's next bitch situation. That if you allow trans genocide, you will eventually allow femicide, you will allow the persecution of all queer people in this country, even if they're just normal gay people. The normal there is in quotes because it's a joke. But thank you guys so much for coming to the stream. I will see all of you guys on Friday. Hopefully I will feel better by then. Stay hydrated, tell your homies you love them, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye.
Don't always win. Recently, in New York, though, a charismatic young socialist, supported by both DSA and working families, running on a platform of affordable housing, publicly owned grocery stores, and more mental health responders instead of cops, actually won the Democratic primary. In a firmly blue city, in a firmly blue state, that's usually the end of the story. But then, in November, India Walton lost the general election. Back in 2021, Buffalo, New York re-elected centrist Democrat Byron Brown as the mayor. After losing the primary to a DSA candidate, Buffalo's establishment freaked out. Millionaires, real estate moguls, Republican donors, all terrified by the prospect of a politician they hadn't completely bought and paid for running a major city, formed a united front basically overnight and swept Brown into office on a write-in campaign and a mountain of establishment money. Despite losing the Democratic nomination, Brown won the general. And there are a lot of reasons this upset happened. For starters, while Brown quickly got to work outspending India Walton and pretending he suddenly wasn't a Democrat after 30 years with the party, the top party brass like Chuck Schumer took their sweet time endorsing the candidate actually running on their ticket. Some, like Kathy Hochul, the governor of the state, never even did. There was no vote blue no matter who mass mobilizing like we see every 4 years for the presidency. The party left Walton out to dry, and that meant that even though Brown was notoriously corrupt to the point the FBI was looking into his entourage, that poverty in Buffalo was going up, and that the racial wealth and homeownership gap was one of the worst in the country after 15 years of Brown being mayor, or even just the fact that he simply filed too late and couldn't legally be on the ballot, and so he needed help from the district judge, the brother of one of his top donors, none of that ultimately mattered. Buffalo got bombarded with Brown ads and door knockers and mailers. Meanwhile, Walton's life got put under the microscope. And the best the media could come up with, by the way, was that she did $300 worth of food stamp fraud at 21, 18 years before the election, didn't show up to court one time because her summons was sent to the wrong address, and at one point posted a, frankly, really good Facebook comment. Compared to a corrupt pro-oligarchy guy making life more expensive for regular Buffalonians and doing nothing about inequality and city water being a glorified lead distribution network, come on. But the Buffalo elite wanted Brown, and Brown is what they got. On December 31st, he was sworn in and got an extra 3 years as mayor of New York's second largest city, until he resigned to be CEO of a horse betting company or something. But if it wasn't obvious already, this isn't a video about Buffalo. We're talking about Zoran. Zoran Mamdani is not running to be mayor of the second biggest city in New York. He is a candidate in the race for the biggest city in the country. The rich came for Walton's head in Buffalo, but Zoran's in the financial and cultural capital of the world. That's not gonna cut it. They're gonna need him to be obliterated. Before we get to there is, I think, a real fear among the rich and powerful that a whisper of socialist success here could be a warning shot for their way of life everywhere. Just look at them freaking out. Our goal is anybody but Mamdani. Fighting Mamdani is expensive, but allowing him to win will cost you more. This tragedy is not just a moment of mourning, it's a call to reject policies that would make our city even more vulnerable. Every single one of his plans will hurt the very people that he thinks it will help. If he's the cure to what ails the party, then cyanide is the cure for a headache.
Look, it's blatantly obvious that the field needs to narrow or Mamdani will win. And I think that's a disaster for this city because we are the capital of capitalism and we need to remain that way.
Next week in New York, there's a chance that socialism could actually finally win big electorally and make daily life for some 8 million working class people actually bearable. This is exciting, but there's just this little voice in the back of my head that's scared because this story is looking just a little too similar to what we've seen before. A shock upset in the primary, a centrist with the worst track record still fighting after losing badly, top Democrats taking forever to endorse the winner or mobilize voters. Meanwhile, random dirt about petty bullshit like stolen tables and college applications makes the rounds in the media. They are trying to run back the Walton strategy, but it's not going to work. And I think they know that, and I think that's making them more desperate. As of writing, just about every poll is showing a Zoran win. This one even shows what could happen if everyone but Sliwa, everyone but Adams, and everyone but Cuomo drops out and they all unite behind one guy. In every single hypothetical, Zoran comes out on top, no matter what everyone else does. We're editing this script after Adams dropped out for real, and still Zoran is in the lead. And then there's clips like these.
I was a bit hesitant actually to take this interview because I didn't want to be seen wearing this shirt. Because I don't particularly support Cuomo. I don't think he's a righteous guy. I think he's a bit of a morally reprehensible person. But for me, I think, you know, even though he's a bad guy, he's paying $200 a day. And even if it is like blood money from like billionaires and super PACs and, you know, not righteous causes, a guy's gotta get money. I'm sorry.
So who do you support instead?
Personally, I kind of stand behind Zoran Mamdani.
I don't think anything, any poll, is going to explain how cooked everyone else is better than this. Actually, you don't even need a long explanation, just these 3 seconds. I think these clips, these polls, this primary, they prove something. Zoran showed Democrats that there is a path to victory, and that path is real working-class politics. From a guy that's actually invested and doesn't just talk about vague stuff like rising together.
So let's rise together.
Right after Trump's victory, Zoran showed us that he's ready to give average people real consideration and power. Going to places in New York that flipped red. He didn't stick to some consultant's script. He didn't appeal to vague positivity. He gave people the mic to talk about the stuff that actually matters to them. Rent, groceries, childcare, Gaza. But he didn't stop there. Instead of carrying a message of hope without substance, like so many Democrats do, Zoran's policies actually materially address people's problems. Childcare is expensive, rent is too high, immigrant and LGBT rights are being stripped away. Here are the solutions. Easy to find, easier to understand, and all under a simple slogan. New York is too expensive. Zoran will fix that. With over 50,000 volunteers, 1.6 million doors knocked, and more votes than any other primary candidate ever, all this, it works. But for all that positivity, that voice in my head is still there because I sort of skipped over the biggest parallel with Buffalo. It's not the lack of party endorsements or the hit pieces that killed Walton's bid. The key to Brown's victory was the money. In just 4 months, Brown went from not really running a campaign to raising $850 grand, mostly from the rich and powerful. And when the general election came around, his sudden vote boost didn't come from working class neighborhoods, it came from the rich. And in New York, the anti-Zoran money isn't what's missing. It's coming from the same crowd we saw in Buffalo. Democratic cowards, Republican staples, and most predictably, the ultra-wealthy. Sometimes all at once. But the scale is just different. If 850 grand in 4 months in Buffalo sounds insane, New York's a whole different ballgame. You might have already seen the campaign finance statistics. Cuomo got about 5.3 million in donations, Adams nearly 7, and Mamdani almost 4. Big gaps and huge sums of money, but public matching has sort of evened things out. The difference, though, is that Zoran's campaign got to almost 4 million with 54,000 people donating. The other two can't even get to 10,000 donations. Their average contribution is in the hundreds of dollars and 10 times more than Mamdani's, meaning it's coming from people with a lot more money to spend. But that's not the freakout money. The freakout money isn't out in the open like this. It's in the new super PACs that keep popping up as the rich scramble for ways to shoot Mamdani down. You probably know this already, but super PACs are groups that can legally spend unlimited amounts of money on elections as long as they're not making direct contributions to a candidate and they aren't explicitly coordinating with the campaign.
Super PACs are a disaster, they're a scam, they cause dishonesty, and you better get rid of them.
The reason super PACs can spend unlimited money is because they can get unlimited money in donations, including from completely anonymous donors like 501c4s and 501c6s, what you might have heard called dark money nonprofits. These amounts aren't limited the way campaign donations are, with caps on individual donations and spending, which is why when you look at what a candidate gets, you see a lot of $2,100 donations. But when you look at what their super PAC gets, suddenly it's a wall of multi-million-dollar receipts. And that's a different scale. For the primary alone, for example, Cuomo spent $22 million through his super PAC, Fix the City. This is an insane amount of money to have spent and still lose, but he's not done, and they're up to $27 million as of writing. Just to give you an idea, in the 2021 election, the most a super PAC had spent on the primary was $6.5 million. Already you have an idea of just how scared the rich are. The thing is, Fix the City is just one player in a sea of new PACs that are all attacking from different angles and courting the same donors. Take a random one. This guy, Jeffrey Gurl, a real estate investor. If you look at his donation record, you can see he gave Cuomo like a couple $100. Nothing crazy. That is, until you look at his donations to super PACs. This one guy gave 25 grand to Cuomo's PAC in the spring, and then another 25 grand to Adams in the fall. That's just one guy, and 25 grand is nothing. Cuomo got like $8 million from Michael Bloomberg alone, another million from DoorDash, and then just pages of 500K to 50K, 100K donations. Let's zoom back out. Right now, there's at least 7 big super PACs on the anti-Mamdani train. For Cuomo, we've mentioned them already. You have Fix the City, but also Local Economies Forward NY, which is basically just DoorDash's separate PAC, and Housing for All, a super PAC that's just for landlords. Before he dropped out, Adams had Empower NYC and Protect the Protectors. Both of them are expected to have raised millions. Empower specifically has said they're hoping for 15. And then on top of that, there's the general anti-Zoran super PACs not affiliated with a single candidate, like Affordable New York, which is Airbnb's super PAC, and New Yorkers for a Better Future, who said they'll spend an extra $20 million against Zoran and are already raking in $500,000 donation pledges. I'm explaining campaign donations to Americans right now, and literally the rich guy is called Mr. Burger. I want to kill myself. But don't worry, hey, Mamdani has his own super PACs too. One has yet to report raising any funds, and the other has gotten a whole 700K since the primary. Not rigged at all. It's bad, but at the end of the day, I don't actually think that all this anti-Zoran money is going to be enough. He's popular. His policies are popular, and that shouldn't be surprising. The most popular politicians in the country are socialists. I don't think he's got this in the bag, but it's not like this money's doing much. And that is scary in a different way. If Cuomo loses at the polls, after the rich threw everything they could at the wall, he could go for the nuclear option.
Zoran Mamdani, who in his...
Every time they mispronounce his name, by the way, he shoots up 1% in the polls. Every time they're like, Zomai Damdagi, he shoots up another 1%. He gets a little bit stronger. His name is also not hard to pronounce.
He could go for the nuclear option.
Zoran Mamdani, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zoran Mamdani.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation.
All semblance of democracy is gone anyway. Trump said he'd get involved in the race if it looks like Mamdani will win. He's already threatened to arrest, deport, and denaturalize him. He wanted Cuomo or Adams. Either. I don't think he cares. They're both getting money from his donors anyway. He personally stepped in to get Adams cleared of federal corruption charges and is taking calls with Cuomo, who he's had a long-standing relationship with for decades. They're tight. While neither of them wanted his endorsement in a city of Democrats, they both get that this is a transactional relationship. They're representing the people scared of Zoran and telling Trump what he wants to hear to get rid of him. That they want to work together, and they wouldn't really get in the way of ICE taking over the city. They're not saying that to us, of course. Voters are getting a centrist-friendly message, that Trump is going just a little too far. But at business meetings and in these private calls, they're making sure that Trump knows they won't put up a fight. With Adams gone, Cuomo is playing his part in the fascist takeover. Capitalists want to stay in power. They're spending like their life depends on it. And until recently, they had 2 guys willing to let Trump run wild on a city of 3 million immigrants. That doesn't matter to them. It just means they keep their taxes low and city rents up. And look, I don't know how this election will go, and I don't know if Zoran's going to be able to get all this great stuff, all these things that he's promised, done if he wins. I do know that there's still a strong candidate for head fascist lackey in the race. A guy who is more than ready to make New York yet another hellscape for immigrants, for working class people, and for everyone else whose rights are being stripped away. A guy cozying up to landlords and Wall Street and Trump, and ready to completely fold while more and more people are thrown in the back of a van and shipped off to some black site on the other side of the world. This is cheesy, but if you live in New York and you haven't voted early, make sure you get out there. Winning the primary was a great symbolic victory, but we are tired of settling for that. It's time for socialists to get shit done.
I'm just gonna say to the person in chat who said OTKKK, you're crazy. Not you're wrong. You're just crazy with it. I want to take a little peek at this while I get ready.
Away from New York City's mayoral election, and Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani continues to lead in every single poll. With victory almost assured, it has prompted Islamophobic attacks against the Muslim candidate. And it is not just Republicans, to be clear. It's also coming from New York City Mayor Eric Adams and former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Here's what Mamdani said in response to these attacks.
We stand on the precipice of an election, but that is not what today is about. We know that in less than 2 weeks, we will say goodbye to a disgraced former governor and our current indicted mayor. The bigger question is whether we are willing to say goodbye to something much larger than either of these two men. It is whether we are willing to say goodbye to anti-Muslim sentiment that has grown so endemic in our city that when we hear it, we know not whether the words were spoken by a Republican or a Democrat.
I spoke to Zohran Mamdani earlier today for an exclusive interview about these Islamophobic attacks. Here's what he had to say. You know,
Thanks, Sammy Tings. Thank you.
For someone who's been following this race very closely and has seen the level of attacks that have been leveled against you, you know, at some point they called you Marxist, they've called you socialist, they've called you communist, they've made fun of the way you eat with your hands, make fun when you eat with forks and knives. They've called you privileged. But it seems like over the last couple of weeks, and there have been a lot of Islamophobic attacks, but in the last couple of weeks, there's been a surge of Islamophobic rhetoric against you. And it's not new, but I'm wondering why you decided to address it now. Why did you decide to speak out against it so forcefully now?
You know, when I took a step back and listened to what was being said, outside of a question of electoral politics, outside of the question of the election, but just to the fact that major candidate for mayor in the Republican Party is slandering me as the first Muslim candidate on the verge of becoming the mayor of the city, as someone who supported global jihad. When I listened to a former governor and Andrew Cuomo laugh and agree when a radio show host said that I would cheer another 9/11, when I listened to the current mayor of this city explaining his decision to endorse Andrew Cuomo as a decision to ensure that New York City does not become Europe, that we do not leave it to violent extremists who burn churches in Nigeria. When I listen to all of this and then turn on TV and see ads that have the words of terrorism and jihad on top of my face that not only mock the way that I eat, but are all intended to terrify New Yorkers as to the prospect of having a Muslim mayor, I decided that it was simply too much. It was too much to think of these as the acts of desperate men looking to salvage the little power that they still had. It was, in fact, a reflection of Islamophobia within our political system that has become so endemic that when we hear it, we do not know from which party it comes. We just know that it is a fact of life in our city's politics.
You addressed this yesterday in the speech that you gave at the Islamic Cultural Center, and I want to just quote a part of it. You said, to be Muslim in New York is to expect indignity, but indignity does not make us distinct. There are many New Yorkers who face it. It is the tolerance of that indignity that does. To go back to your first point, how has that indignity been normalized in America by the politicians, by the media, and by the way that you're seeing it now?
You just look at what is tolerated. It's not a question of what is said, it's what is tolerated. And the fact that we're speaking about some of the most prominent politicians in this country, and to hear these words, you know, whether it's the words of Republican congresspeople who are openly calling for me to be denaturalized and deported, whether the words of a city council person here in New York City selling T-shirts to profit off of a call for my deportation, and knowing that, in fact, this is but a glimpse into reality for Muslims across the city each and every day. And while they don't have the luxury of being the next mayor of this city, being a Democratic nominee for that position, they continue to face this, and they're not extended that same kind of solidarity. And I think often about Toni Morrison, she said that the function of racism is distraction. And I think that that is true. So much of the unabashed bigotry we've seen in the last few days, whether from Curtis Sliwa, Andrew Cuomo, Eric Adams, is a reflection of their own recognition that they do not have a plan to make the most expensive city in America affordable, or that their plan is in fact to make it more expensive. But Toni Morrison also said, I insist on being shocked. I refuse to accept that which would shock the conscience. And I too have oscillated between both of these quotes, the importance of running a campaign that speaks to each and every New Yorker's needs, and also a recognition of the fact that if we do not allow ourselves to be shocked by this kind of racism, then we are in fact accepting it as a fact of life, and that is something that I will never accept.
Why do you think they want to pit that fear into everyone? Why do you think they want to try to unleash a fear into how Muslims are in the city? I mean, when you think about it, J.D. Vance even took a swipe at you. The Vice President of the United States took a swipe, and we have the tweet where he basically mocked the mention. You yesterday mentioned in your comments your aunt, and he took a swipe at it saying, according to Zahran, the real victim of 9/11 was his auntie who got some allegedly bad looks, and completely marginalizing the experience of Muslim Americans in a post 9/11 America.
I mean, this is all the Republican Party has to offer. Cheap jokes about Islamophobia so as to not have to recognize what people are living through. Attempts to pit people's humanity against each other. And I think whether it's J.D. Vance or it's Andrew Cuomo, it is the same kind of politics. It's a politics of division. The reason that I've called Andrew Cuomo Donald Trump's puppet is not just because they share the same billionaire donors. It's not just because they see themselves in each other. It's also because their vision of leading a city or a country is one where you are only able to build a constituency by pitting it against another one. And that's what we're seeing in this moment. And let's just talk about the moment we have at hand. We have a shutdown of the federal government. We have Americans across this country living in fear about rising healthcare costs, about the fact that we're going to see decimating cuts to SNAP. We have active duty military families in line for food pantries. And amidst all of this, the focus of so many is just how much bigotry they can engage in.
God damn, dude. Fuck. Mamdani is just brutalizing all these people. They're gonna hit him with a terrorism charge for like brutalizing Cuomo's body. Like, Christ.
Let's talk a little bit about Zoran Cuomo.
Yeah, so they had a debate last night, Zoran Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa. Zoran had a good moment here, really sort of catching Andrew Cuomo and something that he said about leadership of the state. This is B1, guys. Let's listen.
Shame on you.
It is always a pleasure to hear Andrew Cuomo create his own facts at every debate stage.
Yeah.
We just had a former governor say in his own words that the city has been getting screwed by the state. Who was leading the state? It was you.
Governor Hochul.
You were leading the state for
Governor
10 years,
Hochul.
screwing this city.
No.
You cut homelessness funding. You cut funding for the MTA.
You as a legislator.
You did all of these things, my
That's
friend.
the past 4 years. It's the past 4 years.
And there's so much I love about that clip, but one of the things is that Cuomo really thought he could run on like his last name and like his leadership resume, and that this Zoran guy who just came out of nowhere and loves to say like, oh, he has never had a job, that he would be a fly that he could just swat away. And instead, here's Zoran, commanding lead, gonna be the next mayor of New York, and flipping on its head this idea that Cuomo's quote unquote leadership is something that should be celebrating. He's saying, no, you're part of what screwed over the city. Like, you and your experience actually are the problem, and clearly like the crowd in New York City eating that up.
I wonder if Cuomo is going to go full MAGA when he loses.
I know. I was wondering that too.
Because it's like, where do you go after this? Because we saw what happened with Chris Cuomo. Have you been following that? He works for
Oh,
News
yeah.
Nation, and then he got in bed with the PBD guys, and he saw that the audience was like, loves
Right
it
wing.
to be
Yeah.
right wing,
Mhm.
and so he slowly but surely went further. And like criticizes AOC. Remember when he criticized AOC over the world's fakest video?
Yes, some AI slop that was like the most obvious bullshit ever.
He also attacked Mehdi Hasan recently for some dumb bullshit that wasn't true. Like, he's just gone. Like, Chris Cuomo is just like total like pick
Chris
me for the
Cuomo
right
is
now.
gone.
It's just embarrassing. But I think Andrew, what's he gonna do after he gets destroyed by Zoran? What are you gonna do? Where are you gonna go? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna do
go
anything in
take
politics?
a bunch of Israel money?
I
That's
mean,
what he's gonna do.
Is he gonna go back to Netanyahu's defense team?
Netanyahu's defense team. Like, I mean, I think that's part of why he sticks on this. In fact, we can play this anti-Semitism clip next, guys, to cue this up as B3B. That's why he sticks on this issue, even though, like, I think he's intelligent enough. We got some audio that revealed he was intelligent enough to realize, oh, hitting Zoran on his position on Israel actually backfired. Like, it turns out that people don't agree with me on support for the genocide, even in a very Jewish city of New York. And yet he keeps with it. And I think it's because he's like, well, that's where my probably next paycheck is at if I'm not going to be mayor in New York City.
That's a good point. Also, that's establishment bubble versus the country. That's
yeah.
Cuomo in the establishment bubble, where everybody's pro-Israel. Everybody fucking knows Rabbi Shmuley.
Right.
Like that's seriously.
Right.
That's how they are. Meanwhile, the people are like, ugh.
Right. Yeah, exactly. All right. So with that being said, let's go ahead and take a listen to these attacks that he tried to launch against Zoran being supposedly an anti-Semite, B3B.
And there is no doubt that there's two sides on what's going on, and the passions are very high. That doesn't justify anti-Semitic behavior in New York. It doesn't justify having a Jewish population that feels unprotected in New York. It doesn't justify leaders who stoke the flames of hatred against Jewish people, which is what Zoran does, in my opinion.
I'll give him a chance to answer.
This is just total and complete bullshit. And the only thing they can ever point to is like his
when I just
refusal to
lie.
condemn. He didn't even say it. His refusal to condemn, globalize the Intifada. And Zoran hit him right back and was like, people are disgusted with you using this as a weapon and a political cudgel. And clearly Zoran is correct, judging by the polls, judging by his support in the Democratic primary. And there was a moment, I don't know if you saw this clip, Cuomo went on Morning Joe and they asked him, like, a non-Gerardardis, sorry, I butchered that.
Just say
Anyway,
Anand. Just go with the first name.
He asked Cuomo, like, okay, well, you clearly misanalyzed the city. What did you get wrong? And one of the things Cuomo said was like, didn't understand that people would care so much about positions on Israel in a New York City mayoral primary. It's like, dude, you are the one who made this an issue. You, like, Zoran was not out there talking. He was out talking about affordability. You're the one who wanted to make this some referendum on Israel and Netanyahu and supposed anti-Semitism. You're the one who made that. I mean, we all remember Zoran on the debate stage. They asked, like, oh, well, what's your first foreign trip? And everyone being like, Israel. And Zoran being like, I'm going to stay here. And this was supposedly a controversial answer,
Yeah, totally. I'm thinking of the parade clip and laughing.
Oh, it's so good. The
That's
parade
from the
clip.
first debate, but they were talking about debating parades, and Zoran's like, I haven't really thought much about parades.
Yeah.
And Curtis Lee was like, every parade has a right to exist in New York City. And Cuomo, what does Cuomo say? He says some ridiculous
Cuomo
shit.
said that because the question was, will you commit to attending every parade? And clearly the
Implication
moderators...
was, are you going to go to the Israel parade?
Right.
Are
The
you-
moderators wanted to get that with
Right.
Zoran, but they felt like we can't quite just ask him, like, are you going to go to the Israel parade? Because it's a little too much, right? So they hoped his opponents would pick up on it. But Zoran's like, there's a lot of parades that I won't be attending because I have other work to do.
Right.
Cuomo says basically like, yes, I'll go to every parade. And then he's like, as long as they don't discriminate or anything. And then Slee was like, every parade has a right to exist
in New York.
And then they asked, okay, well, are there any parades that don't exist, that should exist? And that's when Zoran was like,
I don't think about parades. Shut the fuck up. It's like they're trying so hard to get him that they're humiliating themselves. Like it's so try hard to attempt to take him down.
It was a parody.
It's just not working.
It
None of
was
this is working.
literally indistinguished from parody.
By
Like, you
far-
could not.
By far the funniest for me was his attempts to smear him as an Islamophobe and just failing over and over again when then the moderators asked Cuomo what he would do for Muslim Americans. And And then the second best was when they were like, who is your favorite president of all time? Sleeboy just starts listing fucking mayors or governors. He just like missed the question completely. And they're like, sir, the president. Sir, what was the best president? Sir, the best modern oh, modern president. I'll have to get back to you on that. And then Cuomo says Bill Clinton. And then Donnie says FDR. And then Cuomo says, can I change my answer to FDR? That was so amazing. Oh my God. Every part of that was so amazing. Jesus.
Make up a funnier sketch if you tried.
Totally. A couple things. When Cuomo says Zoran stokes the flames of hatred, it's like, you know that's not true. You know that's not. He's fucking gone to temples with rabbis. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
This is just total fucking smear merchant bullshit because he's anti-genocide. And that brings me to the other point. I like when he said, I know there are two sides and passions are very high. Oh, are there two sides of genocide, Andrew Cuomo? There's two sides to that? And you happen to be on the pro-genocide position of it? It's just so, like, I don't know. He feels so dated as a politician.
Yes.
He's so dated. He's just ancient. You know what I'm saying? He's got that establishment groupthink. And the bottom line is, I think Zoran is just smarter and smoother. He's both of those things. He's smarter and he's smoother. And, like, what else do you got? You got nothing.
Right.
You can't out-charisma him. You can't out...
Do you guys know the... Do you guys know the... Where is it? Let me find. The clip from Breaking Bad where Jesse is like, he's smarter than you. You know what I'm talking about? This is how I feel about
Mr. White, he's the devil. You know, he is. He is smarter than you. He is luckier than you. Whatever you think's supposed to happen, I'm telling you, the exact reverse opposite of that is going to happen.
This is about Mamdani. It's like talking to Cuomo. He's smarter than you. He's luckier than you. He's better than you.
Intelligence him, you know?
Well, and that's what a bunch of these people, like Democratic establishment types, they swim in these bubbles where you're right, everybody's pro-Israel. They came of age and their like political formation was during a time when you could never be too pro-Israel, where all the risk was on the other side. And they don't get that now for not for lefties like us, but for normal libs, it's no longer enough to do it. It's complicated. Passions are high. We can see all of it. There's a lot of history here, and I support a two-state solution. And Netanyahu's bad, but Israel's great. Like, no, they want to know very simply, where do you stand on genocide? Is Netanyahu a war criminal? What do you think about AIPAC? Like, they want to know the answer to very direct questions. And there's no way to bullshit talking point politician and weasel your way out of it. As he's found out, as Gavin Newsom has found out, as Cory Booker has found out, as Pete Buttigieg has found out, as Alyssa Slotkin has found out. Like, they all think that they are so supremely gifted and talented and have the talking points so massaged that they can get away with being both sides on the issue of genocide. And it's just not possible. You're gonna have to pick a fucking side.
Totally. Do we have any more clips of Zoran and Cuomo?
I do have one more if you want to hear it on Trump. So we've got a little bit of Cuomo talking about how, you know, Trump wants Mamdani to be in there, and then Zoran's response. This is B2, guys. Let's take a listen.
Donald Trump, I believe, wants Mamdani. That is his dream because he will use him politically all across the country, and he will take over New York City.
Look, Donald Trump ran on 3 promises. He ran on creating the single largest deportation force in American history. He ran on going after his political enemies, and he ran on lowering the cost of living. If he wants to talk to me about the third piece of that agenda, I will always be ready and willing. But if he wants to talk about how to pursue the first and second piece of that agenda at the expense of New Yorkers, I will fight him every single step of the way.
Okay.
I think that's a really effective way that he lays that out. I saw him use a similar line in a cable news interview where he's like, listen, here's the 3 buckets. Here's what people actually voted for. If Trump wants to work on affordability, I'm all there. But if we're talking about the fascism, I'm going to resist him all day long. And I also think it's an area where, you know, Cuomo's trying to threaten people, like basically, oh, well, if Zoran's in here, he's going to really come after this city.
He'll do it no matter what.
that's number one. And number two, this is again where Democrats are in a very different place. They're like, good, fucking bring it on. We're going to fight him. Like, we want someone who's in there, who's going to fight him, who's not going to capitulate it to him, who's not calling him on the phone, trying to get some goodies or get other people to drop out of the race. No, we will take him on. And so, even in that, Cuomo's approach feels very dated and disconnected from where many voters are.
And final point, Cuomo seems constitutionally incapable of saying Mamdani.
Oh, it's very disrespectful. And I think for, a lot of people who have, like, New York is a very diverse place. Like, it comes off as a little bit disrespectful, sort of more broadly.
I'll go further. It comes off as racist, a racist old white guy. It's like when you hear some old white guy say, like, Chinaman or Oriental. You're like, bro, it's not 1963.
Or some leaked chats from inside the Trump administration.
They literally, yes.
Where they're busting out some 1900s
Chinaman
slurs.
And he used, Italian slurs for black guys that you'd only see in, like, A Bronx Tale, the movie A Bronx Tale.
Right.
But he keeps saying Mondami, and it triggers the shit out of me. Like, you've been correct on this 5 times. Well, say Mamdani.
And Anand also called him out for that.
I covered that. Yeah, I covered that.
Yeah, called him out. He was like, listen, his name is Mamdani. Like, you should learn that because you have a very diverse city. And so it's important to be able to, what did he say? Like, not have Mayflower tongue or something like that. He put it in an artful way that I appreciated.
But it's, you know what?
Which is ironic because I butchered his last name. So I'm a hypocrite. What can I say?
You try, though. It's amazing how, though, like, one generation the Italians come here and they're viewed as, like, the other. And then as soon as they're, like, assimilated and integrated, you get assholes like Cuomo, like, sort of burning the bridge behind him. Like, no, we're in the in club and you're not. And I'm going to mispronounce your name and fucking disrespect you.
Very common
and it's
dynamic.
It's so gross. It's so gross.
Dynamic.
Like, bro, it wasn't not that long ago that people were looking at Italians like, fucking, look at these subhuman filth over here, you know? They don't speak the language. They're fucking dirty. Like, all that shit.
Yeah.
And now he's part of the group that does it. I mean, it happened with Irish, too. It's just...
Well, you see, I mean, the number
Kyle said that with some hate in his heart. Kyle might actually be a little freedophobic.
He knows who voted for Trump.
I know. Well, I'll tell you what, though, and I made this point on a different show, that all the gains with minorities, they're all gone. Like, among young people and minorities in particular, they were the first ones to be like, oh, oops,
Yeah, I mean, because and on the mass deportation, now with quote-unquote Kavanaugh stops, just out-and-out racial profiling, they don't even have to deny that's what they're doing.
Totally, yeah, that's right.
Like, if you are brown, it's a papers, please policy, and they will arrest you even if you have your papers and detain you with no access to a lawyer and no phone calls and no nothing. They will assault you. Like, it's just, and really no one's immune, but certainly if you happen to have, the wrong color or brown skin, then you're in for it.
Totally. And before we bring in Ro Khanna, let me just say, I love the hair.
Thanks, babe.
The hair is incredible.
Thanks.
And I'm sure everybody agrees too. I don't know. You have a very nice face shape.
Yeah.
And that, like, shows it.
This is so cute. Oh my God, dude. What a fucking simp. Look at this guy simping for his wife. Simp.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like, ooh, look at my nice, perfect
To
face.
be honest with you, when I did it this morning, I was like, oh, Kyle's going to like this hairstyle.
I love it. It looks great. It looks amazing.
This is so cute.
Hey, guys, just had an awesome conversation with Congressman Ro Khanna.
I'm sorry, dude. It's hard to hate Kyle. It really is hard to hate Kyle. It's so hard, dude. It's not easy, dude. Not easy. Not the cuteness aggression, dude. You know what I mean, man. You get me. Jesus. All right, one last thing, and then
It is 31 days after her election and counting, and still Adelita Grijalva has not been sworn in, despite a new lawsuit filed this week to put pressure on Mike Johnson. The Speaker and the Congresswoman now at odds over what she can and can't do in the meantime.
Rep-elect Grijalva can work for her constituents right now. Constituent services answering the phone. She has computers and 16 employees, and there's no excuse for it.
So in the office, we have several desktops. They have an administrator passcode. I don't have that. Check out this cool stack of laptops. Guess what? I can't unlock them.
Congresswoman-elect Adelita Grijalva joins me now. So, Congresswoman, let's start with, what are you and staff? Do you have staff doing in that office?
Well, literally, I'm in district now, and we're at our headquarters, what used to be our headquarters, now in one room, because we don't have the ability to open up a lease, because we don't have a budget. I don't have the authority of the federal government to use federal dollars. And so when Speaker Johnson has the audacity to say that I should be doing my job, it's like, well, why don't you do your job, swear me in, and we won't have to do this back and forth. Because part of the issue is, there aren't very many people. I think starting in 2 days, I will have exceeded the person that has waited the longest to be sworn in a special. 35 days is the run, but I have exceeded the when the speaker obstructs your swearing in, because that's what Speaker Johnson is doing right now. He is, by him not swearing me in, it does not allow me to be a member of Congress. I don't have a PIN. I have to stand in line to security just like everybody else. I do not have the ability to enter into any sort of contracts. And so if Speaker Johnson says, you know, I have all the tools, I have to do my job, well, then let me sign the discharge petition. Can I do that? No, because there's certain things you can and cannot do as a member-elect versus a member of Congress.
So, again, we heard this from Speaker Johnson, but he says Representative-elect Grijalva can work for her constituents right now, constituent services, answering the phones. I mean, would they know where to reach you if they wanted to? But I imagine when you are out and about, what are they telling you?
Well, the problem is I don't have constituents until I'm sworn in. I have won an election. I have the support of many Arizonans to get to work. I don't have a constituency until I'm in office. I'm not in office, 1. 2, people just keep telling me to fight to get the representation that Arizona deserves. We don't deserve to have someone who has their hands tied behind their backs and not being able to do the full gamut of benefits and responsibilities that are charged to a member of Congress. So when I'm out and about, what I really do here, which I think is really, really sad. My dad had a reputation of having amazing constituent services in this office for 22 years as a member of Congress. And people in this community know what it's like to have a Grijalva to answer questions to have their back, to do research for them, to help them. My dad's office was closed on September 23rd. He had 2 different offices in district. Those are not mine by osmosis. I have to actually enter into a lease. This is not something that is handed down to me. And so Speaker Johnson, I think, has just forgotten what it was like to open up a congressional office. And perhaps he never had to worry about this because he was probably sworn in fully and didn't have to worry about what he can and can't do.
And knew exactly what day that was going to happen. So let me ask you about the lawsuit you filed, along with the Arizona Attorney General, Chris Mays, this week, demanding that the Speaker or another government official swear you into Congress. What's your legal argument?
You know, basically, it's taxation without representation. There are 812,000 Arizonans that do not have a voice in Congress. There are logistical things that only a member of Congress can do. Right now, anyone in district that has any questions or concerns reaches out to our amazing senators from Arizona, Gallego and Kelly. But that should not be their responsibility. It's my responsibility.
So while you're waiting to officially have constituents, and I know, having been around your late father and the work that he did for such a long time, you understand the need for that. Is there anything you can and are doing and preparing to do for when you actually do get sworn in?
Well, we do have staff that are ready to get to work. We do have, people that I need to hire for different positions. In this limbo, I can't onboard people because of the shutdown, but I wouldn't be able to hire anyone because I'm not a member of Congress yet. So I do think, I cannot provide constituent services because am I a federal employee officially? Do we have all of the, waiver consent forms that are needed if I'm going to collect information? Right now, anyone that's going to work for our office when we open up an office is just a person. What are they supposed to do? Send communications to all of the departments in our federal government from their Gmail accounts? I'm not going to put them in a position where they might be held liable for taking information from constituents because we really are not legally able to do that right now. And to get clarification on whether I can legally do anything, I can't reach out to counsel in the House until I'm a member of Congress.
So I just want to clarify something. The people who are staff, presumably people who worked for your dad, are they getting paid?
Well, so there are some people that are going to stay on that were in my dad's office, and then other people that are new to my office. And so when we reopened the office, they were onboarded because House administration asked for a list of who are we going to hire? So we provided a list, I believe, of 14, and then there were a couple other people that are assigned to more than one office. So they're not like my staff, they're staff like financial people, that kind of stuff. And so we provided that in good faith. And I think everyone thought, well, the 3 previous people that have been sworn in by Speaker Johnson were sworn in less than 24 hours, 2 during pro forma session, 1 during a regular session of Congress. And so the fact that, so we provided that, and they presumably are in a system. That's all I know. I don't know if they're on a list of people that are going to have back pay. I don't know what that process is because I'm not sworn in yet. I'm not really sure.
Congresswoman-elect Adelita Grijalva, stay in touch, and thank you.
Well, guys, can you imagine being this much of a loser on a Saturday? I am a fan of the legend Ethan Klein. I'm here to troll. Surprised I've not been banned. You're here to troll? Would you say you're here to pedo troll? Is this when you start making the pedophile jokes? As a big pedo troll fan? Oh, bird. Oh, bird. Sorry. Oh, boy. First day of troll school. I hope I don't flop. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hi. I hope you guys are having a good Saturday so far. We got Mayor Cat nice and melted. Just the way I like my cats. Melted. Sleeping melted. I got a nice full 8 hours of rest. Let's go. Got some energy drink, got some snacks. And we have a little bit of a heavy topic today on a real piece of shit that's been in the streaming space for forever. And I think all of us already knew that he was a piece of shit, but man. It's Sunday? Oh, I'm cooked. Oh, I'm cooked. Oh, I'm fried. Oh. Oh. I'm fried. Check QCO tweet. We have a lot that we have to get to. We have a lot. But the short version of it is, for anyone who hasn't seen the news, Emeru went on stream, and I remember she was talking about going on stream and talking about this stuff. And saying that she wanted to go live on Wednesday and talk about stuff that's been, like, bothering her for a very long time. And yeah. It was about Mizkif, and about how Mizkif is an abusive piece of shit. And she's alleging that he physically abused her and that he sexually assaulted her. And so I'm just going to let her speak. We'll watch her VOD. And I don't, like, see, this is the problem with Mizkif. The problem with Mizkif is that, like, he is such an unlikable piece of shit who's such a douchebag to every single person that he's ever met in his life, that when he's getting absolutely fucked online, no one is there to help him, which meant that his response yesterday was written by a fucking third grader because he had to write it. And he doesn't have anyone in his corner because he's such an asshole, he couldn't even give it to someone else to fucking proofread or make it sound a little bit less fucking stupid. At least it wasn't AI. I mean, I don't think AI could have written something that stupid. I can say with certainty that was not written by ChatGPT because it was written like a third grader. Are we sure it is an AI? At one point he says, and then we go to the BJ's, a common place we go for food. And that's how the whole thing is written. It was not ChatGPT. It was not possible to be ChatGPT with how it was written. In conclusion, I am the bestest boy and I would never do anything bad ever except all the stuff that I admitted. Stop it. Accidentally misclicked. So, shall we get into it? It's going to be a little bit heavy, obviously, like, you know, content warning for today's stream with regard to sexual assault and abuse.
So, I mean, you guys can probably tell,
But you guys already know. It's so insane because, like, I was one of the few people, like the few people that covered the last time Mizkif was in controversy, aka the last time he handled his org completely terribly. And I said it since day one. If you are an org leader or you're an org owner, you don't get to pick sides when someone gets accused of sexual assault or sexual misconduct. You have a responsibility to the other people in the org, you have a responsibility to the sponsors, you have a responsibility to the employees. You decided to have that responsibility when you chose to be an owner, you fucking idiot. You have a fiduciary responsibility to your org to excise the problem. So I get whatever friendship that you had and you don't want to believe that someone you know is a piece of shit. I sympathize. I understand. I get it, man. Sometimes you are friends with people and then you find out that they're massive pieces of shit and there's nothing you can do about it. But the reality is when you chose to be a leader for people, for employees, for the other members of the org, you take a step back and you show everyone that you're taking sexual assault or sexual assault allegations very seriously, and you say, you don't go on stream and then watch like videos explaining sexual assault and joking about it and laughing about it. You don't go on stream at all. You take like a couple days off stream and then you make one statement on Twitter saying, we are hiring a team to investigate everything. We are taking this very seriously. We will not be talking about this publicly for the safety of all parties involved, and we hope to come to all of you with a resolution soon. We take sexual assault and sexual allegations against any of our members or side members or anything like that very seriously. And that is not what he did, and that is what he had to do. I don't think it was ever from like an evil, malicious standpoint, and I made that argument years ago. All this coming out the day Rich Campbell does his first stream back is peak Twitch. My point is, you have a responsibility to all the people that are impacted by your words and by your decisions. And you have a responsibility as like a large creator to take things like sexual assault seriously. And he didn't do that. And then all this shit comes out and it's like, oh, what a surprise. You're not just a piece of shit and an asshole to all the people around you. You're also one to the people that you date. Shocking. Surprise, surprise. So we'll talk about all this stuff. I want to watch her broadcast, and then we can watch his broadcast, and then I want to go through some other allegations that are being made against him by other people. So, shall we? Shall we begin? I didn't even know they had dated. I think a lot of people, especially in the content space, kind of assumed it. It was like kind of an open secret, but it's one of those things where like you just don't talk about it because it's not your business. It's just not, it's like, again, it's just like not your business. If people don't want to publicize their relationship, they have their reasons. You're not entitled to their life. So, yeah, I'm going to try not to like pause too much when Emery is speaking because I want her to actually be able to like say everything that she wants to say. I don't want to dissect it to such an extent or like extreme extent. So let's go.
Today's not gonna be a normal stream. Not gonna, watch videos or play games or anything today. I kind of just have a bunch of stuff that I wanted to talk about, and then I'm probably just gonna go offline after. But yeah, it's I you guys know, I've been streaming for 10 years. Last week was kind of the first time that I ever really spoke about a topic or something that happened to me. And honestly, I'm really glad that I did, and I'm proud that I did. And I feel like I have to see it to its conclusion, if that makes sense. Not just for myself, but in a way, I kind of feel like a lot of people are involved because it doesn't just affect me. So that's why, sorry about my voice. I'm very, very nervous in case you can't tell. But I knew that this stream had to be done today. So yeah, pretty much, yeah. So I guess might as well get started. Not, stall too much or anything. I know there's a lot of people here who don't normally watch, and if you're wondering, yes, I do normally run 20-minute intros. And yes, my community at least claims that they like it. I think that they like it. I like playing songs for you guys, but anyway, yeah, anyway. We don't like it? Okay, well, whatever. Anyway, I'm probably gonna stop reading chat now as well, but you guys are free to say whatever you want, obviously.
20-minute intro. Rookie numbers.
So, yeah, like I said before, it's been a pretty crazy week, and a lot of things have happened since the last time that I streamed in relation to what I talked about last week, the whole TwitchCon incident. Some other things happened that kind of pushed me to talk about a lot of things that I want to talk about today. So as you can see, I wrote out my notes, and not only that, I have even more notes. So yeah, if it seems like I'm reading a script or something, it's because I wrote super detailed notes because I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. So yeah. Okay. So, I think everyone knows about last week, the stuff that happened at TwitchCon. I was assaulted, and the guy was able to leave the venue, basically. Okay, so like intro, first thing that I want to talk about is I did see the Twitch tweet that I believe went out yesterday. I was literally in a Discord call with my friends, and they were like, "Did you see that Twitch apologized to you?" And I was like, "Wait, what?" So yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is they put out that tweet. I was never apologized to privately. They put that out without like consulting me or anything. I didn't know that they were gonna do that, so that was yeah. I mean, I'm glad that, you know, they're trying to like take some level of accountability, but there's a lot of things that they didn't mention in the tweet that I feel.
To the people posting about Cuco's message, I want to go in order. So I want to let I want to let Emaru speak. And then maybe we can watch Ms. Kip's response, and then we can go through everything else.
Like, should have been mentioned. But anyway, more stuff's been happening behind the scenes. So I want to say that last week, everything I said on my stream was accurate, obviously, except for one thing. I was wrong about one thing. I was going over the tweet that Twitch initially put out, where they're like, "Oh yeah, this thing happened to a high-profile creator. You know, police were on site. We're cooperating with law enforcement investigations." What I was wrong about was they were not cooperating with law enforcement investigations. I found that out on Monday when I got a phone call from the San Diego police, and they were talking to me, and they basically said, "Hey, we can't really do anything right now because they apparently know the name of the guy, but they're not giving it to us until a warrant goes through." Which, if you know anything about that stuff, it usually takes a while. Even you know, if it's expedited, which it was being expedited for me, but it still takes a lot of time. And they're like, yeah, they're refusing to give us the name, which as far as I'm aware is like a very common company thing, where they'll be, you know, they don't want to give out names of potential people involved in crimes, because then like that person could maybe like sue them for giving their name to police. I don't know, something like that. That's what my lawyer said. But basically they were Twitch was trying to make sure that the guy that assaulted me didn't sue them, which meant that the police were not able to work on the case right away. So yeah, I got a call about that on, I believe it was Monday, from the San Diego police. They were like, "Yeah, we're working on the warrant, but like right now that's like all we can really do, but like we're trying our best, just like want to let you know, we're gonna keep in the loop and everything." I was like, okay. I was very frustrated because I was like, damn, like I didn't know that on Saturday. I would have said that if I knew. And then I believe it was the next day, there was someone who, I don't know if they were a viewer or if they were just someone who like knew of the situation from social media. They contacted my manager, and they basically told her that at their place of work, someone came into their work who matched the description of the guy, and this person was saying like, "Oh, I'm, you know, traveling to Texas, and I caused like quite a stir at a TwitchCon." And this person, like, you know, reached out to my manager, reached out to police. San Diego police interviewed them. But basically what I'm trying to say is, because all this stuff was delayed, this guy was able to get really far away from San Diego, allegedly.
For anyone who missed it, she's talking about her experience with this fucking freak who sexually assaulted her at TwitchCon. And let me see if I can find this. Twitch put out a statement. Finally, after like, here's my 2 cents. This is my opinion. You can have a different opinion. That's fine. I'm just, This is just what it looks like from where I'm standing. I like Taylor Lorenz. I think she tries really hard to make the space better, and I think she tries really hard to do real journalism. I think her coverage on the dark money org that was paying out the fucking David Pakman's was really good. I thought that was really good reporting on all of that. I thought it was all very respectful, and I think it was all very responsible. And the fact that she made sure to reach out to comment from all these people, and all of them were like, I don't give a shit. And then once the story started picking up, they were like, wait, we want to comment. We want to comment. We're not going to disagree with anything you said, but we want to comment. So, like, I think generally she does do good reporting, and she talks a lot about misogyny in the online spaces and how it impacts creators and how it impacts both female and male creators and how it makes spaces unsafe. And I think generally overall her work is beneficial online. What I will say is her interview with Dan Clancy was, in my opinion, bad. Not because Taylor did anything wrong, not because her reporting is bad, because she's a bad journalist or whatever. But like, holy shit, that interview did not make Dan Clancy look good, and it did not make Twitch look good. It made them look unbelievably incompetent. It made Twitch look so incompetent. Like, it was not good. It was not a good interview. It was not a good interview. And like this, to be clear, like Taylor Lorenz is someone who takes harassment online very seriously. She takes sexual harassment and like just in general harassment against women very seriously. Like if there was anyone that takes it seriously, it's her. So at no point does she try and like downplay what happened to Emaru, but a lot of people perceived her just like talking to Dan Clancy as doing that because her experience as a journalist was that like certain areas had such tight security for no fucking reason, and then other areas had no security. So like it was not a good interview for Twitch. Like I think it made Twitch look really incompetent. Her newer video with Kat about women in the space is also really good. Yep. Because her opinion on this stuff is very well grounded because she personally deals with so many, stalkers and freaks and all this stuff. And so much like misogyny in the space. But Twitch decided initially after everything happened with Emaru, they were like, who's ready for TwitchCon Day 2? Yeah, let's go, gamers. And it's like, what the fuck? Oh my god. And they were like, anyways, we had a little oopsie. Sorry. We had a little oopsie. Have fun for the rest of the convention. It's like, what the hell? Sorry, we had a little oopsie. But just know, no more +1s for the meet and greets. It was so tone deaf. It was really bad. And then eventually, after they saw the shitstorm, which I feel like sometimes you can't tell when something is going to explode. So like if you had asked me if there was a Polymarket bet immediately after Kaya yelped on stream, was this going to be a new news cycle for the next 3 weeks? I would have bet all my money on no, because it's so stupid. It's such a hyper focusing on like there are so many different levels of insanity you have to go through to believe that Hassan shocked his dog. It's like, yeah, well, you have to like hyper contrast this, and then there's tape, but then this person says that there isn't tape, but then this person says that there is tape, and then this person said that there was, and now they're saying that there isn't. And he reaches over on the side for something, and everybody knows when dogs yelp, they've never, ever, 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 ever just yelped for attention, ever, in the history of ever. It's like, so much of it was like so fucking stupid that if you told me, was that going to blow up? I would have been like, no, just ignore it. Because it's done by bad faith actors who admit that they have bad faith methods. One of your most famous streamers getting sexually assaulted at her meet and greet and then walking off with no repercussions except a little 30-day ban. Hello? I could have told you within 10 seconds that would have been a major story and you had to take it seriously. Hello? And so Twitch did finally put out a statement. And they said, this is from Dan Clancy. It's signed by Dan Clancy at the end. It says, first, I want to be upfront, take accountability for the security incident that occurred at Emaru's meet and greet. It shouldn't have happened. We take that very seriously. We failed, both in allowing it to occur and in our response following. And I said this already yesterday. where like the reality is if a crazy person, if like a crazy psychopath that has this insane like perception of the world and they think that you're dating or whatever, you know, they go through all the right checks and they're like they sign up for the RSVP and they sign up and they do the background check and they wait in line for 2 hours and then they do that. Twitch reasonably can't do anything about a psychopath signing up for your RSVP and agreeing to do a background check. They're like, if you understand what I'm saying, you understand. At that point, someone who waited in line for 2 hours and was cleared to be there, if they misbehave, Twitch can't really, it's not like they can vet whether, it's not like they can read your intentions of what you're going to do at the meet and greet. But the fact that he didn't do all of that stuff, because the point of that, like that 2 hour wait and the signing up is that it like weeds out a lot of the crazy people, right? Because someone can't just show up. It's the same purpose of like 24 or 48 hour wait periods on like buying a gun. It's that the process of doing these things makes you realize what you're doing and then it makes you more normal. You're like, wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. What the fuck am I doing? Actually, wait. You like have like one good ice cream and you're like, life is still worth living. I should be normal. And so it's a way to like help funnel out some of the insane people. Doesn't mean it's impossible to happen. Even with the best security in the world, it can still happen, right? Because someone can still do all the right checks and balances or go through all the right checks or whatever. But the fact that he was able to just like storm over to her and that there's no one there to stop, like there should be still like Twitch, even if someone wants to hire their own security, Twitch should still have security at the front of the line. Twitch should have security at all the entrances and exits. Like Twitch should be doing that. But the worst part about all of this on Twitch's part was the fact that he wasn't immediately detained after that. That he wasn't stopped and told, no, yeah, what are you, crazy? You think we're just going to let you fucking leave? We have you on recording sexually assaulting this woman and you are not cleared to be there or doing that. She doesn't know you. You're going to stay right here until we figure out whether or not she wants to call the police on you. Oh, yeah, no, for sure. We'll just let you go so you can get a knife and come kill our fucking creators. Yeah, that sounds like a really smart idea. Like there should have been security on every entrance and every exit that should have stopped him at the very least on the way out. Just letting him walk away is insane. And I don't know if it makes me a selfish, vapid cunt. I would not have continued the meet and greet at that point. Because I would have been afraid that guy would have just went and got a knife and come back and tried to stab me. I would have been like, I'm really sorry. Like, I will make it up to everyone who showed up and everyone who waited so long. Like, I feel bad. I'll send all of you, like, gifts or something because I feel bad that you waited and I'm concerned for my safety. Like, I'm sorry. That guy just literally walked off and no one stopped him. And that she continued anyway is like crazy. Like that's trooper behavior to me. Like I would not have been able to. Like I would not have been able to. If they had detained him, it would have been like, oh, okay, sure. What was I talking about? Right. So let's continue the statement. They say we mismanaged the communications about the incident and that includes comments that I made. I apologize to Emru for all that took place. What are we doing moving forward for meet and greets? We've begun a complete analysis of the incident that took place, as well as other issues that came to our attention after TwitchCon concluded. We're examining everything from how we do signups to the layout to increase security controls. And in my opinion, this is like the most important part. The layout of the meet and greet sections should be like locked the fuck down. So I know conventions, especially like Anime Expo, any conventions that have like 18 plus sections, because there's going to be a lot of people that go to conventions that are obviously under 18, but then they have like, you know, like the hentai artists or whatever. You can't just have like porn plastered all over Anime Expo. So they take all the gooners and they like seclude them. And there's like security outside of this. There's like paneling. I don't understand these people. What a leech. This is already covered, you grifter. I've been shitting on Miskit for being a total fucking sack of shit for years now. This is in line with everything that I've ever said and ever done. Keep defending Miskit, bro. Keep it up, Miskit. Keep it up. For sure. Keep defending your guy, bro. For sure, for sure. He definitely didn't do that shit, man. For sure. No, it's just that everyone who ever meets him thinks that he's a massive piece of shit. But it's definitely not him. It's got to be everybody else, for sure. Fucking pathetic. But yeah, like, if you go to expos or you go to conventions that have like 18 plus areas, that shit is like guarded the fuck up. They take that shit very seriously. There's like the tall paneling, and there's clear entrances and exits, and there's security by those entrances and exits, which is how the meet and greet should be. You shouldn't be able to just like waltz into the meet and greet. Straight to Gooner jail? Yeah, dude. You get like stopped trying to get into Gooner jail. You get stopped trying to get out of Gooner jail. And that's how it should be. Like, it shouldn't have this like lackadaisical fucking vibe to going and meeting these creators, right? If you care about their safety. So anyways, we're doing a comprehensive review of overall event safety, security, and we'll be making updates for future TwitchCons. While we won't be sharing our security updates for privacy and safety reasons, we will keep our communities informed about changes that directly impact attendees. The only adjustment I would make that Dan Clancy should have put in here would have been, we're also going to be speaking to any creators that are still willing to speak to us about what they wish we had done differently. Because Emma at one point says that like Neon just like walked into her meet and greet. And then there's that clip of Neon pretending to be some other creator, and he just like sits by that meet and greet desk. It's like, how the fuck is it so, how is this so poorly organized that like people can just walk in from like the back? Also, can I just be honest really quickly? Ban Neon, dude. Oh my God. He's just there as an agitator. The rule should be, if you are doing IRL streaming just for the purpose of agitating, you shouldn't be allowed in the event. And he was there to agitate. If you're there to agitate, he did like 5 different things that should have gone and banned, and no one banned him. Like, what the fuck? Hello? Twitch wants content, but there's a way to have content without having it be like whatever the fuck that is. So, anywho. We've had concerns about IRL streaming at TwitchCon. Twitch has evolved over the years. IRL streaming is part of Twitch, but we need to ensure TwitchCon meets the needs of a variety of participants. We will be reviewing how we handle IRL streaming at TwitchCon. I think the easiest way to handle this is just like, you have designated zones for IRL streaming and you have designated not streaming zones, which is what they kind of currently have, but the zones should just be bigger for non-IRL streaming. Because I think everyone who goes to TwitchCon expects to be that there are going to be streamers that are streaming, but like more of the convention floor should just be IRL streaming free. Because like you can't stream in the partner lounge and like the partner plus lounge or whatever, you can't stream there. Which is reasonable because you don't want people like, the purpose of the partner lounge is to have people go and like chillax and not have to worry about anything and not have to worry about being approached or whatever and decompress. So you don't want to have, or maybe like you have to apply to stream. That would also be a good one. And then they only have like a designated like 100 or 200 streamers or something like that. Why? So apparently like a lot of people were IRL streaming and a lot of people were kind of like being dicks about it. Like Neon, for example. Like Neon was just like literally walking up to people, agitating, pretending like it was his meet and greet at different booths. Like it was not good. What happened to listening fully to Emaru and not stopping a lot? Okay, wait. To be clear, that I was talking about when her talking about everything related to Mizkif. I didn't know because I hadn't seen this part of the video or this part of the stream that she talked about the TwitchCon stuff. So I wanted to cover it briefly because it is important. TLDR, this was a mostly pretty good statement, but holy shit, this needed to be the first thing that happened. Like, the fact that they didn't release this statement immediately and instead they released a bunch of other fucking tweets and then they went and Dan Clancy went and did that interview that was not a good look for Twitch. It was so bad. If they had released this statement immediately, I think people would have been a lot less mad. People still would have been mad, obviously, but I think people would have been a lot less mad. But the fact that this is so late. So, anywho, Yeah, I think she talks about TwitchCon in San Diego and talking about this stalker and dealing with the cops with regard to this stalker and this abuser, or sorry, not abuser, assaulter for like the next 40-ish minutes. And if you guys are interested, please go watch her video and you can hear her talk about it. I've already said that, like, I think it's insane that Twitch didn't immediately, like, stop him from exiting the premise. Like, it's crazy to me that they just let him walk out. So, yeah,
But video, not me, and I was
oh, I think this is, wait, 1 second, sorry. Go to her VOD. So I think this starts here.
and just, you know, I would just carry them myself. Today, I'm finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Ms. Kiff has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing. For the entirety of this year, I have attempted to separate myself from him and not talk about him at all, and not talk about this issue, and just not make it a public thing. I always tried my best to keep this to myself, but like I said, I feel like it's gone to the point, which I'll explain later, that I feel like it just has to be done. And I have always believed in not condemning people or starting drama online. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to be asking, why am I doing this and why now? And I would like to explain that before I get started so that people understand what prompted me to do this today, and that it's not just on a whim or something like that. Okay, so like I said, I took a lot of notes, so forgive me if I just end up reading off my notes. The first and probably most severe reason is that one of the rules that I set for myself a long time ago about withholding this information was that if I ever felt like somebody else was in danger or being hurt, I would then make myself speak about it. And 2 weeks ago, actually 3 weeks ago now, I was informed by 3 separate people, one of whom was present for said incident, that he had done something similar to something that he had done to me, and to someone in LA at the end of September. And this person is not a streamer or content creator, but obviously that does not matter. And because of this, I cannot in good conscience sit here knowing that I know critical information about someone that almost no one else does and not say anything. I think that most issues and dramas should stay private and off the internet, and I still hold that belief to this day, and I will hold that belief going forward. However, there are certain things that cross the line, and I say that the line has been crossed too many times to be count. There's a point where I believe that people deserve to know. I think that at a certain point, if you know a lot of things about someone and you don't say anything to look out for others, it's wrong. It's wrong to keep it to yourself. I don't want what happened to me or what has happened to other people because of him to happen to other people. And I don't believe he will ever stop behaving the way he does. But regardless, yeah, like I said, one of the main reasons I decided to do this stream is to come out about all of this, because I can't hold on to it any longer, because it feels wrong to do so. And an honorable mention reason for why I'm doing this is that for a while, he has been indirectly threatening me through my friends and people that I work with. They've informed me that he said that if I ever talked about anything he did, he would try to create a smear campaign against me in retaliation. I was told that he even approached other streamers who were close with us back when we lived together, asking them if they would join with him, and they all refused. At TwitchCon, he approached one of my employees, threatening them and saying if I ever talked about him, he would destroy me. Multiple people have told me that his plan was to claim that I kill animals and that I killed my own rabbits, since I had several of my rabbits pass away over the course of 3 years while I lived with him. I'm sure he's probably listening now, and it's probably going to come as quite a shock to him that this information made its way back to me and that I've known for months. But if you try to threaten me to stay quiet, especially using my poor dead animals, I'm not going to stay quiet. Okay.
And spoiler alert, by the way, he did exactly that when he was streamed.
So now that I've explained all the reasons why this took so long and why I made the decision to do this stream, I have a few more things I would like to get out of the way before I start talking about all of this. The way that I'm going to do this today is I'm going to run through everything from the beginning to the
Thank
end.
you for the raid study time. Thank you. Sorry for, we're talking about some stuff that's a little serious right now. Sorry if the vibes are a little bit different right now, but thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're talking about Emaru speaking out about sexual abuse from and sexual assault from Mizkif.
To try to get across the story as accurately and fully as I can. And, hold on. Hold on. I'm also going to be showing a few screenshots validating what I'm saying. I have more things, but this is what I felt comfortable using today. And, I will be running through those later. Another thing that I'd like to mention before I start is that during my statement, I'm going to be mentioning directly the names of about half a dozen other creators who were present for certain things. And I want to say that none of these people did anything wrong. I'm just saying that they were there, and I've asked all of them permission. They all said that it was fine to include their names, but I know this won't stop everyone, but I ask people, for the streamers that I mentioned, please don't go bothering them or asking them for more information. If there's something else that they want to say, they'll say it themselves, so there's no point to go pester them and bother them about it. There are also streamers who gave me permission to share things that they relayed to me privately, but asked me to redact their names, which I, of course, did. And the last thing that I want to make clear is that not every person that I interact with or that I'm friends with knew the extent of all of these things. And in fact, most of them didn't. And some of them didn't even know anything at all. I tried to keep things private with my close friends, but if anyone during the past year ever approached me asking questions, I didn't lie and I told them the truth. But yeah, I don't want there to be some kind of witch hunt like, oh, you knew and this, no. A lot of people, didn't know everything or didn't know anything. Okay. I think that's all that I have to get out of the way to start. So, this is public information. I initially moved in, sorry, I'm still sick, like I said. Okay. This is all public, obviously this part. I moved in with him, I believe it was the end of 2021, because he offered. I was living alone at the time, and I was having stalker issues in Kansas, and I mean, you guys know, like, all the stuff that happened there. I ended up joining the org and everything. We did a lot of streams together, and I mean, a lot of people already know this, but I'm just gonna come out and say it. We started dating. We were in a relationship starting January 2022, after I joined OTK. I'm not planning to go into too much detail about the start of the relationship because it honestly doesn't really matter at this point. It's irrelevant now. The only things that really matter that you guys need to know for the story are that it was, one, an extremely private relationship, It was even hidden from friends and people in the org, but I mean, obviously people all eventually figured it out. They're not fucking stupid. And second, it was an extremely codependent relationship, which it's not the issue, but that's just, you know, making that clear for details. He initially portrayed himself to me as someone who was very nice to girls and wanted to help me feel safe from stalkers and wanted me to succeed as a teammate. And we grew very close over time, and I was very dependent on him for feelings of safety, social life, like my stream, my job, everything. So yeah, besides it being a very codependent relationship, the start of it was fine. I saw a lot of people mentioning this. They thought this was what I was going to talk about. It's not a secret. I think everyone who paid attention knew that he was very controlling over what I wore, to a degree, who I was friends with, and even when I would stream.
And by the way, we'll get to it, but he confirmed that he would tell her what to wear.
So, when it was definitely slow over time that bad things started happening. At the start, it would be things like, for example, he would throw bottles, like plastic bottles with liquid in it, not like glass bottles, at me, despite me telling him like I didn't like it and it scared me and I bruised very easily. He would throw his phone at me. I would tell him, you know, it scared me, I don't like it. And one time it even hit me in the eye, which caused me to get a black eye, but he always, you know, was like, oh, it's an accident. And I was like, oh yeah, it's an accident. Like, you know, of course I'm not gonna think that, you know, he's, yeah, I just, at the time, I just kind of was, you know, I just brushed it off. And looking back now, I feel like that was kind of the start of him testing my boundaries, if that makes sense. So that was already kind of starting to show signs within the first 6 months of me and him being close. And then,
and just spoiler, he says that he was only like he only ever threw his phone like at the bed. He wasn't throwing it at her. Like, she would be on the bed and he would throw his stuff there to go brush his teeth or whatever. And it's like, dog,
No, I'm not talking.
who do you think you're fooling when we literally have clips of you throwing shit at your ex? Here is Maya on the bottom left at the time when Maya and Miz were dating.
Today.
well, nobody asked you to, so.
I'm not doing anything.
Okay.
Look at her face. She's so uninterested.
She said no.
Maya unimpressed. That's what that was.
2 Starbucks bags of Starbucks I got you over the past.
Me when I'm normal. I'm upset, so here's your fucking Starbucks bags. Like, I don't know why I genuinely don't understand this attempt at like, no, I just happened to throw my phone at the bed and it hit her in the face. That was, you know, and it happened like once and it didn't happen ever again. And that was it. Yeah, a guy who definitely respects women and treats them well in private does this shit.
Oh.
Maya unimpressed. That's what that was.
2 Starbucks bags of Starbucks I got you over the past few days.
Oh my god.
Skip, that was
Throw it back.
funny.
Throw it
Yeah,
back.
there better be. Oh my god, I would beat the shit out of him. We're live.
What the fuck?
We're live, she says.
Mm-hmm. He just did it accidentally. Yeah. And then also did it intentionally when he was doing it to Maya on stream. And it's like, if you do that shit on stream, you're doing it in private. And you're probably doing it worse in private. Like, I feel like when I was raised, I feel like my parents really drilled into my brain that You are part of society. Act like it. That even if you have personal disagreements with, obviously never put your hands on someone. That's fucking step number one. Never throw shit at someone. Step number one. But past that point, we're talking about how people treat each other, how people engage with each other and talk to each other, right? That if you're a unit, you should act like it in public. You should act like it in private, but everybody knows everyone in a relationship is going to argue. There's no such thing as being in a relationship and never having an argument. If you happen to be the one person that got in a relationship and has been in one for like 10 years or whatever, and you've never had a single argument with your partner, fucking, you know what? Congrats. You're the first relationship that has ever done that ever in the world. Mostly because it's awkward for everybody else. Because everyone else is like, ah ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha. That guy just threw stuff at you and is treating you like shit. Or like, dude, your girlfriend is kind of being a huge piece of shit to you. Ha 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 ha. And it's just cringe. It's just cringe. If you have a disagreement in public, it's not fair to like air out your fucking beef in front of everybody else. It's just not polite company. It's not a polite company thing to do. But if you don't care if you're at the point where you don't care how other people perceive you, whatever is happening in private is like a billion times worse. He only cares about his ego. I mean, it's just pathetic.
Again, a very public situation. The end of 2022, the cover-up allegations happened. I mean, yeah, like I said, all that's public. You can find all that, see like what I said during that, everything. After that happened, his behavior started getting a lot worse, which, I mean, I suppose it makes sense. You know, he was very stressed.
Also, I'm so sorry. I should have said this sooner, and I didn't say it sooner, and I apologize for not saying it sooner, but I'm going to try and, like, make up for it. Please do not bother Maya about any of this stuff. We can look at videos of Mizkit being a huge piece of shit to Maya, and we can recognize and contextualize his behavior with that, but please do not brigade her. Please don't tell her, like, speak up on this, like, speak your truth, like, why aren't you defending her, like, why won't you talk about this, like, what do you think about this, so did he abuse you? Don't do that. Please don't do that. She very clearly has, like, tried to move on to a new chapter in her life, and is doing an amazing thing and doing amazing stuff with her sanctuary and is very happy. She raised like $500,000 for her sanctuary, which is just amazing. Like, please don't go bother Maya. Please, 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 please. You guys know how I feel about like getting other parties involved that are not directly involved here. And like, please don't bother her about it. She actually raised $1 million in 3 days. Whoa. That's amazing. That's really cool. Yes, please send it, Prophet. I will take a look at it. Oh yeah, I saw Cuco. We're going to talk about stuff with Cuco later. There's a lot of other people that have spoken as well. But yeah, just please don't bother Maya. I know personally that like she's like very happy with her sanctuary and she's doing what she loves and she's doing what she's always wanted to do, and that's the biggest reason that she was even excited to do streaming, because it was a way to like educate about animals and animal sanctuaries and be able to eventually do what she's doing now. She's such a normie. Bless her heart. She's such a normie. She's so normal. So yeah. Please don't. If you feel the need to comment to her, just turn it into a donation instead. Exactly. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for understanding.
A lot of stuff was happening, but the bad behavior was ramping up.
How is Maya catching strays? She's not, but I just want to try and measure for it and make sure people don't go to her and say like, hey, can you speak up on this? Like, so did he abuse you? Like, what do you think about that? Like, people will speak on things when they feel comfortable and ready to speak on things, and you shouldn't force victims or potential victims. You shouldn't force them to speak on anything. And that's all I wanted to say. So.
And I I feel like it's so apparent if like, you know, you go back and watch anything from that time. I tried so hard to help him and be there for him because I really believed in him and I wanted him to, you know, get better and get back on his feet and be the person that, you know, I always believed that he was. But that unfortunately did not really happen. For a long time, I think about a year and a half from when that all happened, it was kind of like slow things getting worse, but I mean, honestly, I'm not even gonna bother going into the details of all of that because there's just too much to cover, and it's honestly kind of not really relevant to the rest of what I'm saying because the rest of what I want to say is a lot worse. There was a point where things really took a turn for the worst. Like, it felt like, you know, like a very delicate branch just kind of snapped. So, and again, a lot of people are like vaguely aware of this, but I'll explain it for people who aren't, you know, chronically tapped into all that stuff. So for a long time after the like cover-up allegations happened and he was like starting to kind of struggle on his stream, he never wanted to stream at the same time as me. Like, we really avoided it. And to me at the time it made sense because, you know, I was like, well, of course, like, you know, we share a lot of community members. If we're live at separate times, we're both gonna perform better, you know, it makes sense. But, yeah, we were never really live doing the same thing at the same time for a long time, with the exception of, like, things like events or sponsors or, like, you know, just special things. For a very long time, and a lot of you guys probably noticed that I would only usually stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. That was, because of him. And, now I stream whenever I want, but, the first time that we ever streamed at the same time was for the 2024 Rust Kingdoms event on Twitch. We were sharing drops, so it was the first time in a very long time that we were both going to be live at the same time doing the same thing, basically. I know you're probably like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? But it'll make sense in a bit. So, I'm live, he's live, we're both streaming, and like I said, you can go find all of this. This is public, there are clips of this. We're both streaming the Rust event, and I thought it was going really well. I thought everyone was having fun. I was like, oh, this is great, everyone's, you know, doing the same thing at the same time, we're all hanging out, you know, we're gonna have fun. Like, I was really, really excited. And then I start seeing in my chat, people start saying, unofficial Ms. Raid, and I'm like, what does that mean? And then I check my Discord messages, and he's messaging me. He's saying, like, Emmy, you know, I'm gonna kill myself, I waited, or I'm gonna KMS, I waited so long for this, etc. Basically he was upset because I had higher viewership than him.
You could not make a more pathetic person if you tried. If you tried to invent a more pathetic person in a lab, you literally could not. Can you imagine your girlfriend is pulling like 20, 30,000 views on Twitch playing Rust and you're still butthurt? Like, you are a pathetic loser. It's giving the same vibe as like dudes that are like, I don't let my girlfriend wear heels because then she'll be taller than me. You got yourself a mountain and you're too much of a pussy to climb? Move out of the way, bitch. I'll climb. You clearly don't understand the treasure you have. I will. It's so soy. It is the most soy, pathetic, beta ass shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like, you are a child. You are a little child if you think this way. If you have, like, a beautiful girlfriend or a beautiful wife who does really well, or who's like tall or pretty or whatever, and you want to bring her down to your level instead of showing off how amazing she is. Because if you had any fucking brains at all, and if you could put your ego aside for 2 seconds, guess what? Who you date and the people that you're around make you better. It's such a green flag when, like, I meet someone and then the person that they're dating is really cool. And I'm like, damn, I like you more now because you pulled someone this cool. Imagine dating like a large female streamer and not realizing, like, oh damn, you must be, like, realizing the status that comes, like, even in the most shallow way, realizing the status that comes with that it's like, yeah, that's right, I can pull. Yeah, I can pull. Again, same thing with, like, dudes that don't let their girlfriend wear heels or whatever. You're dating a model who's taller than everyone else in the room, and instead of being like, yeah, that's what I pulled. Don't get too jealous, gentlemen. Don't get too jealous. Not all of us can pull Amazonians, all right? But maybe if you're real lucky and you play your cards right, you could be like me. But instead, you're just going to be like a little fucking soy beta-ass, bitch-ass loser sitting there sniveling in the corner like, why are you doing that? You're making me look bad. So pathetic. So pathetic. It's just so, I just don't get it. I just don't get the behavior at all. Bullying someone cool isn't the flex, holding on to someone is. I mean, yeah, obviously. Ugly behavior? Yeah.
That's literally it. I had higher viewership than him.
Yeah.
And like I said, this
my steak is too juicy. My lobster's too buttery. Ugh. This sucks, dude. Move, bitch. Give it to me then.
was during an event, so there were drops. Like, everyone knows when there's drops, like, it's not even fucking real, but yeah, he starts messaging me, he's really upset. I tried to tell him, I was like, bro, you should come back and play. Everyone's having fun. Everyone's like wondering where you are. But yeah, he ended his stream. And then I'm still live, you know, trying to act like nothing's wrong. And in that house, I had a glass door so I could like see this was happening. He was walking behind me, making sure that I knew he was there. And by the way, so there were many ways out of that house if he wanted to leave the house that were closer to his stream room. He intentionally chose the door that was right by my room. I feel like that's pretty apparent, at least to me. He starts walking behind my stream and slamming the door so loud that my noise gate can pick it up. So even people on my stream are able to hear this is happening. And he slams it so hard and so many times that the front door literally broke. The lock did not work anymore. It didn't work for months, and it would just make this horrible sound that I would have to hear like every fucking day. But anyway, so I hear him back there doing this, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I tell my stream, I'm like, hey, guys, I'll be right back. I get up and I go talk to him, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, Emmy, like, I hate all of you guys. Like, all you guys do is just take from me, and like, I'm just done. Like, I'm just done. And I was like, is this like really happening because of rush drops? And he was like, I don't know what else to do. He was like going off on me, like basically saying that he hated me. And I was like, well, I don't know what to do now. And he was like, go finish your stream so that people don't know anything's wrong. And I stop in the bathroom outside my stream room, and I'm like, you know, checking my makeup, trying to make sure people can't tell that I was like crying. And I'm only in there for like 30 seconds and he comes and like looms in the doorway. He's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm just checking my makeup." So I go back and I stream for a couple hours, finish the stream, do my best to just like, you know, carry on the show basically. And yeah, after that, like I said, was when things started to get really fucking bad. It was like something just snapped. For the rest of the week, he streamed the Rust event. He got all the drop viewers. I'm sure he was very happy. I mean, good for him. And during that time, I obviously was like thinking and processing a lot of what happened. But I mean, it was a lot because...
And so people, thank you for posting it. I was just about to show it. Two things. One, people have found clips of this incident. And two, people have found clips of like him engaging in this behavior about being a fucking beta because he can't handle that the women he dates are successful. So if, in case you were like, I don't know, Mizkif doesn't strike me as that type of person that would be insecure because his girlfriend was doing well. First of all, I have a bridge to sell you. Holy shit. If you can't spot a Napoleon complex like this, you never will. But two, for the non-believers, please, here, allow me to show you this.
I don't have more viewers when I'm doing sponsors at my desktop.
I was just so
You had
quiet.
7,000 viewers when you were playing the Crane game.
I had 14,000 this morning IRLing at the nonprofit.
Okay, I didn't need to hear that.
He gets upset when I succeed.
No, okay. I used no. I used to get upset. I'm not kidding you, Chad. I used to legitimately get fucking pissed because I'm like, are you fucking serious? I brought this bitch into the world, and now all of a sudden she's fucking growing faster than I was. Because I was going like this, and she was going like this. And I'm like, what the hell is this crap? What is going on here? It's the fucking Babsity effect. So I was pissed. I'm like, you were such a pussy.
The fact that you can say that and feel like it's okay that you felt that way and just be like, yeah, I was like that is crazy. That's bad.
Is it bad?
Yes.
And guess what? I don't care anymore.
Maya's like, actually, you're a fucking crazy person, by the way. I don't know how many times I have to explain this to you. You sound insane. You know there are inside thoughts, right?
That's bad.
But I don't care anymore. And I stopped caring.
He's okay as long as I never have more viewers than him. If I ever surpassed him in viewership, which will never happen.
Oh, she'd be done. I'd pull the plug.
He could not take it. He could not.
I'd pull the plug.
Which I kind of understand.
Chat, it's like if she beats me in Mario 64. That's literally what it'd be like if she has more viewers. It would feel like she 2-0'd me, and I would just not have that.
My lobster is too juicy. Sorry, my steak is too juicy. My lobster is too buttery. My wallet is too fat and heavy. My weed is too loud. Imagine dating a woman who is successful, beautiful, smart, fun to be around, and can beat your ass in video games, and you're still complaining like a little soy baby bitch. Actually, the most pathetic behavior I have ever seen in my fucking life. Who wouldn't want a successful, beautiful, and smart girlfriend? This fucking loser, because he needs to feel above. He needs to feel above her. He needs to feel above the people that he dates, because that's the only way he can build his fucking pathetic ass ego. I think it comes from the fact that once they get bigger than him, he's scared he won't have control over them anymore. Well, no, it's that he's insecure that he has nothing to offer once they are doing better than he is. That one, he can't get away with as much shit, and he wants to be this douchebag and he wants to get away with it. But also, two, that he has nothing outside of that. It's pathetic. And the chatter said, you can have weed that's too loud though, Denim. That's true. When the paranoia sets in. Monka. That's true. That one is valid, actually. So it's just so, like, my brain can't comprehend it. Like, I don't understand a universe where you're upset because your partner is doing better than you. Like, it's so insane to me. Like, I can, like, read I can understand it, but I can't ever feel it. Like, I can read someone's explanation of why they feel that way and why it makes them insecure and why it impacts them negatively and be like, you're an idiot. What the fuck is, like, skill issue? Grow up. And then this was someone, these people working fast, dude. So, and this is what I've been saying. Like, the problem with Miskiff is that everybody fucking hates him. Like, he's been such an irritable or irritating douchebag for so many years that tell me how people collected this goddamn 3-minute compilation in a couple hours. And this is of the Rust stream that Emma was talking about, where she says that, like, they start the stream, the vibes are all really good, and then she surpasses him in viewership, and then the vibes get totally fucked. He ends stream for no reason. And then he starts, like, slamming the door. And then she has to, like, leave for, like, a bathroom break, and then come back. And here's the collection of clips.
Today is the Rust server. Chat, I'm excited. We got some stuff, dude. We're gonna start talking to people again. We're gonna hang out a little bit.
Got raw pork.
I'll fucking take it.
Would you like some raw pork?
Yeah, I'll fucking take raw pork. Hell yeah.
Miskiff is sitting at 13,000 viewers, and she's sitting at 7,000 viewers.
Enjoy.
So I thought, why not build a house up here?
Yes. I can pay rent in your house.
Okay, let's do it. Yep. Oh, wait, check this out. Come here.
Ooh.
Not bad, huh?
The house?
And then she surpasses his viewership. So he has 19,000 and she has 25,000.
Wait, our houses literally look exactly the same.
Yep.
Hello?
Yeah.
She says hello because he walks into the building and closes the door behind him so she can't get in.
I want to see Emmy. I can't believe you guys made separate houses.
Biggest sweats, you retards.
They will come after you guys.
They're the biggest
we
sweats.
can stop them early.
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it, dude. We'll join the resistance. You're spelling it wrong? Yeah, my bad. No, I hardly slept last night.
Not the Pepe laugh. Alinity raids Emaru with 5,000 viewers. So now Emaru's sitting at 30,000 viewers and Miz is still under 20K.
That's why I seem tired today.
And like, if anyone in here is thinking, how are you crashing out because you have 20,000 viewers? Yes. Yes. How?
Because I'm honestly fucking tired, chat. I'll be honest. I'm pretty tired. I'm just tired. Alright, chat. I'll see you guys later. I will see you guys probably tonight, if not tomorrow. I just need a nap. I'm fucking zooted out of my mind.
What does unofficial Miz raid mean?
Guys,
Oh, he did?
Listen, why are we all acting like we haven't murdered? Like we haven't pillaged? Like we haven't had...
And if anyone missed it, that's him slamming the door, and then she jumps at the slam door noise.
to do what we had to do to make it here where we... She had a one-hit advantage. She was coming after me. I had to attack back.
What the fuck is this?
What are you... Was that a test?
You said...
Well, I have some cloth in my house.
Here is slam. Every time he slams the door, she jumps. Like, she literally is flinching, and you can hear the door getting slammed. And most streamers that try and... If you tune into someone's stream and their audio is usually pretty good and it doesn't peak and stuff, it means they put in a little bit of effort into their stream. So, like, I think I have a pretty okay noise gate. And I try to, like, you know, have my stream audio not be totally terrible for audio files, because I agree. Stream audio does kill me. if you can hear a door slam with the noise gate, it makes sense why she's flinching. If it's that loud through the noise gate, think of how loud it is in person. And like, admittedly, I will sometimes accidentally slam doors. You know, you ever like totally zoning the fuck out, but you're just so yoked. Not literally, but you're just so yoked. You like push a door and it like fucking slams. Like, I would look past one of them, because sometimes you do accidentally just like close the door way too loud. And whenever I do that in front of other people, I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to slam that door. Sorry. I did not mean to do that. But the fact that it keeps happening over and over and over and over again. It's intentional. It's intentional. Because maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but the few times where I've accidentally closed the door around someone and I don't want them to think I'm like slamming it in their face, I'm like, I'm so sorry. I apologize. Sorry. And I try to be like cautious the next couple times because I don't want the other person to think that like I'm trying to slam the door in front of them or at them or anything like that. Because it's such a form of disrespect, slamming a door at someone. To do it multiple times like that is like, can I get a TLDR? Basically, they're doing this. Emery is alleging that during the course of their relationship, he wouldn't let her stream on days and times that she was streaming. She was only allowed to stream when he wasn't live because then he would get insecure about her viewership being higher than his. And so this is the first stream they had done in a while where they were both live at the same time. And as soon as she surpassed him in viewership, he started throwing a fucking little bitch-made fit. And then he starts like slamming the door so loud that you can hear it on the fucking mic through the noise gate. And she literally flinches. And she goes from like, she'll be having a good time and like smiling and stuff to like totally straight-faced and serious and like looking over her shoulder and stuff.
Let me check my body real
Over
quick.
viewer count, yes. He was upset because he had 20,000 viewers and she had 30,000. And he was slamming it hard enough, oh yeah, that he broke the door. You know, Denims, I like everything you're saying, but sadly you're at 6.5k viewers and that's 6,499 viewers in me, so I gotta go. So true, honestly, true. So true.
Anyone loot me?
Yeah. Go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
There you go.
Yeah, she's trapped now.
Bonnie, look what I did.
Sick, okay, sick, okay. I'm stuck in here. Okay, sick.
I'm gonna make some stats.
Hello, sorry.
And then she comes back after 20 minutes.
Hello. Avaragi, thanks for the sub. But alright, yeah, I'm gonna log out for now, but I'll probably come back later. And if not today, then tomorrow my normal time, so.
Yeah, we'll go over that in a little bit, Eddie. I'm trying to let Emery tell the story and just provide clips of context to show and to back up all the are true.
This person was at the
She talked about all of this and someone put together that selection of clips that literally shows everything she said about that was true and that like there are literally clips of him talking about how he gets insecure because if someone he's dating gets more viewership than him because of someone he's dating getting more viewership than him.
I'm like kind of it was like my partner and my best friend and like the only person that like I really talked to ever, or like at least off stream. So I mean it was a lot. But the very next stream I went live about a week after that and I announced that I was planning to move because I knew that I would have to move. So I was like, okay, I have to go live and say this so that, you know, kind of force myself to commit, right? Does that make sense? obviously, I didn't move out right away, but after like all of that Rust stuff happened was when the other domestic abuse stuff really started. He would destroy furniture in front of me. He would throw things in front of me and near me. Destroy walls. Again, you can go see this in some of his VODs in his bedroom. The holes in the wall. There would be times where he was upset at me, and I would go to my stream room and literally lock myself in to get away from him, and he would be banging on the door and screaming at me. And at the time, he also would more often do things like going, like if we were driving in the car together, he would be going like 150 miles an hour, and like one time he even said like, well, now we're both gonna die, like threatening to kill both of us. And this wasn't like even necessarily because of me or like because of something I did a lot of the time. Like one of the times that it happened, it was because we were just getting food and he was on his phone and he saw that Mr. Beast had put out a video, and Mr. Beast had invited another streamer, and he was like, oh, Mr. Beast.
Really quickly, her talking about Miskiv driving 150 miles per hour in his car, and then saying like, haha, I'm gonna kill us. I'm gonna kill both of us, haha. Just so happens to line up with this story that Maya's told on Wine About It many years ago about someone she happened to date who did this.
She says. Anyway, there's something about being trapped in a car with an angry, aggro man that is like the absolute most helpless thing. Dude, I did a guy that would go like 100 miles an hour on the, like we would fight in the car, which was never my decision. Like it just always like happened. Like we just would like fight in the car, and then he'd go like 100. And I would like literally like beg him to slow down. I'd be so scared and I'd cry, and then he would not slow down until I apologized. Whoa. So then I started driving only. Like I wouldn't let him drive me anywhere. But then if we'd get in a fight while I was driving, he would like pound my ceiling in my glove box.
Ooh,
He would like
that's scary.
scream and like hit the ceiling and like hit the glove box and just like scream profanity and scream like he would like just call me terrible things while he was doing it. And then I'd pull over and be like, get out of my car, and he'd be like, no. And then I was like, well, okay. Because what am I going to do?
Yeah, what are you
What am I going to do?
I wonder who she could have been talking about. It could have been anyone, for sure. For sure, it could have been anyone. The guy with anger issues punching holes in the wall. That definitely isn't someone who would do that. Ha 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 ha.
Invited this guy to his video, not me, and I was like, oh, well, you know, like, huh, yeah, I guess so. Which led to him going 150 miles per hour in the car and talking about killing himself while doing it. Then at home, other things would happen, like I'd be trying to sleep and he would scream at me and say that it was all my fault that he felt insecure. There was a time that I walked into a room that he was in, and as soon as he saw me there, he threw his phone at the dresser and started yelling because I had posted a YouTube video within the same couple of days as him, and mine was doing better. So basically, I felt like I was kind of stuck in a loop where I felt like I had to constantly perform and like prove my value to not be thrown away. But at the same time, if I ever performed too well, I was gonna be punished for it. And it just felt like a very rough situation to be stuck in because, I mean, streaming is my hobby and my job. Like, it's a huge part of my life, even before, you know, I met him and became, like, a larger creator.
Like, how? I can't get over how much of a fucking beta you have to be. If you know you are going to get jealous and insecure and envious because your partner might do better than you, then don't date a fucking streamer. If you know that this is some problem that you refuse to sort out in therapy, because sometimes men just be punching holes in their wall and going 100 miles per hour instead of going to therapy, then don't date a fucking streamer.
And I remember thinking all the time how it felt like he hated me, but he still wanted me around for his channel and like his thumbnails and everything. And this is still before I moved out. There was a time where it was the tension in the house was so unbearable that I would sneak out and I would sneak into Esfan's house using my code. And Esfan didn't know why I was doing this. He saw me a couple times. I'd be like, oh, I'm just gonna go take a nap in your guest room. He'd be like, yeah, that's fine. I would sneak into Esfan's house just to have some time of like peace and quiet. But eventually, he figured out where I was going, and he would go over to Esfan's house to keep telling me off. And there was a time that he did it, and I was laying in the guest room bed, and one of the roommates in that house had come to see like why I was crying, and they were standing in the corner, and he came in, and he was very physically aggressive. He was like, Emmy, like, what are you doing? Like, angry. And then as soon as he turned and saw this other person standing there, he instantly like deflated and changed his tone. He was like, oh, Emmy, I was wondering where you were. Like, are you coming home? And that roommate like later asked me about it, and they were like, what the fuck was that? Like, are you okay? And I was just like, oh, it's nothing, because I felt like a lot, or even if they understood, it would just be a burden to them, because all of our streams and social circles and communities are so intertwined. I was like, maybe it's just better for me to deal with this and like hope things get better, basically.
And it's really funny because you know that he justifies his behavior by saying, like, when he does it on stream, you know that he's like, well, I was just joking on stream and that's why I did it. When I was acting like a piece of shit on stream, it was a joke. I was joking around. But as soon as it's a private circumstance or like a private situation, and then you realize it's not a one-on-one, it's like, oh, I can't just say I was joking.
I honestly don't even remember what the final straw was that I finally was like, okay, it's time to go. Like, I prepared the house that I lived in before this one, like, pretty much immediately after the, like, breaking the front door thing happened, but I was still, like, scared and unsure. So I don't remember what the final straw was, but I remember the day I took Cheddar to the house, because he just randomly started, like, screaming at Cheddar and was like, get that fucking cat out of my house. So I just grabbed Cheddar and put him in my car and grabbed his litter box and took him there, and I just left him there and never took him back to that house. And then I think like within several days after that was when I finally moved out. It was on very short notice. Like I said, I don't even remember what the final straw was because so many things happened, but there was a time when I just knew. I called some movers. I said, hey, can you come tomorrow? And they were like, yeah, and then I literally moved the next day. Moving out into the last house that I lived in was a huge step mentally because, like I said, a big part of why I moved into the first house in Texas in the first place was because I felt like it was the safest option for me because, you know, I am a girl where it's like kind of scary for me to be living alone. So it was very hard, and at the time, even though like all these other things had already happened, I was very hopeful that me and him could be cordial and like eventually like things would be fine, at least publicly. like for stream reasons, that, you know, everyone could just keep streaming like nothing had happened, and, you know.
Because I will say, it's the most annoying thing on the planet when you as a creator, if you have like a personal falling out, and it doesn't have to be over anything serious, it can be something small that just, it doesn't necessarily mean that either of you are bad people. It just means that your personal relationship didn't work out, whether that's friendship or anything else. And it sucks when that shit ruins events or other people involved. Because, like, imagine if you're Will Neff and you're an OTK and you're like, this org is so much fun and it's so great, and then you find out that all these people are like sexual predators and like none of these people like each other, and you're like, I was hoping we could do this event, but if I invite this person, I can't invite these people, and if I invite this one, these people won't come, and these people won't show up in the same room, and these people will only show up if this person's in the room. So, like, I think it's very reasonable in Emma's position to be like, I just want things to be amicable because I don't want to make other people stress about, like, well, if I get invited, then Miskiff can't get invited, or if Miskiff gets invited, I can't get invited, or whatever. So if we could just get along, that would be great, because then everybody can just keep doing what they want to do, and I don't have to burden anyone with all this shit.
At the time, I thought that would be the best thing
Is Will still an OTK? No, he left. Reasonably so.
to do, and I felt like if I, you know, separated myself from him without explaining anything, people that watched us wouldn't understand and would attack me. I was yeah, I mean, it ended up happening anyway, so, but yeah, after I moved out, we, like I said, still kept in contact. I had hope that somehow things would get better. He would always beg for me to come back, and he would promise therapy and change, and like even talk to other people and like kind of present like, oh, I want to change, I want to be better for Emmy or whatever, you know. There was a short period in October where we had broken up because, I mean, honestly, doesn't.
I stopped using Twitch for years because it's unbelievable how many terrible creators get unmasked. I mean, like, so I've talked to Anissa a lot about this, and there are like really good videos and like interviews that iDubbbz has done about like his experience in the content space and his experience being like a creator with a really large audience that became beholden to that same audience. And the way that they talked about it is just, if you have nothing, so you're not particularly gifted in any way, you're not like jacked, you're not like super smart, you're not super wealthy, like you don't really have anything that like makes you you, or that you feel like makes you you, and then you get all this dopamine from being a big creator, and all these amazing things come in because you're a big creator. You build your entire identity and your entire like, you start to believe that all your value comes from your viewership and from your identity. That's why, by the way, when Twitch started cracking down on view botting, guess whose viewers were hit first? Miskiff's, because it was an open secret that Miskiff was botting like crazy. Because in his head, the only thing that validates him as a person is that he has an audience on Twitch and that he's a successful streamer that gets lots of viewers. And anything that jeopardizes that jeopardizes his identity, because he doesn't exist outside of his Twitch stream. He thinks that the only reason that he can be valuable as a person is because of his viewership. And it's a good fallback because it's like, whatever, people don't have to like me, but they have to respect and fear my viewership. And that's a lot easier to deal with, like mentally, than trying to improve who you are as a person. That's why so many people cope and they're like, women don't date me because I'm 5'9", and women only date tall dudes. And it's like, no, dude, you know how many short dudes I have met with crazy riz that pull insane? Like, all they do is pull. Okay? When they work out, they're like, push. What the hell is that? I only pull. Okay? This idea that you have to improve this thing that seems difficult, your personality, and getting people to actually like who you are, it's so much more difficult than just being like, no, it's because everything else is wrong, and because people only like me because of this, and people only like me because of that. And even in my personal interactions with Miskiff, he's so like viewer brain rotted. He genuinely thinks that the only reason people talk to him, and the only reason people have ever liked him, and the only reason anyone has ever associated with him and has treated him with any respect ever is because of his viewership. He literally cannot understand that anyone in his life ever at any point wanted to hang out with the best version of Miskiff. Where he was, and the best version of Miskiff is when he was sitting at the top and he didn't have ego issues, and he didn't have to worry about being jealous of other people because his viewership was higher than other people. he got to be the best version of himself because he wasn't feeding into all the toxicity and negativity and everything. He was just like a fun clown or whatever. I was never a huge Mizkif fan, to be honest. I tried to watch the stream. I thought it was kind of boring, but I was like, whatever. There's lots of streams that are, a lot of people think are entertaining, but I don't find entertaining, and I think they're boring. Or like, I just don't like watching them for X, Y, and Z reason. It doesn't mean that the stream is bad. It's not my specific cup of tea, right? It doesn't matter how good like a chess streamer's stream is. I'm not going to watch a chess streamer. I'm just not. I'm sorry. I got to go get bitches, man. I'm sorry. I can't be caught watching pawn go to d4 or whatever the fuck. Okay, I'm sorry, man. Not anything. And I love chess streamers. So many chess streamers. Lots of love in my heart for them. Especially. Anyways. I was just going to say, chess streamers have the most beautiful women in them. But that's all of Twitch. So I was taking back my words. But anywho. What's a chest streamer? Me. That's me. What was I trying to say? Right. So he has like this crazy ego, and but the problem is that like he doesn't reel in the ego, and he doesn't know what the fuck to do if he exists as a person without a stream. Like he literally doesn't know how to handle that world. And it's because he had so much success so quickly that he doesn't know how to like act gracefully despite not necessarily having that success now. You know who's an example of someone who acts very gracefully? Myth. Myth had like a crazy blow up. There's a really good video on it. It's like, it kind of made me tear up a little bit. But Myth had a crazy blow up because of Fortnite, because he was just so cracked and he was just so addicted to streaming Fortnite. And he's a really good entertainer. Like he is genuinely very entertaining. But when Fortnite kind of fell off, he kind of fell off a little bit. And he's always acted with so much grace and maturity. Like the M in Myth stands for mature. And the M in Mizkiv stands for man-child. And like even I've seen like Myth's tweet where he's like tweeting about how he's excited that his videos are getting like 3,000 views. It's like, dude, you get it. You fucking get it. And that's why people like Myth, because he's fun to hang out with. He doesn't make everything about viewership. He doesn't have this massive ego. Like he understands, you know, sometimes you're doing well, sometimes you're not doing well, and that's okay. We're all sitting on piles of money that other people will never have in this fucking country because it is a shithole country. People don't have health care, and you're gonna fucking weep into your $100 bills. Grow the fuck up. Like, literally grow up. And I would say Myth's mental on that. Makes a lot of sense. He got his YouTube bag. It killed his viewership a little, and he's like, you know what? Whatever. I'll cry into my millions of dollars. I don't care. There's so much to be grateful for, unless all you can do and all you can think about is what you don't have.
Matter now. And when that happened, I honestly felt relieved because I was like, okay, finally, it's like on his terms. So that means he'll be satisfied and he'll be able to say it was his choice, and he'll leave me alone. Because whenever I would try to push for it, it just felt like I couldn't like really sever it, if that makes sense. But I mean, obviously, hence me doing this stream, that was not the end of it. A week after this breakup, he asked to come over to my house and talk from closure. He came to my house, and I was crying like crazy because the emotions were just very high, because I was dealing with a lot of major shifts in my life as a result of me attempting to start to try to distance myself from him. So yeah, we were just talking and I was crying a lot. He started to try to comfort me by
as a lot of people in chat are talking about, content warning and like trigger warning. She does talk about sexual assault here. So if that's something that's a little heavy for you, it's maybe a good idea to mute or like just prep or whatever, you know, would make you comfortable. But yeah.
Hugging me while I was sitting on the couch and holding me really close to him. And when this was happening, we hadn't talked in quite a while, and I'm usually very uncomfortable with being touched a lot by people that I'm not in a relationship with. But I let him hold me while I was crying. And he started kissing me in my face, and I let him do it. I was still sobbing a lot. And then suddenly, he tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hand down my pants. And I screamed. Yeah. And when I screamed, he jumped off me like a cat, like. And instead of apologizing or checking if I was okay, he said, "I feel weird now. I feel like I did something wrong. I have to go." And he immediately left my house while I was still crying without checking if I was okay or anything. And at the time, I was still making excuses for him, and I was still afraid of causing trouble for other streamers around us, or like, you know, making things weird for viewers. I know that probably sounds crazy, but like, I just felt this pressure, like I had to try to keep things together, if that makes sense.
And I've already seen at least one stupid comment saying, "There's no proof, question mark?" Like, I hate you, and you are everything that is wrong with society, because not only are you an asshole, but you're also a fucking idiot, because if you spent even 2 seconds looking into this, he admitted to doing this. Moron. And he defended it because he was like, "Well, I jumped off her immediately and I didn't do anything, blah, blah, blah." And it's like, here's the thing, in a vacuum, or like maybe not in a vacuum, but in different contexts or in different circumstances, you're not like a predator for misreading something or misreading the room or like misreading the vibe of something. Like, that doesn't make you an assaulter or an abuser or a sexual predator. That if you thought that there was an opportunity or that someone was initiating something or whatever, it's that like, if you are genuinely afraid because the person that you're talking to or the person you're around is prone to violent bouts of anger and has said like, "I'm going to kill myself," and like punches holes in walls and drives at fucking 100 miles an hour or 150 miles an hour and talks about how he's going to kill both of you, I think it is very reasonable to be afraid in that moment. The concern is when you don't feel comfortable to say no, when you're scared because you know the person you're dealing with is prone to these insane bouts of anger where you know that they can get violent, where they throw things at you even though they know you're going to bruise, and they gave you a fucking black eye with their phone and then has the audacity to be like, "I didn't know I was going to." When you're dealing with someone like this, where, sorry, I want to find this. When you're dealing with someone who acts like this.
Okay.
Look at her face. She's so uninterested.
She said no.
Maya unimpressed. That's what that was.
2 Starbucks bags of Starbucks I got you over the past 2 days.
Oh my.
When that's the type of person you're dealing with and you genuinely are afraid, that changes things so dramatically, it's obscene. If you don't know if someone is going to get violent, it takes a situation that otherwise could have been a misunderstanding into something actually genuinely terrifying. And that's on top of the fact that why are you trying to do sexual things with someone who's fucking sobbing? Like, literally, holy shit. So if one of those things wasn't bad enough on its own, you have to put on top of that the fact that this is someone who's genuinely afraid of this other person. If you don't know how someone's going to react and you don't know if they're going to get violent or they're going to get aggressive or they're going to throw stuff at you, it is completely understandable that you would scream and be like, Like, what the fuck are you doing? And I really want to stress, it's like, it's not the fact that someone can misread a situation. You're not like a predator for that. It's all of these things compiled on top of each other that make this fucking insane. And make it very obvious that like you're reaching out to this woman who left you, who's not interested in you, and you think that you can prey on her when she's in a vulnerable state, when she's crying and she's dealing with this shit show that is all of these fucking stalkers and freaks in her life. And you see that as an opportunity to like fuck her. On top of being a violent, aggressive person. Within the context, because surprise, things don't exactly exist in a vacuum. That's assault, dude.
I felt like I'd caused trouble for so many other people if I ever said anything bad about him, or if I caused rifts in our friend group or streamer group. I tried to stay on good terms with him and hold everything in, and also I still cared about him a lot, and I still at that point had hope that things would get better and that, you know, he would improve. And he'd also always hammer into me how he never physically abused me because he never hit me, and he would coach me and tell me to tell people.
That's good. That's good. When you have to tell your ex-girlfriend to tell other people that you never hit her, that's how you know you're a good guy, by the way. Famous good guy quote, make sure to tell people I never hit you. Yeah, I'll take things normal people don't say for 1,000.
Or other streamers who were asking about it because they were concerned. He would say, tell them that I never hit you. Make sure that they know that I never hit you. Around the same time, this was during OnlyFans 2, so I guess like December-ish. He would often message me in the middle of my streams and berate me for things like playing the same class as him in WoW because he thought it would make people think
Yeah,
that—
very Steven Crowder going through a divorce. There was never any physical abuse. It's actually giving. That doesn't work for me either.
I was better than him. And again, like I said earlier, I felt like I was stuck in a constant loop where I had to perform well to not be thrown away. But if I performed too well, I was going to be punished. And I actually wanted to show some of those messages. Because obviously a lot of these things, I'm not going to fully read these out. Because I honestly just don't want to read them out, but I feel like I want to show them to like kind of show what I'm saying. And I am planning to probably post the VOD of this somewhere, so if, you know, you want to read this later, that's fine, I guess. And again, this was all happening while I was live. You can literally go find the stream and see me trying to deal with this while I'm live in the middle of a dungeon, trying to just play the fucking game. Oh fuck, I think I Tank Emmy, do it. Let me handle all the hate, the criticism, the you're worse than Emmys. The Emmy is so much better. The people saying you're better in every chat. The comparisons says nobody will ever be on my side. Let me deal with it. You have fun. I asked you not to become a tank. You didn't listen. And now it's the classic, what was I supposed to do? I'm not dealing with this. And like I said, you can go find the stream. But for context, I was playing Warrior in World of Warcraft in like a level 24 dungeon. It was like Silverpine. Like, it was just like, it wasn't even like, it was like dog shit gameplay, I'm gonna be honest. Like, so, yeah. Yeah, yeah, you can, read that later, I suppose, if,
I'll pull up the screenshots in a sec. So pathetic.
Yeah, like I said before, hold on. I was constantly trying so hard to compromise with him because I wanted to be cool and I wanted us to be able to coexist in the same streaming sphere. But I felt like I could never win, and he hated my whole existence. Like, ever since that one stream where I had like a little bit more viewers than him. And he would say that it was my fault that his stream was dying because most of his viewers liked me, and whenever he hit on another girl, they would be confused or not take it seriously because they knew that me and him were together privately. And he said if he would be able to hit on other girls and convince them that it was real, he would get his career back. That was like, started within the last couple of weeks that we spoke to each other. He started, saying terrible things to me about other streamers in Austin. In particular, one specific streamer who, I know there's a lot of people that know he has beef with certain streamers. It was not one of those streamers. It was someone who, to this day, has been nothing but nice to him. He would say horrible things about this person, like, about them in their stream, and it was just...
Sorry, I pulled up the thing so I could look at the screenshots. I think they're just a little bit more visible on the VOD. On the Twitch VOD for some reason. It's like him saying, yeah, sorry, she says, I'm still wanting to be DPS, but for dungeons I have to tank, yeah. He says, you don't really, like, you don't. I'll just manually screenshot these and show them. Because when I try and show the VOD is the video is so small that, like, I can't read it anymore if I try and show it on screen. So I'll just take PNG screenshots of all of them so that you can see them. One sec, chat. There's the first one that says, how do I know it's not just someone who doesn't follow LOL? And then she says, yeah, I'm still wanting to be TPS for dungeons. I have to tank, yeah. And he said, you really don't, like, you don't. And she says, how can I not tank in dungeons? He says, you straight up don't have to because you're a DPS. She said, my group didn't have other warriors. He says, I don't know where, yeah, I know where this is going and I'm not dealing with it. I asked for a boundary and it's always crossed. You don't know boundaries. Dude, the abuser using therapy speak stuff is just so fucking dog shit. It's like, it's actually like the worst thing that has come from the modern era. It's like, I'm setting this boundary where I get to do whatever I want and you don't get to do anything and you're not listening to my boundary. Suck my fucking dick, dude. And she says, how can I not tank as warrior in dungeons? And he says, because you aren't a tank. And she said, when I said I don't want to be tank, I meant I don't want to tank in raid, which is still true because I don't know what I'm doing. He says, you do not need to tank in dungeons. And he says, I'm going to get so much shit nonstop. And Emery says, so I just don't ever pull aggro. And Miskiff writes, quote, Emmy is better. Emmy this. I can't have anything, Emmy. Like, you really could not make a more soy character. Holy shit. Such a baby, dude. Oh my God. So fucking pathetic. And she says, I don't understand what you want me to do. And he says, not tank, just that simple. And she says, what the fuck does that mean? And he says, you already played warrior when I told you we're gonna get compared. And she said, so just like don't pull? I'm gonna pull aggro because I'm warrior. No, you're not. Another warrior can tank. And then, no, okay, it's fine. And then she says, I didn't have another warrior in any of my groups today, and no warriors wanted to join. And he says, girl with 27K couldn't find a warrior. You can every time. You just want to tank. I know what you're doing right now, and I'm not dealing with it. And she said, there were no warriors asking to join, and why is it bad for me to pull in dungeons? And he says, because now I'm going to get compared nonstop, because now people are just going to say you're better, because I told you this when you first told me you wanted to play warrior, and it's already happening, and you just don't care about this stuff ever. There are no boundaries with you. I can't believe he's doing this. He's pretending to be Eustace and saying, stupid girlfriend, you make me look bad. It's like, nah, dog. What if you're just bad at the game? What if you just suck, actually? And people think you're bad because you're actually bad, and maybe you should just get good. Just literally, as someone who's tanked, not in WoW, admittedly, I played a lot of Blade and Soul, and I was addicted to that fucking dog shit Korean MMO, but as someone who tanked on Gunner, which is not easy to tank on, it's a skill issue, okay? If you suck at it, just get better, dude. And guess what? I out-tanked people who were on classes that could tank. I had less than a 1-second block, and guess what? I was better than the people with 3-second blocks. It's a skill issue. Get good. Admittedly, I don't know the details about tanking in WoW, but I can't imagine it's much different. Skill fucking issue. Now we're the same class, same thing, tanks. And she says, dude. And he said, don't dude me. I asked for one thing with you. Don't be a tank. And now you're tanking. What can I do? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Don't tank. Yep, there it is. I'm playing the game. Tank, Emmy, do it. Let me handle all the hate. And then he says, just like normal man-child things. Let me handle all the hate, the criticism, the you're worse than Emmy. The Emmy is so much better. The people saying you're better in every chat, the comparison since nobody will be on my side. Let me deal with it. You have fun. I asked you not to be a tank and you didn't listen. Now it's the classic, what was I supposed to do? I'm not dealing with this. Oh, did the poor baby get called a dog shit gamer? Oh, did someone get addicted to crack? Can you imagine bitching and moaning because your girlfriend's a better tank than you? Literally grow up. Oh my God, grow up. And this just goes back to the original conversation. Do you know how stoked so many people would be if their girlfriend was a better tank than them? Again, as someone who's played MMOs, admittedly not WoW, but I've played a lot of MMOs and I've tanked. And let me tell you, tanks are hard to come by, okay? Not a lot of people want to tank, and the few people that do tank usually aren't that good at it. Sorry, with peace and love, some of them are just not that good at it. And it's the same in other games too. Listen, I became a tank player out of necessity because I couldn't find good tank players in my life. And let me just tell you, do you know how happy I would be to date someone who was a good tank? I'd be like, thank you. Thank you. Finally, I can just DPS. I can just be a DPS bot. Finally, what I've always wanted. And you're going to bitch and moan and soy about it and treat your girlfriend this way because she's tanking. Like, just... And it's like, of course, this fucking emotionally immature idiot has no fucking understanding of what she means when she says, what am I supposed to do? She's not saying, well, what was I supposed to do to never piss you off ever? Because Only you get to be upset about things ever, and I have to do everything you want all the time. Otherwise, it's crossing your boundaries. She's saying, well, what do you want me to do now? Well, now what am I supposed to do? We're in this position. We're here. We're both tanking. What should you do now? What? Because I'm not going to, like, make a new character? Do you want me to just not pull aggro? I can just not pull aggro if you want. I'll just do my best to not pull aggro. But he's so fucking... He's so envious and jealous that he can't even think straight for 2 seconds to recognize, oh, she's asking me for a solution in the moment because we're already here. What the hell is aggro pulling? It's like when the either raid boss or dungeon boss or enemy attacks one particular person. So if 5 of you queue up for a raid or something, or that's way too small for a raid, but like a dungeon, whoever the boss is attacking is the person that's pulling aggro. And basically he's pissed off because she's pulling aggro because she's probably tanking better than he is. Describe it as rage baiting. It's the person who rage baits the hardest and makes the boss really mad, and so the boss just attacks them. And he's saying, but I'm not so good. I'm not so good, so you need not do it so people don't judge me.
It was very hard to listen to. And just in general, he would say horrible things about other streamers in Austin, like, I quote, "I hate everyone here. You are all useless to me. You're worthless to me because it does nothing for my stream anymore to collab with any of you." And
normal.
Him saying that was the final straw for me. The day that he said that to me about other people was the first day that I ever, for the first time, started to ignore his calls and messages. And because of that,
And yeah, like I said, I see a lot of people bringing up Kyuko, and from what I've read through her story, it's really bad. We're going to get through that after this. I don't want to interrupt Emmy describing her experiences with that, so I want to let Emmy fully represent what happened with her, and then we can talk about Kyuko.
Threatened to come to my house if I didn't answer. But I did end up calling him back, and I spoke to him, and I basically told him that I felt like I could finally see things for what they were. And he started panicking, and he was super apologetic, and he was saying he didn't want to lose me, which wasn't the first time that he like did something like that and was like, you know, basically begging me not to leave. But that was definitely the most extreme time. And again, like I said, I always had the hope that things would be cordial, or that, you know, we could be fine with each other, so I agreed, and we agreed we were going to talk about all of that. We talked about it about a week later, and instead of apologizing for anything, he basically told me that he realized he needed to go to Japan and LA to get his viewership back up, and he was basically too young to focus on friendships and relationships. And it was I mean, despite everything, like I said, I still cared about him, so it was still hard.
Me when I'm a 30-year-old grown-ass adult.
And I mean, it was like a mix of feelings, you know, like I was devastated, but I was also so relieved. But because of the past incidents during like other fights and times I would try to separate myself from him, past incidents during those times of him manipulating me into staying close with him and giving him more chances, sexually assaulting me, the abuse, and just him generally not being a very nice person. After that, I decided that the only solution and way for me to move forward, I made the hard decision, but I know now for sure the right one, was to finally completely cut contact with him. I knew it'd be very hard because our careers and our communities were so intertwined, but I knew that I had to do it and that there was no other choice. So I have not spoken to him since January of this year. It's been 10 months. But if you think that's the end, it is unfortunately not. I haven't spoken to him since January of this year. It only took a couple of weeks, but soon the messages started. He has attempted to contact me over 40 times individually this year in individual texts, Discord messages, Instagram DMs, and phone calls. And I'm just gonna show those.
Is your chat emote only? I mean, it's the smart thing
And
to do.
at first,
Sorry, let's see if
at first it starts
I'm gonna try and pull this up as well.
simple, be confusing messages, or like him expressing he was worried about things. Like, at first it wasn't anything weird.
Okay, I'm like gonna try and pull these up a little bit. Says, hey, this is from I believe June 20. It's either says 7 or 9. I can't really see. Or maybe January. No, January 29. The text is like really blurry. And I believe it's from this year. Hey, just make sure you don't have recordings of me, right? I'm getting harassed that you do, and I'm assuming it's nothing. And then February 20 something says, do you know why I'm removed from everything? Why I'm kicked from OTK? Nobody's answering my calls, and I don't want to bother you, but I'm panicking and I don't understand what's happening. And then the next day, can we please communicate so I don't feel isolated and hated by my own org? I just want to be okay with each other. And I feel with our streams, let me zoom in to the next one. I feel with our streams and lives, we shouldn't have this feeling. I came home and feel terrible. It feels so odd that I cannot talk to you or anyone and just know what's happening. And then February 24th, can you please respond? February 26th. I understand and will just leave you alone, but I would really appreciate if we can talk. I won't text you again after this. So that was a fucking lie. I really do want to talk if possible. And then let's see, pull this up. Then he says on March 3rd, I know you don't want to hear from me, but I cannot just not message you, and I still care about you. If you need to talk, I'm here. I'm so sorry shit like this happened. I'll be up all night if you need to talk. And then March 4th, can we please talk, Emmy? I'm so sorry for what I said. March 11th, can we talk? Tomorrow, question mark? And then this one's slightly higher quality. Not so crunchy. March 15th. Hey, I found out you weren't invited to the party. I know you wouldn't want to go, but I don't do invites. You were invited, of course, and I hope you're doing okay, and one day we can talk. March 19th. Emmy, can we please talk? I really need to tell you things. I'm so sorry for the past few months. I'm so sorry for so much that happened. I need this time to be alone, but I really love you so much. I just needed to know what being alone, and I learned I need you. I don't want to be without you. I regret so much that I hurt you and I left, but I know I needed it. Bruh. Bruh. And then it continues. This one's a long one on March 19th. He turned into fucking Shakespeare. I really need to tell you things. I'm so sorry for the past few months. I'm so sorry so much of this happened. So much that happened. I need this time to be alone, but I really love you so much. I just need... Okay, yeah. And then he says... I regret so much that I hurt you and I left, but I know I needed it. Please call me. I haven't stopped thinking about you in months. I know what I want, and it's you and only you. I've been nothing but miserable without you. I love you, Emmy. And if you take me back, I want us to be a real relationship. I want us to go on dates, to live together, to plan our lives. I want so much. Let's go to the next one. No. He says, I want so much with you. Please just hear me out. I wrote out a lot of how I feel. I've been writing so much and I've learned so much about myself. Just please, if you can hear me out. I love you so much, Emmy. I've been crying every night without you. And I'm sorry I've done any of this. I've been so depressed without you. Please call me. I'll be up. I will do anything for you. I will come home from Japan right now for you. And then March 20th, can you answer me, Emmy? Just at least tell me you moved on. And then so the last one was March 20th. No. Yeah, March 20th. And then he went 20 days, April 11th, and said, hey, would you be willing to talk? And then goes a month, May 5th. Hey, I know it's been a while. I just wanted to say I'm going back to Austin next week. And I think that you and I should at least be able to talk and communicate with each other. I'm also going to be doing a lot of collabs, and I know you've been doing a lot of collabs lately, and I feel like we should be amicable with each other so it's not weird because we're both now doing a lot of collabs, and I feel like it would be really weird considering we're both also in the same or that we're just not talking to each other at all and not have zero communication. I want to come back for us to at least be same org. Okay, I got it. Thank you guys. He said, wait, where's that part? We're both in the same org. It would be really weird considering that we're both in the same org. Okay. And then he says, where are we? And that we're just not talking to each other at all and have zero communication. I want to come back and for us to at least be okay. I don't want need to talk to you about anything in terms of relationship. I just want to talk to you in terms of business and also just overall collaboration. So I think we should have a conversation if you can call me sometime this week. I think that would be great. Hope you're doing well. If we can't communicate and we're not going to continue to talk, this is only going to get weirder and weirder as we're both invited to the same things constantly and we're both involved in Austin activities. It's best for both of us. Okay, bargaining now. Excellent. That's good. That's good. Famously, that's always played out really well. And then she starts showing Discord messages where at the same time that he's doing this through text messages, or I think these are text messages. These are either like text messages or WhatsApp. But he's also doing it on Discord and saying, can you please answer my phone? And this is from like March.
This is not someone who loves or cares about you.
Okay, and then she starts showing these Discord messages. Again, these were happening at the same time that he's like texting her. Because obviously, if someone isn't replying to your text, it's just because they didn't get the notification. So you should just send the messages over Discord as well. And then he says, I'm sorry. So this is in May 29th. I'm sorry, not a day has gone by in the last 4 months where your final words to me, don't go, haven't echoed in my heart. I walked out your door thinking I knew what I wanted and I was wrong. I told myself I needed to be alone, that I'd missed out on being single in my 30s. I convinced myself I needed space, freedom, distance. But the truth is, I was afraid of commitment, afraid of what it meant to truly let someone in, even someone as beautiful and kind as you. So I tried to protect myself in the worst way possible. I pushed you away. I told myself lies to justify it. I said I was bored. I said a relationship would hold me back. I said I didn't want to be with just one person, but those weren't truths. They were shields I put up to avoid facing my fears and the parts of myself I hadn't yet healed, and in doing that, I lost you. And then he continues saying, the last 4 months have been the hardest of my life. Whatever people may see on the outside, online or anywhere else, know this. I've been lost without you. I've missed every single day. I've missed you every single day. I've cried more times than I can count just thinking about your smile, your laugh, the way you'd say merp or make those little sounds when you were happy. I even had to unfollow you at one point, not because I wanted to forget you, but because seeing you reminded me so painfully of how badly I messed up. I love you, Emmy. I always have, and I know now I never stopped. I know our time together was far from perfect. My mental health weighed heavily on us both, and I'm so sorry for what I put you through. You carried more than you ever should have had to. But I'm working on myself now, really working. I've started treatment. I'm on Lexapro and propranolol, and for the first time in a long time, I feel clarity. My emotions aren't running wild anymore, and I think more clearly. I feel steadier. I'm learning to be the man you always believed I could be, and now that I can see things clearly, I know this without a shadow of doubt. You are the love of my life. Every night we spent watching shows, every silly conversation about cheddar, every time I walked into your room as you were about to go live, I cherished it all. You brought color and joy into my life in ways I didn't fully appreciate until I lost you, and I hate that I let that fear and pain and pride blind me to how lucky I was to have you. Emmy, if you still have any space in your heart for me, I would spend the rest of my life making things right, loving you the way that you've always deserved to be loved, this time fully. I'm leaving for LA, but I would make it work with you, even if we can start small. It's always been Matt and Emmy, and still could be if you'll have me. Now, those probably were at least edited by ChatGPT. I'm sorry, the M dash? And then it's like she's showing, I think, Jesus Christ, bro. She's showing messages. I can't tell what this messaging app is from. Oh, it's from Instagram. It says August 16th. He starts sending her messages on Instagram. That says, why is this image so crunchy? Wait, what did my monitor do to this image? The hell? Sorry, let me take this screenshot again. Like, blasted the image all the way up. Like, I'm trying to find a fucking shock collar tape or some shit. He says, can we please talk while you're here? A simple conversation would go very far for both of us. The lack of communication is very confusing, and I've been wanting to talk to you for a while. And then he keeps going on Instagram messages to say... No, not that. Wait, where did... Here it is. To say, the lack of communication is very confusing. And I've been wanting to talk to you for a while. Bro, the lack of communication is only confusing to you. Any other normal person would see that that person isn't fucking interested, and you sending one more essay isn't going to change their mind. The lack of communication means something very clear. I don't want to communicate with you.
And keep in mind, this is only things that he sent to me. I can't document all the things that people told me that he was saying. And, it's just kind of a funny side note, I guess. I would like to highlight this message. Because, doesn't really matter, but I ran it through a ChatGPT checker. And, all the highlights, like I said, doesn't really matter. I just thought it was interesting.
And it says 50% or like 58% ChatGPT, and it highlights the parts that look very ChatGPT-ish. And let me just say, seeing what he wrote yesterday and reading, like him reading out what he wrote yesterday, makes me convinced that these messages had to be ChatGPT. Because what he wrote yesterday was definitely not ChatGPT, and it showed.
But, yeah, like I said at first, the messages were just simple things, like, him saying he was worried about things, or saying no one was talking to him, which I don't think was even true at the time. I think he was just saying that to try to guilt me into responding to him. I'm not sure about that, of course. This also extended to in-person interactions, because initially I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through private communication, and, you know, we would be fine going to the same events and parties and such. I also had to start... Hold on, I'm still fucking sick.
Also, yeah, I gotta say the game plan is like incredible. The game plan strategy of Emmy, everybody hates me. Please talk to me. Please, 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 please.
I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through personal, private communication. But I also had to start avoiding going to the same parties or places I was worried he'd be in person. Because this was after he came back from his first trip to Japan. There was a party that I attended several months after I first went into contact with him. I was aware that he would be there, and I thought it'd be fine. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal. I thought I'll just let him have his space, I'll have my space, you know, it's not a big deal. We're adults, right? During this party, I felt like he was following me around and monitoring me, but I thought that I was just being paranoid. I was like, it's probably just in your head. I was hanging out with Nick and Catchy and a couple other friends. And at some point, Nick was like, it's too fucking loud down here, let's go upstairs. No one's upstairs. Let's just go, you know, chill in a room and like talk where it's not so loud. And I was like, okay. So they, as a group, went upstairs first without me, but it took me a bit longer to get up there because someone like stopped me and was talking to me. And I did feel like, I mean, he was like standing pretty close to that person. I felt like he was watching me, but again, I thought I was just being paranoid. But I went upstairs, I was hanging out with Nick and Catchy and, you know, our other friends. And then about 30 minutes later, the room that we're in, the door opens. It's Miz. He opens the door, makes eye contact with me, goes, ooh, and then closes the door and leaves. And I was like, what the fuck? But again,
you gotta love the idea that Mizkif was telling Emaru that she's the reason she has so many stalkers because she's acting in ways that stalkers love. And then he literally became a stalker. Incredible.
I was still trying my best to, you know, give the benefit of the doubt. Like, you know, maybe it's just like an awkward situation or something. But a couple months later, the person that he was hanging out with that night reached out to me privately and was apologizing. And I was like, why? And they're like...
He said what? Well, she said that, like, first of all, he admitted that he told her to not dress certain ways. And fucking internet sleuths found this, or they, like, have resurfaced this thing, back in May of 2023, where Emaru had accidentally leaked these DMs where Mizkif is telling her, like, she is bringing the stalkers onto herself. And This is the VOD, and it says, the text here refers to her 427 drunk Q&A stream that she left for 45 minutes and cried during the rest of the stream upon returning. During it, Ms. Kip messages her, she leaves, comes back, and spends the rest of the stream crying and sniffling VOD here. And the messages say, like, let me see if I can pull it up. Amazing that a 6 out of 10 Asian girl is causing so much male drama. Back in my day, she wouldn't even be noticeable. Do you feel like a real special boy? Oh, who's your special boy? Oh, aren't you so proud you had something so intelligent to add to the conversation? Oh. Back in my day, losers like you knew not to interact with the rest of society. Okay? Back in my day, people like you had some fucking shame. But we can't all have what we want, huh? Let me pull up the messages really quickly. It's so obscene to me and so crazy to me that like people type this shit. I get when people type this shit because someone is like doing fucked up shit. I can't believe people type that shit when someone is having fucked up shit happening to them. It's like, what the fuck are you? Anyways, these are the messages that he was sending her. He said like, heard that 1,000 times. Oh, sorry, no, this one goes first. He says, you literally lift your legs like a cheerleader multiple times and stick a bottle between your legs and play with it. Farm those parasocial people by doing this content in the first place. After claiming to me you don't want these weirdos and you hate this community and the just chatting community. I genuinely don't think of things like that as sexual when I'm doing it, especially when I'm wearing pajama pants, but I will stop. Okay, LOL. I do just like having to make content for those types of viewers, but I thought this was something that would be easy and low effort. Go to sleep on stream. Clearly that's not one we've talked about, or is bad to do. And she said yes. And he says, heard that 1,000 times. I'm so done with this. I don't believe you at all. She said, I'm not trying to attract weird people. I'm sorry. Bullshit. And she said, I don't think of things the same way. And by the way, the clip of her lifting her leg like a cheerleader. Okay, careful, guys. Careful. Careful. This might be too crazy for you guys to see. Careful, careful, careful. Caution, caution. Yeah, she's basically asking for stalkers by doing this. Famously, anytime a woman has ever done this, this is the clear-cut woman symbol for, it's like kind of like the bat signal. You see like, oh my God, Ms. Kids are fucking poisoning me. It's like the bat symbol or the signal. You see the bat signal in the sky? It's like someone needs help for Batman. If a woman does this, it means that she desperately wants stalkers. That's actually what it means. You can trust me. I'm the woman whisperer, so I know for sure that that's what that means. And that was it. That was the bottle between her legs. When he said like the bottle between her legs clip, I thought she would be like, I thought it'd be one of those TikToks where it'd be like, there are a lot of weird TikTok trends that they try and get around like sexual content. A lot of OnlyFans creators try and game the system. So I thought she'd be like standing and like gyrating a bottle or something like that. She's just like sitting pretzel style trying to open a bottle of vodka. I thought she'd be holding it like a penis or something. I thought she'd be like, I was like, he was saying, like you're holding it all sexual. I thought she'd be like doing like this or something. I don't care because I'm so annoying, so I don't give a shit. And then she'd be like doing like this, like, oh, the bottle is like, it's not even what she's just opening a bottle like normally. Oh, sorry, maybe I can't. She's literally just fucking sitting there. She's literally sitting pretzel style just opening a bottle. I'm sorry, how is she supposed to open a bottle? She should open the bottle like this. So you know it's not sexual. She needs to eat bananas like this. Like a piece of watermelon. So it's not sexual. Fucking so stupid, dude. Like the most... I can't believe you would see this and be like, oh, this is clearly the fucking, you're trying to attract the fucking stalkers. And then he becomes a stalker. Like, incredible stuff. You can't make this shit up. And it's like, this is what I'm talking about when I say shitty dudes will justify other shitty men's behaviors and engage in like victim blaming behavior so that they can justify their own behavior. Well, I was stalking you because you were giving me signals.
I just felt like I had to apologize to you because I felt so bad and so embarrassed of what was going on. Like, yes, he wanted to see what you were doing. He was saying, like, I want to go see what's upstairs, and he was checking every room. And then after he opened the room that you were in with Nick, he closed the door and started laughing. And then he just wanted to talk about, you know, how you guys broke up for the next, like, however many hours of the night. So I was like, wow, okay, that's good to know, I guess. The next story that I want to tell involves what happened to me, Valkyrie, and Cinna earlier this year when we were attacked at the Santa Monica Pier. Because that was obviously... Hold on, let me close all these fucking texts. I don't want to look at them. They're still on my desktop. Where was I? Yeah, so, yeah, it happened March 3rd of this year. A lot of people were talking about it, talking about how me, Ray, and Cinna were attacked. Which was not an issue. Like, we had no issue with that. Like, obviously, it's big news. People are gonna talk about it. It should be talked about. We had, like, no issues with anyone talking about it and covering it, and that included him. I was fine with that. He joined in on that whole thing of people going live to talk about it. And again, I'd like to remind people at this point, we were already a couple months into me being no contact with him, making it clear I didn't want anything to do with him. And so during this stream, he was covering what happened to me, Ray, and Cinna. He decided that he was going to tell more of my personal stalker stories that I've never personally talked about or shared publicly myself. And one of these stories was one that, like, no one knew at all, and, like, it just felt so shitty because at the time that those things happened, like, you know, all the people that lived in that area together, we all came together and we all kind of decided, and this was heavily pushed by him, we should never talk about this because, you know, people are gonna be weird. It puts Emmy in more danger, and, you know, it gives people ideas, so we're never gonna talk about it. But, you know, of course, as soon as there's,
I mean, like,
some big drama that he's...
Hassan has talked about this, why he doesn't talk about, like, whether he's getting swatted or doxxed or something, because it just encourages people and shows people that, like, you're getting to that person. So that's why, like, the safe thing to do a lot of times is just to not talk about it at all.
Not involved in, and he finds a way to, you know, bring up, oh, I was there for something that happened to Emmy. He does it. He was on a stream talking about these personal stories of mine, and I caught wind of it. And by the way, it was also so frustrating not saying anything at this time because the way he told those stories, he kind of framed himself as, like, the hero. He was like, oh, I held the stalker at gunpoint. No. The only person who ever came into contact face-to-face with that stalker before the police came was Bonnie. Bonnie is the person who found that guy outside, went inside, told everyone, called the police. The police came. All Miz did was he stood far away from the front door, behind glass and metal, with a gun. Yeah, I mean, I understand, still very scary, but why are you acting like like, if anyone deserves credit for that, it's Bonnie. Like, it's literally stolen valor. I'm so glad I finally get to say that because she is the one who like kept everyone in those 2 houses safe, not him. Anyway, back to the original thing, the Ray
And
and
it's so funny because now when you watch Miskiv's stream, he talks about this for like 30 minutes about how he's such a great person because he held this gun at the door.
the stuff. So, I was obviously panicking. Like, I just had this horrible thing happen to me the night before. It was like huge, like public, millions of people seeing it. And then my crazy ex-boyfriend is going live talking about more of my personal stuff. And I'm like crying, and Senna and Ray are like, what's wrong? And I tell them, and I'm like panicking. I'm like, I need to call so-and-so, I need to call so-and-so, I need to call so-and-so. Like these different people that I was like, they can contact him because I did not want to contact him. So, Ray, Senna, some of me and Mrs. mutual business partners, and Asmongold were all messaging him to stop. And by the way, Asmongold told me that he tried to call Ms. while he was talking, and it rang 3 times and then hung up, which means that he saw it and he just wanted to be able to keep talking because, yeah, anyway, just a little note.
Bro, when you're getting outflanked in morality by Asmongold, like, reevaluate your life. Holy shit.
I don't know exactly what, like, the other people said to him, but Ray and Senna told me that they were messaging him being like, bro, like, stop, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? And he was messaging them, who were also equally as traumatized as me, of course. They had gone through the same thing. Oh, what am I doing wrong? I'm letting people know what, girls go through. Was that your job?
So do you see when I explain, like, please don't go bother Maya about this stuff, because it's not in anyone's best interest to force anyone who is potentially a victim into talking about something that they don't want to talk about. Let victims speak on their situations if and when they want to talk about it.
Well, anyway, yeah, that all happened a couple of months into me being no contact with him. And yeah, he was arguing with Ray and Senna while they're trying to be like, bro, like, stop, like, you're making it worse. He finished talking about my stuff and then reacted to Senna and Ray's whole stream where they were crying, addressing their communities, made sure to react to that, and then immediately went offline. So yeah, that was a terrible weekend. I got threatened to be stabbed, and then the next day, my weird ex was going live trying to talk to me, only ramped up, which I showed those texts. We went back to Japan, and during that trip, he was texting, calling me, trying to call me quite a lot, begging me to take him back. And at the same time, I heard that he was reaching out to quite a few other streamers who know both of us. And he was crying to them about how he wanted to get back together and how he thought someday we would reconnect and eventually get married. I don't think he even meant that, but I hope not. But I assume he did that with the hope that they would relay the messages back to me since I wasn't talking to him. And, I mean, some of them did. I also had a couple other streamers report to me that he would obsessively watch my stream and not in a like, oh, I wonder what Emmy's doing right now way, or like having my stream open. Like, he would be obsessively and attentively hate watching my stream, like watching my stream and just saying horrible things almost every time that I've been live this year. And they'd tell me that he would want to discuss how he believed I still wanted him. Interesting, considering I never replied. And he would ask other guys if they thought I had slept with anyone this year. They'd be like, I don't fucking know, man. And then they told me he would say stuff like, no, There's no way she's done that. She's not like that. And she's probably waiting for me. Just really fucking gross stuff like that. And a couple of streamers in LA also told me that he was telling me and him still talk all the time, but we simply weren't together anymore because I was too mature and I was not ready. I was too immature. But yeah, you can see from the messages I showed. I'm not sure if people can go back and read them. He was begging me to take him back for the majority of this year, which was 7 or 8 months total. And like I said, some of those messages were even,
Bro is living in another dimension. I mean, like, literally, he became another stalker.
I believe ChatGPT. Not that it really matters. It's just interesting, right? As of today, it's been about 2 months since he has attempted to contact me directly. I think because about 2 months ago was when he started kind of getting scared that I might have been telling people things, which again, I wasn't going out of my way to do it, but if anyone ever asked me, I wasn't gonna lie to them. I mentioned this at the beginning before I started fully telling the story. I heard from my friends, other streamers, and my employees that he had cooked up a plot that if I ever tried to talk about him, about the abuse or anything else, he would try to go live and say that I killed my rabbits. And I was told that he approached several streamers who were around us a lot when we lived together and asked if they would basically back him up, and they refused. Obviously, they're not insane. And even something happened this weekend at TwitchCon. One of my employees told me he went up to them and he threatened them, saying, if Emmy ever tries to talk about me, I will destroy her. Whatever that means. And within the same night, he also texted one of my best friends. I would have been with this girl. He texted her. That was Saturday, so that pretty much
He probably latched onto the whole rabbit stuff so much because he saw how big Collargate got. Also, he doesn't have anything else. He literally doesn't have anything else.
Us to today. Feel like it's clear I've spent the last year of my life cutting him off and building a new life with people that actually care about me and doing my best to move on peacefully without causing any drama. I did not want to do this. A lot of people...
The lion is running out of excuses.
A lot of other creators actually told me that after his other allegations in 2022, if I wasn't the first person to stand up for him and start appearing on his channel again, they do not think that they would have gone back to helping him with his content. So I always tried to keep things private, always tried to make things better, had hope that things would get better, tried to be supportive, and my thanks that I got for all of that was abuse and resentment. And for all of 2025, all of this year, harassment and hatred from him and his community, while he was the whole time secretly begging for me to take him back behind the scenes. I've taken a lot of steps already. As I said, it's apparent. I've taken a lot of steps to restructure my life and be a lot more careful about who I help and who I invest my time and my care into. And I'm doing a lot better now, but I felt like this was a necessary stream because, like I said at the very beginning, I have heard that he has done things to other people that aligned with some of my own experiences, so I felt like it would be wrong for me to keep holding on to all this information. I know I stayed for way too long, and I thought that I could help, and I unfortunately learned that I couldn't, but I worked really hard to have the life that I have now with my friends, my family, my pets, and my community, And I'm so grateful for how things are now. It was very difficult, but I'm very proud of myself for making the choices that I did to end up where I am now. And yeah, that's my story of dealing with abuse, psychological and domestic abuse, sexual assault, and stalking, and being threatened on if, you know, I ever talked about it. And this whole time, it's been kind of hidden in plain sight away from hundreds of thousands of people. And, yeah, I know that me saying all of this probably isn't gonna make him or what's left of his community leave me alone, but sorry, voice crack. I know talking about this probably won't make him or, probably won't make him or what remains of his community leave me alone, but, I'm at least glad that people will be aware of all of this now and I won't have to feel like I'm hiding a terrible dark secret anymore. And it's all out there now. And I also want to make it clear that not everyone that I interact with or that I'm friends with knew the extent of the things that were happening. And a lot of streamers didn't really know anything at all, but I mean, like I said before, people aren't stupid. I think it's pretty clear that a lot of people knew that things were happening, and like I said, you have to remember, it's not just me. A lot of people have told me that they have their own, you know, grievances with him. But for the people who did know about this, thank you for being there for me through all of this and supporting me and cheering me on. And there were a lot of people as well who, even though they didn't know anything, without asking any questions, they still were very kind and supportive, and I will always remember that for the rest of my life. I also want to say, just so people know, that I'm not just trying to, like, put this out there and then, you know, I am already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both Texas and California.
The fact that he doubled down on the rabbits is insane. I have always had a bad feeling about him since his relationship with Maya. There's been so many clips of him smacking, throwing things, insulting her, and everyone played it off as just that's just who he is. I've said this about Dr. Disrespect. I said this about Mizkif. I've said this about so many people. If your entire act is just being a massive douchebag and you never turn the act off, surprise, you're just a massive douchebag.
Yeah. And I also wanted to say that I would not be surprised if he tries to sue me for this stream that I did today and for coming out about him. Not because he thinks that he would win, but for PR reasons, like a slap lawsuit. It'd be interesting if that happened, and I wouldn't be opposed to people finding out more of the truth and things that I didn't even talk about today, and what else he's been lying about. And I'm sure there's also plenty of things that even I don't know about. And yeah, there's more things that I didn't even talk about today, but I'm hoping that now that I have this out, this is the last time I ever have to talk about it. And I can be like, okay, I got it out there. I'm not withholding this anymore. It's out there. And yeah. I guess that's pretty much it. Definitely not how I would have been liked. How I would have liked to spend my Saturday. I would have loved to go to karaoke with my friends.
Sorry, that was a clip for later.
Or something like that instead. A lot of people like karaoke. Right, guys? Yeah, I think that's it. I'm probably gonna take some time off. I'm not sure. Like, I genuinely have no idea what the response to this all is going to be like. I really just want to, like I said, do my best to move on from this, because I've already been doing that for a year. Like I said, I feel like that's pretty clear. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys for today. I asked my editor if he would put this on YouTube for if you guys want to look at, you know, any of the things that I shared today. But like I said, all of the streams that I referred to today are public. You can easily find them. And all the people that I mentioned today gave me permission to mention them. Except I think I mentioned Mr. Beast, oops, but I mean, he's not involved. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I never thought that I would be doing this stream, so it feels really weird to have done it, and it's over now. Yeah, well, now you guys know everything, and all the things I've been holding in for the past couple years. So yeah, thank you guys for listening. Hopefully I'll be able to keep giving updates on the TwitchCon stuff, but I'm hoping to put this other chapter behind me. And like I said, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I feel very confident that this was the right thing to do, and I don't regret any of it. Thank you guys. I'm gonna go spend time with my friends, and hopefully I will see you guys all very soon. Thank you for everything. Yep, I guess that's it. See you guys when I see you. Goodbye.
Yeah, someone said, what was her reason? I missed the beginning for why she came out about this. She had told herself that she'd come out if she thought someone else was in danger, and she learned from friends that he apparently abused someone in September. I don't know that she was as clear about it, but yeah, she just said that, like, she would only speak out if she felt like other people could be harmed. And that's why she spoke out, because I wouldn't be surprised if she was referencing what Kyuko ended up coming out to talk about. But yeah, she said she spoke out because she wanted to protect other people. Which is the same reason that a lot of people that get abused speak out. It's not because that they want to ruin someone else's reputation or that they want to get revenge or anything like that. A big part of it is just like they only want to speak out if it means that they get to protect someone else. And I'm sure a lot of people haven't seen this yet because it just got posted today at like 8 a.m. But Kyuko tweeted this out and said, my Mizkiff sexual assault and harassment experience. And she says, number one, our first hookup, I was so drunk I couldn't keep my eyes open. Originally, I was just supposed to crash on the couch, but somehow ended up in his bed. I remember all I wanted to do was sleep, but he kept trying to kiss me and undress me. I finally let him have it because I was too dizzy to care anymore. He made sure to coach me to say that it was consensual afterwards and to get the story straight because he was afraid of being canceled. He was so sweet at that time, we ended up having a consensual fling afterwards. After our fling ended, he started spreading terrible rumors about me, telling people I was manipulative, bad, I was an awful human. He would tell people I cut myself during sex and that I was crazy. I would hear the most awful rumors from people I had just met even years later. He would continue talking about me long after we no longer interacted. This made me never reach out to people anymore. I was mortified of the rumors he'd spread and depressed over what people thought of me. Lakari is witness to the depression Mizkiff caused me. He's also witness to the harassment I experienced long after the fling was over. During my relationship with Lakari, he'd regularly talk shit about me and constantly tell Lakari that he doesn't know the real Kyuko. He tried poisoning our relationship the whole time. He would plant ideas until Lakari's head to start fights. After the relationship with Lakari ended, Miz upped the shit talking even more. Lakari noted that it looked like Miz was actively trying to ruin my reputation. I would hear how everyone in Austin hates me because of what Miz would say. I think Emery was super brave for coming out with her story. I struggle with posting this as I don't want to be associated with or tied to him at all, but I want to corroborate her story and my personal hell that Ms. Gift kindly gifted me. Like, I really don't know how to say that this guy is like just like a piece of shit. Is this another streamer? This is another streamer who is in like the Austin space. Who obviously had their own negative experiences. But like most people don't speak out because they are afraid of getting called a liar. They're afraid of getting called clout chasers or whatever. And they're afraid of getting even more harassment. I always said the day that his victims came forward, no one would be surprised. It's like, and here's the thing, right? He's such a massive piece of shit. Like, he's such a shitty person and such a shitty friend, but he does like the classic move that every shitty person does, which is always, well, I'm actually a great person and my friends love me. Miss Gift just tweeted, I'm not perverted, I'm just Italian, and it's a Cuomo Fox News tweet, or a Fox News headline. Oh my god. It's like, there's a reason that no one is even bothering to try and defend any of this. And it's because he's such a massive piece of shit, and he's been such a massive piece of shit to so many people around him. Miskiff is like the only person, and I'm really not joking, he's the only person that every time I told people I don't fuck with Miskiff, every single person I said that to said, no one does. I've heard people defend XQC, I've heard people defend Asmongold, I've heard people defend like everybody, but no one has ever defended Miz. That's insane. Arya Saki also tweeted saying, quote, one of the reasons Byron killed himself was because he was jealous of me, end quote. From Real Mizkiv 2025. I was cordial during a live stream where you asked me to come over and collab just to save you the public shame, and my plan was to ask you out to lunch for a serious talk. I have messages with Emmy approving this plan, although doubtful it wasn't completely hopeless. I needed to see for myself since I had seen Miz as a friend too. I had known about your terrible treatment to others and wanted to know if you felt any remorse or could essentially be changed. But you went live anyways without my consent. I ended up letting you down there too, but after the stream, I offered someone for a talk. I offered some time for a talk to which you agree. Miz came over to my place and we talked for 3 hours going in circles about his mistreatment in the scene. I do my best to incite the possible path of reflection, but ultimately to no avail. The man was convinced he had done no wrong and everyone was out to get him. I gave you a chance to come clean about everything just to see if there was any humanity left in you, and you fucked it up so hard. The statement that broke all hope The one statement that broke all hope for you, not realizing I had become close to Byron. Not once during the time I had talked to him every single day leading up to the tragedy had he ever mentioned your name. He literally who omegaled. You didn't even know, you little bro. Once I angrily confronted you about that and showed you proof of our friendship, you quickly tried to change the subject to, well, he was. I've been holding on to this shit statement for some time now, waiting for the right moment when Emmy decided to come out with everything. You are a shit human, Ms. You are not the victim, but you create them. We got on the right track when you finally mentioned mood swings, but quickly after admitting that, you go back to the pity party narrative, and I honestly was just done. My stubborn grandmother has shown more ability to self-reflect than you, and I've had it listening to you talk in only victim tongue. Don't ever mention Byron again to further any sick narratives of yours either. Like, how much of a piece of shit do you have to be to say that someone else killed themselves because they were obsessed with you? Meanwhile, they literally never even fucking spoke about you. So fucking pathetic, dude. Like, I don't know if I've shared this story, but I will never forget. I feel like I feel like my read on people is usually pretty good. It's usually, I think, mostly pretty accurate. And I have to say, like, the very first interaction I ever had with Miskiff told me everything I needed to know. Where he just acted like a massive, massive douchebag. He was being a massive douchebag. Where I was just starting in the streaming space and I had just barely started doing like politics and stuff. And I was at this like house party. And I get like people are going to be tired and people are going to be busy and people have other stuff that they want to do and talk about and whatever. And I've had experiences with people where like one experience is like maybe slightly neutral to negative, but then like the next one is positive and it's because they were just tired or whatever. And literally the very first interaction I've ever had, he did not know who I was. I basically did not know who he was. And I walk up to say hi because I'm like, oh, I'm at a party. I should say hi to everybody and, introduce myself. And I shouldn't let my anxiety get in the way. I should just try and, be cordial and friendly. And it's like back in 2021 or something. And I walk up and I'm like, hi, like I'm Denims, blah, blah, blah. And he literally won't even like look at me. He's just like, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. That's nice. Okay. And he just like walks off. And I'm like, I am now going to curse you with balding. And then I did curse him with balding. Yeah. Like actually one of the rudest people I've ever interacted with in my life. Like he acted like he owned the place when he wasn't even like, she wasn't even shit. And I was like, oh, okay, bizarre, weird. And then like the next time that I ran into him, he just spent the entire time trying to defend to me how he was a good person. And at that point, I was like, I was over. I was like, I think I told him to his face, like, you are a piece of shit. Like, you are genuinely a shit person. And until you stop acting like the villain that you think that you have to be the villain of the internet or whatever, and you get over yourself and you just treat people nicely and other people will treat you nicely back, you're a fucking loser. And then the next time I ran into him, he literally spent the entire time bothering me, trying to convince me that he's a good person. And I'm like, yeah, famously, good people constantly have to convince everyone around them that they're good people. Okay. Go for it, man. Go ahead. Go ahead. Why does he say that about Wreckful as if it's a badge of honor? Because he's so content brained. He can't imagine a world where people don't care about viewership and they don't care about view count. He cannot comprehend the universe where people care about something other than your viewership. Like he's streamer brain broken. It's like really sad. It's like genuinely really sad and really pathetic. I would feel bad for him if he wasn't such a piece of shit. But I would feel bad for him because it's like it's a worse way to live. Imagine living in this world where you think the only reason anyone would ever talk to you is because of your viewer count. Yeah, there are going to be people who only talk to you because of your viewer count, But there are also lots of people that won't. You shouldn't automatically immediately assume that it's because of that. And you shouldn't automatically assume that the only thing anyone values is that. Like, that's psychopath behavior, dude. Not like literal psychopath, but more colloquially. It's just... It's so sad. What a sad way to think of the world. So he went live for some fucking godforsaken reason and thought that this was a good response because he's a fucking idiot. And he's like, no, dude, all these clips circulating that show that I'm a huge, massive piece of shit and everyone's own personal experiences validating that because every single person has had an experience with me that's been negative. No, dude, I can have a stream that will fully vindicate me. I can do it. I can undo the damage from these clips. This is like an old clip. Miskiff telling Maya she's an idiot, get the fuck out of the house. Along with things like say that on stream, leaving the stream in between TTS discourse. What the fuck did someone type to make the TTS make that noise? Oh, Lamont. It's really hard to hear, and I don't want to blast your guys' ears. But there was also, I'm trying to find it. There was one that was like making the rounds on LSF that was just actually pathetic. Let's see if I can find it. I got a little mad when I saw this, I'm not gonna lie. Here it is.
Do you like my setup?
Shut up.
Do you like my setup?
Shut up.
Sorry. Trying to get the fucking... Okay.
Excuse me? Don't talk to me like that, Matthew. Sorry, Maya. No, it's not funny. Every time you do it, it bothers me. It's just me kidding around, Maya. Well, it's not funny to me. I don't think it's funny. I don't know why you say it to me all the time. Because it's funny, Maya. It's just me trolling. I don't even realize I say it. Well, start paying attention to what you have to say because it's getting really annoying that you do this all the time.
The fact that we've had this conversation that many times and somehow it's still not serious enough to you is annoying.
Shut up. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Me when I'm normal. For anyone who doesn't understand what the fuck is happening because he sounds like a crazy person, she says, do you like my setup? And he says, shut up. And she looks like visibly annoyed. And so he acts out an argument that they've had many times where she says, hey, I don't like that you talk to me that way. I don't think it's funny. And he says, well, I don't care because I don't even think about it when I say it and it's funny. And then she says, how have we had this conversation enough times that you can recite it perfectly, but you still don't care? And then he tells her to shut up. So now that you have the context, I can play it again for people who missed the beginning.
Do you like my setup?
Shut up. Excuse me? Don't talk to me like that, Matthew. Sorry, Maya. No, it's not funny. Every time you do it, it bothers me. It's just me kidding around, Maya. Well, it's not funny to me. I don't think it's funny. I don't know why you say it to me all the time. Because it's funny, Maya. It's just me trolling. I don't even realize I say it. Well, start paying attention to what you have to say because it's getting really annoying that you do this all the time.
The fact that we've had this conversation that many times and somehow it's still not serious enough to you is annoying.
Shut up. Do, re, mi, fa, sol.
I wonder why this guy doesn't have any fucking friends. It's so funny because he blames literally everyone else for his problems, and anytime anyone is mean to him, it's the end of the world and they're terrible people, and he's the biggest victim on the planet, but he gets to be the biggest douchebag. And it's okay because he's just joking. When anyone is mean to him, it's totally fucked up. It's the worst thing you could ever do to another human being. But when he does it, it's just joking. Yeah, okay. Yeah. True. Why do women still associate with him? I don't know that there are any women that associate with him. I don't know that there's anyone that associates with him, as evidenced by the fact that his fucking document looks like it was written by a 3rd grader. Which you guys will all see very soon because we're going to watch it now.
Hey. Yo.
Oh my god, I can't watch this part where he's just
Fuck
like...
it. Obtuse. Yes, there's some people that are saying some pretty crazy things that...
It's so funny too because like, I shit on him hard so many times at this point because I just don't like bullies and I don't like shitty people that act this way. And I saw so many people like collabing with him and, you know, being buddy-buddy, and I'm like, whatever. Like, a lot of times people are just like not going to keep super informed and stuff. And it is what it is, but whatever. I don't care. I decided a long time ago with streaming that I was just going to say what I wanted to say. And if it meant like nobody wanted to talk to me, I was fine with that. It was cool. I have friends outside of the streaming space. I have a life outside of streaming. I have things that make me happy. I have things that make me feel fulfilled. I really don't care if some streamers are like, well, I don't want to say anything mean because then what if it impacts, you know, X, Y, and Z? And like, it's way better to have morals and way better to just like stand on business than it is to like try and appease everybody. So whatever, I don't care. It is what it is. I don't. And I just have to say, man, the vindication wasn't needed, but it feels good to see that he has been such a shit person to so many people that he has no one in his fucking corner anymore. But I can't wait for him to just pretend to be victim again. That like every time anyone has ever been mean to him, it's totally undeserved, but whenever he does it to other people, it's totally fun. It's totally okay. It's just jokes. He can act that way. It's all good. Like, fuck you. Like, genuinely fuck you. How about you look at, like, how you've negatively impacted other people's lives? Like, for him to go on that whole tirade on Emiru about how people were comparing them and he was getting, not harassment, but people were being mean to him and saying that he's a worse tank and WoW or whatever. Meanwhile, he literally didn't even give a single shit about the fact that Maya got so much harassment after the two of them broke up. The Botez sisters put up a comment on their interview saying that they stand with Emiru. Good for them. The Botez sisters always gave me really good vibes. I just assumed that, like, they like to make the rounds and stuff. And so, like, oh, they're going to show up on a stream for 2 seconds and be like, okay, that was weird, I guess. And then leave and then go do other stuff. But anyways. Also, nobody even said anything about Emmy being better. He literally just hallucinated that. Well, yeah, he's just a fucking soy boy beta bitch that can't handle being worse at a game or anything else. Like, this clip is so funny. He's trying to, like, do this speed running. I don't know if this would be considered glitchful or glitchless or whatever, but he's trying to do this speed running thing. And he fails. And then Emmer just fucking schools his ass.
Why are your settings like this? These aren't even the default settings.
Fucking bodied! Get fucked, idiot. L plus balling plus you suck at games.
Understand.
Chat, it's like if she beats me in Mario 64. That's literally what it'd be like if she has more viewers. It would feel like she 2-0'd me, and I would just not have that. I'd flip a shit.
You would have more fun if you were good at the game.
Can I talk to you for a second?
Actually bodied him! Dude, Maya knows. She knows the smug. Her smug aura. It brings me joy. Yeah, it's almost like skill issue. All right, we can watch what he said. Yeah, and everybody's been posting this one as well. This Arky and Yugi went to Disney or something. I don't know, Nintendo Land. I don't know, with Mizkif, and they just body the shit out of him. And I'll admit, he's so good at being like a victim. It's so pathetic. When I watched it the first time, I was like, damn, that's kind of harsh. That's kind of mean. But now with the context, it's like, dude, they were just spitting.
Dude, you know one of my favorite collabs was Emeru, bro.
Oh my god, Emeru was so cool.
I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Dude, everyone was like so cool.
Emeru, bro, I didn't think Emeru was gonna tap in with us. That's the
Dude, someone needs to make a Wojak. He's so Wojackable, dude. Oh my god, look at his face. Look at
Bro, I didn't think Emeru was gonna tap in with us. That's the thing, because we were with Cinna and Bonnie, but it's just the thing that Emeru, when she popped
So
up, I was
cool.
like, dude, Emeru was like,
I'm not gonna lie, bro, everyone's been so cool so far, except for like,
I feel like there has to be like a cancer, like there has to be like a reason people like, you know what I'm saying? It's always gotta be that one person. But definitely, like Emeru was definitely probably one of the best.
You think that phases me at all?
What do you mean?
me when I poke at your biggest insecurity. Smiling, crying, Wojak. He really said, do you think that phases me at all? Sorry, keep
What do you mean? That like none of this like I don't think you understand. Bro, you can't hurt me. There's nothing you can do.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm not talking about anything.
We collabed with Cinna, Bonnie, and Emeru the other day.
That's great, that's fine. Enjoy yourselves, brothers.
Whoa, bro,
Are you okay?
Are you good?
Are you good? Yeah, I'm good. I just gotta go to the bathroom. Give me a minute.
Dude,
no, I'm fine.
it's okay.
I know it's okay.
Dude, wait, what's wrong?
Are we in therapy or something, bro?
Wait,
This
what
is
did I
fine.
say?
You said nothing.
Guy who doesn't care at all.
Hey.
You said
Guy who really doesn't care. He doesn't care even a little. Me when I don't care. This is what I look when I. This is how I look when I don't care.
nothing. You said you did a collab. That's cool. It's fine. I have no problem with that.
The definition of someone who is good.
I told you there's no issue.
You used to live with Emeru, and then all of a sudden you wanted to use Emeru to become bigger, and you couldn't. So then
Dude, he looks like he's like, why is there no drywall around here?
and everyone's been like having way more fun and doing way more cooler things.
What even are you spitting?
Dude, everyone used to always be in a room. Now she's like going IRL and having fun and doing a lot of cooler stuff now.
It's a good thing she disconnected from you because
Thank the
Wait, dude, I love these guys now. Wait. Wait, holy shit, I love these guys now.
The Lord. Thank the Lord.
You would have brought down the vibes with Emeru, dude.
Yeah.
Facts.
Wait, Emery was actually having so much more fun. Like, his IRL, she was grilling, doing all type of stuff.
You're grilling me right now.
Sorry. Bro, dude, that's where I'm chopped.
We weren't even dating, dumbass.
Well, of course, bro. Queen Emeru is not dating someone like you.
By the
He really thought that would work. He's like, I know what to do. Say that we were never dating. What was he thinking? He's so stupid. Oh my god. Here you go,
fucking God. Hell no. Fuck no. God no. Jesus no. Hell no, bro.
This is so fucking funny with the current context. I know.
Don't even say
Not them saying hell no.
that word.
Oh my god. But nothing can hurt him though. He doesn't care. He's good. Miskiff never defeating the Goomba allegation. Oh, they did Goomba stomp his ass. I won't lie. Oh god, dude. It is really funny that like over the past year, the only people that he can hang out with are the people that are actively making fun of him. Because no one else likes him. Oh. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Well, let's watch, shall we? Let's watch. You know, honestly, this one kind of is like popcorn time a little bit. It's pretty funny how shit his response is here. And it really is a testament to the fact that he has no friends now, because if he had even one friend, they would have told him, "What the fuck did you graduate high school? Do you have a GED? Why do you write like this? When was the last time you read something? Like a book? Or anything? Like even an article? Never. Okay.
But I've been around for 10 years now. A lot of you guys know. I am pretty far away from this stuff at this point. But I am totally okay with exposing a lot of things and saying things. At this point, I think it's pretty obvious I will not be friends with any of these people after this. Ludwig was right. I am going to completely separate myself from these people in this community, which is fine, and I've already been doing it. But I have hundreds of messages and DMs from people, things that people probably would never want to get released that are very interesting for everyone, and I will be releasing it as time goes on, because why not? Go crazy. Who cares? Who fucking cares? But before that, I would like to address everything that was said today. Okay? Let's get some yos in chat first. Maybe some tryhards. It's perfectly fine. Go ahead. You're a disgusting piece of shit. Absolutely. Been that for years. It's pretty fucking par for the...
Why are you admitting to being a massive piece of shit? I don't understand what was the strat here? What was it? I don't...
Of course, what are we going to pretend that I'm not a piece of shit? We've all known this. All right? Calm down. Is this anything new? No. I'm a piece of shit. Why the fuck is Caroline Burton chat? That's probably the most crazy thing I've ever seen in my life. But I'm going to defend myself on a lot of things that were said about me. I am going to defend myself on what was said with Emmy. I see a lot of people saying other things that really upset me, but the Emmy one is a serious thing that I want to take serious, and we will be discussing that, okay? I wrote this myself, so I don't know if it's even good. I am not the best writer, as a lot of you know. I have half my screen right now is red, because I can't write for shit. It's not through ChatGPT. Shut up. Not through ChatGPT. It's not through ChatGPT. Shut up.
Chatter says, I used to really like him. It sucks to see him become more mentally ill over time. Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing with, honestly, Asmongold fans. I feel so bad for Asmongold fans. Can you imagine just wanting to watch this guy play, like, World of Warcraft? Not that well, but play World of Warcraft. And then the mold just, like, takes over all of his brain and makes him into the biggest, cringiest right-winger on the planet.
Shut up. It's not through ChatGPT.
I don't know if you guys saw the clip of, like, Asmongold talking positively about Nick Fuentes, but, like, dude, coping with the fact that you used to watch Asmongold would be crazy.
You really think in a serious situation like this, I put ChatGPT and I'm writing something out because it's like, oh, hold on. Like, bro, shut up. No. Yes, really. Really. No, it's Sora AI. I have an entire video made. What is wrong with you, chat? What is wrong with you? I wish I could show you how much red is in this to show you that I each other is spaced. It's
again, bro. We all, anyone who watched it knows that you wrote it.
So stupid. I'm not a good writer, bro. I'm not a good writer. So, okay. let's get to this, shall we? No stalling. I'm taking out of sub-only mode. I don't really care. I know that there's a lot of people that want to speak, and they can. I have no problem with that. This is a very serious situation that I was told. I know a lot of other people are saying things about me as well on top of this, but this is the thing I want to talk about. So let's talk about it, shall we? And then we can go into it. Okay. So, this is April of 2021, okay? I'm going to write everything down. Everyone just chill and let me hear this out, okay? We met online when we were playing AT&T Annihilator Cup. This is me and Emmy. I was introduced to her through it, and my chat started to like us hanging out. I didn't have feelings for her or anything, but I thought we could start hanging out more and be friends. So we met through the Annihilator Cup. A lot of you guys know this. I was playing with her. My chat liked her a lot. She was fun to hang out with. So we started hanging out. We started to play games with each other on stream, and we started to grow closer together. We started calling each other, and we were flirting. We didn't do anything, but it was pretty obvious that Emaru had feelings for me as well as I had for her. But we couldn't really do anything because at the time, she was dating a girl named Bonnie, another cosplayer from another state, and I was dating Maya. Me and Maya broke up. I broke up with her because the relationship felt stagnant, and Maya's sanctuary started to take over a lot of her life, and we hardly had time to hang out with each other. Since Maya moved out, I knew I wanted a streamer to move into the house, preferably a girl to farm content with, but I didn't want it to happen so fast. I didn't know if I wanted to be Emmy, but she told me about a stalker that came to her house with a bat, and she didn't live at her house anymore. I'm telling you everything, chat, okay? Come on. I'm telling you the whole story. Sit down and relax, all right? Take a seat. I told her to come move in with me in Austin because she had a stalker, and we want to make content, and the guy will probably be scared since there's a bunch of people around instead of her in her Kansas home by herself. From there, our relationship started growing very fast. Within just weeks of moving in, she would sit in my room with me late at night, and I would watch Pokemon over and over again, Season 1. I loved it because she made me feel like because it felt like my childhood and a place of calmness. She would fall asleep in my bed. With some nights, we would touch our backs or legs together. We knew we liked each other. We just knew it was a bad idea. Talks of her joining OTK happened fast as well, and I knew that if we were potentially going to date, we'd have to keep it a secret. Nobody was allowed to know. Streamers as well were already starting to resent me, saying that it was a shitty thing that I moved Emmy in so fast and replaced Maya so quickly. If people found out we were dating, I could be hated by my peers and lose what I created in OTK. I didn't know if we were going to date, and I knew if we were going to make it happen, it was going to be very stressful. But I had no idea what was going to come. It was the beginning of January.
I feel like he's doing the thing that people do when they're caught in a corner, where they're trying to add a bunch of details to sort of absolve themselves. So it's like, see, look at how honest I'm being about all this stuff. But it is really funny that even his own chat is typing holy cringe at this dog shit script that he prepared. It's like, dog, listen, maybe I'm overestimating the average person online, but in my experience, it's been the case, like most people, if they don't know that a relationship's happening, the vast majority of people just like won't care. Like, I think a lot of people maybe sort of knew that Emaru and Mizkif were dating, but they understood, well, they don't want to talk about it. They don't have to talk about it. It's not really my business. That's fine. Or even like Valkyrie and Hassan or whatever, right? Like, I think most people kind of knew, but they were like, not my business. Their life. I don't see why it's important. I don't know why it's relevant. It makes no sense to talk about that. And I think a lot of other people feel that way. It's just like, whatever.
2022. Emmy just had her huge party in an arcade celebrating her birthday on stream. Everyone from Austin was there, and as we were celebrating her...
Are you outing them? No. Fucking Ethan Klein weeks ago decided he was going to out them. I'm not the one leaking this. This is literally Ethan Klein weeks ago being like, fuck you, Hassan. You know what? I'm going to fucking say it. I'm going to say it. Dad, these people are fucking dating. You know, like a normal person would do. And he did that right before TwitchCon just to ensure that any concerns she had about safety would be totally valid. I have never spoken to them about it. I've really barely spoken to Ray it's possible that he's just lying and they're actually friends and I don't know and he's just trying to play everything up. More importantly, it's not my fucking business, so I don't give a shit. It doesn't impact any part of how I view either of them, so I don't care and I don't want to talk about it and I don't want to care about it.
Joining OTK, there was a huge scare. Someone outside in the parking lot rammed into my Audi R8 and drove off. And while we were outside thinking it was a schizo viewer, we were told that the person who just hit my car was now inside holding a gun. This scared us to no end. Me and Connery's pants ran inside in fear to get everyone out and make sure everything is okay.
You gotta flex the car really quickly.
First concern was Emmy. I wanted her to be safe. The cops came, the drunk driver did have a gun, and was sentenced to 3 to 5 years in prison. Me and Emmy were terrified that night, and on the way home, I grabbed her hand, and she grabbed mine, and we knew we were trauma bonded, and we didn't want to let go. We would wake up together, stream together, and hang out with each other all night. She quickly became my best friend, and someone that I felt for the first time I was in love with.
Why in God's name would you say this? This is proof that Mizkif is a piece of shit. Because if he had any friends, they would tell him not to write that in his fucking script. And to say, that was the first person I've ever fallen in love with. And no one before that. No one? No one. There was no one.
Hung out all day, every day. We were always so happy with each other. Playing games until the night, loving every moment we were with each other. It felt poor. Jack, relax. I remember one day I left my house. She called me just so we can be on the phone together, as we always did. And we were playing a song called Falling in Love with You with Elvis came on, and I felt that love, first time I felt love for a girl, and I thought I'd want it to never let it go. The first year of our relationship, we almost had no fights. We started to date officially in January of 2022, and up until my cancellation, everything was perfect. She brushed
Not as chat typing fan fiction. Omega lol.
over that I threw water bottles or my phone near her, but that wasn't during fights. I want to make that very clear. It would be me throwing my phone on my bed when I brushed my teeth. She did tell me she got a bruise from it, and I stopped. That's all that happened. I will throw you and show you an example, chat.
Please buckle in, because what you're about to witness is not okay.
I'm brushing my teeth. Right here. Look at me. I would throw my phone on the bed.
See, this is the fun thing about really stupid people. They're so stupid, they think everyone else is as stupid as they are. So it's like, well, what if people don't know what it means to throw something on your bed? I better show them. I gotta demo this. Do you think other people don't understand what that would mean? Well, I wasn't convinced before, but now for sure, I get it. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Holy shit. It's also, why would you lie about this in the stupidest way possible when there's literally footage of you throwing shit at other people?
No. Maya unimpressed. That's what that was.
2 Starbucks bags of Starbucks I got you over the past 2 days.
Oh my. Listen, I never threw anything at Emmy because that was the first person I ever loved. So I would never throw stuff at the first person I ever loved. I would only throw stuff at them because they happened to be on the bed and I was throwing stuff at the bed. In arguments. I would never throw... Other people that maybe I didn't love, maybe those people I would throw stuff at them during arguments, but I never did it to Emmy, I swear. Uh-huh. Interesting strategy. Please continue.
I would just lob it over because I was going to bed. So I would just throw the phone. That's it. And when that's the whole thing. I didn't throw it at her. I want to make that very clear. I never threw it at her. I never hit her, and she even said in her situation that she bruises easily. She brushed over that I threw water bottles with her on my phone near her, but that wasn't during our fights. It would be throwing my phone on my bed when I brushed my teeth. She did tell me she got bruises from it, and I stopped. That's all that happened. That's it.
Hey man, even in your universe that you're trying to like sell us this fucking garbage, this snake oil, where you keep throwing things at the bed and they keep hitting your girlfriend in the face, maybe stop doing that. Maybe she shouldn't have to tell you, hey, you're bruising the shit out of me. Stop throwing things at my direction, in my direction. Like, even in the universe that you're talking about, where this was all accidental and it was never intentional, ever, in any way, shape, or form, you're just like, oops, my water bottle hit you again. Oops, it hit you again. Oops, my phone hit you again. Oops, my phone hit you again. Hello? I don't know. Stop doing it? Without the other person needing to tell you that?
I did feel a lot of stress over the time of our relationship up until this point from her stalkers. From the ones that would show up at our old house, and also stalkers that just had from her TikTok postings. We found after being with each other that her stalkers had a lot from would come to her a lot from her short form content. These people were schizophrenic and would think that she is talking to them. Whether it was songs she played, the way she looked at the screen, or just the titles of the videos, these people started to feel she was talking to them and come to our house to stalk her. These people thought in their heads they were dating her. They were out of their mind and dangerous.
Sometimes I wish I wasn't a streamer and I was a chatter, because I can't make the noise that is 10 question marks in a row. Because that is the noise that I want to create from my mouth, and I can't do it. Because what? Yes, that is how stalkers work. Yes, we all understand that. Why are you explain again, it's like, I think this is just like stupid syndrome, where he's trying to explain to us something we all know, but he's so stupid he has to assume everybody else is so stupid they don't know what a stalker is.
I told her if we're going to be serious about this relationship, I need her to stop posting as much and to not farm these people. She agreed and understood that it was a safety concern for not only me, but the house. Russell, Simply, Corey, or anyone that was in my house or anyone that was near us. She agreed.
The idea that the stalkers would stop because she's gonna post less. Meanwhile, we know, and we've already seen that you talking about how you get pissed off that she gets more viewers. Like, there's literally, there's at least 2 clips of you talking about getting pissed off that Maya started getting more viewers than you. And then there's Emaru's perspective, backed by, and her story, backed by the VOD where you both play Rust together, and you're so pissed off that you only have 20,000 viewers. Admittedly, probably half of those were botted, so whatever. And you're so pissed off, you start slamming the door and you break it. No, for sure, though. It was because of the stalkers that you wanted her to stream less often and make less content.
That she wouldn't want to hurt anyone else and knew that posting these types of TikToks and posts can mess.
Did he say that she was farming stalkers and should stop? Correct.
With us, and is something I'm not comfortable with as a guy. So she would tell me that if I had a problem to let her know. And at first it was minor things here and there, but over time it got harder and harder to deal with. There were more stress on top of this. We both had to hide the relationship from everyone. If anyone found out or was known, I could get in a ton of trouble with OTK and cause a ton of problems. Would you guys stop spamming never sub, never donated?
You can tell this is a serious stream that he really cares about, because he's reading stupid fucking chat messages. Hey, I know someone at work is harassing you. Have you considered just not going? Is insane advice. Well, yeah, because he's lying. It's not that he wanted her to stream less because of the stalkers. He wanted her to stream less because he wanted to stream and get the viewership. And if she streamed, he would lose some of his viewership.
Okay, relax. I told her if we were going to be serious about this relationship, I need to stop posting as much and to not farm these people. And then there was more stress on top of this. We both had to hide the relationship from everyone. If anyone found out or was known, I can get in a ton of trouble with OTK and can cause a ton of problems in my life. So I lied to all of my old friends, S-Fan included, who lived just next door to me, and everyone in OTK. And that was very hard for me to do.
I don't even think he ever explains why he would get in trouble.
Stay strong, Miz. This will pass.
We had a doggy door between our rooms just so we can hide it from everyone else, including my roommates. We would lock the doors to avoid our roommates finding out. As time went on, they found out, but to most of our friends in the Austin circle, they never officially knew. That stress alone would drive anyone mad, but our love for each other was strong and we knew we could handle it. So, in September in 2022, a lot of you guys know, I was canceled by Trainwrecks and others trying to claim I covered up sexual assault. It was proven wrong, but that destroyed my mental health. I felt like my brain cracked, and I was never the same since. I was suicidal, depressed, and I didn't know what to do with my own life. Every day felt like an absolute nightmare. I was losing OTK, my mental health, and all my friends.
It's so obscene to talk about the situation with Crazy Slick as it was proven wrong that I didn't do anything incorrectly and I did everything right and it was all proven wrong. When in reality, the primary criticism from the very beginning is if you want a space that feels safe for women, it doesn't matter if you believe those women or not. You have a responsibility as an owner of an organization and as a large content creator to take every single allegation seriously. And if you're too close to the situation, it's not fair to all of your employees and all of your coworkers to just take your buddy's side. You need to take a step back and be like, hey, as an owner of this organization, I'm sorry, I can't personally get involved. We're going to hire a team to investigate everything. We're going to take, statements from everybody. We're going to try and get to the bottom of this. I can't get personally involved. It's not fair to all of the people that work on our videos, to all the people we hire, to all the people in OTK. And we take sexual assault all allegations very, very, very seriously. And we need to stress, this is not a place for sexual assault. This is not a place for people to feel unsafe. So I'm going to take a step back. This is not up to me. We're going to hire a team. We're going to step back because we need everyone to know we take this very seriously. And instead, what did he do? With the ego that he has, he was like, I'll just handle this. I'll just go on stream and watch this video on consent and laugh the entire time. That'll go over well. I'll just tell everyone, I'm just trying to help my buddy Crazy Slick out. Yeah, that'll go over well.
Was one of the only people that were there for me. She ditched sponsors to go with me to Japan.
Dry our lips.
She went with me anywhere I needed because she wanted me to be happy. And she knew sometimes I freaked out. I lashed out. But she loved me, and she knew I was in a terrible mental place.
Is Emery part of this story, or I think Narcissus over there forgot the assignment? No, don't worry. He's going to get to it eventually.
It got so bad, the stress and constant talking about the same things over and over and no sleep and depression, that most of my hair started to fall out, and Emery started to...
Wrong. That's because I cursed you with bald.
...hurt herself while we were in Japan. As this time happened, I was a massive wreck. I couldn't think straight. And
how do you start something saying, fuck it, I'm going to go scorched earth. I'm going to show everyone everything. I'm going to burn all of you people. And then you think that you can ult and do these fucking white man tears, bro. Be for real. Did you not learn from Tectone's mistakes that nobody takes it seriously when it's not authentic?
And being that Emery hung out with me all day, she too started to become high-strung. Ugh. We would yell at each other, fight, and argue all the time. Things we never once did. I felt this relationship was taking a huge strain. But I thought it could be fixed over time, since things were just so amazing that first year.
But I'm so gay. But as we stayed around longer, I started resenting her a lot more. You can take it out of only mode. But as we stayed around longer, I started.
Do you think it's alligator tears? No, I think he just only has one mode, which is sympathy farming. And that's the only mode that he goes into when he ends up in situations like these. And I think that's exactly what he's doing. And yes, he did just say, I'm so gay. And then in a straight voice said, not like straight as in gay or straight, but in like a straight voice, said, yeah, take it off emote mode only. It's just fine. I'm done with the crying bit. He's thinking about how he used to have Emaru as like this person that like validated his existence. And actually she brought him more value than he was bringing her. At some point, she validated his existence and normalized his existence more than the other way around. And when he realized he lost that, and he realized that, like, he fumbled, and then he realized he has no fucking friends, he's sad about the consequences, and he's sad that he's suffering. He's not sad about how he's made other people in his life feel.
Started resenting her a lot more. I never want to talk about this. Emaru has a lot of rabbits. It was her calling when she first moved in. These were a big part of her life. But as those rabbits moved out of her room and into the living room, they started to see disgusting neglect. No food, no water, sometimes not having clean bedding for.
I like how Emaru literally said he threatened that if I ever tried to speak out about him and against him, he would say that I abused and killed my rabbits. And then he does exactly that.
Weeks. I, along with many others who would come over, would give them what they needed, and I would tell her all the time to take care of them, but to no avail. She completely neglected those rabbits, so much that many of them just died over 1 year of being around in my house. My cleaning ladies would clean them just because they felt terrible, and my brother once came over and said, and I quote, "If you ever marry this woman, I'll never forgive you."
Turn off your TTS! Oh my god, what do you mean 777777?
777777777.
I didn't even know there was TTS going on.
Oh my god. Not that chat message I just read. Not only is he insecure, he's dumb. Dude, oh my god. Oh my god.
Here is a video up close of Emaru's rabbits. These are small little mites that are inside the rabbit cage, and she didn't care. She completely neglected these animals, and I'm not going to sit around and let people say that she didn't. People who came to my house knew that they were neglected. This is an up-close view of the rabbit cage being completely disgusting and neglected.
Notice that because he can't fight the allegations in a way that's effective, he has to do the next best thing, which is smear her, so that people are so mad about the rabbits that they don't care about what he did to her. If someone only brings something up as a way to torment the other person or to deflect criticisms against them, they don't actually give a shit about this. Objection, Your Honor, relevance. It's like, here's the thing. Even if all of this is true and these animals were getting abused for weeks or months or whatever, do you think that magically undoes what you did to her? You know, people don't have to be perfect victims. That she could have been shitty with her rabbits and she could have not taken care of them as well as she could have taken care of them. And this is still proving that you were holding this blackmail over her head? Even Asmund said that that was a lie. Okay, listen. I would love to go along with a narrative that would help me shit on Mizkif even more, but I don't think Asmund knows what things look like when they're clean and when they're dirty, so I can't take his word for it, and I'm sorry. I would really love to. I would really love to. I would really, 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 really love to attach myself to that, because it is in my best interest to take anything that shits on Mizkif, but unfortunately Asmon is just like the one, like literally the only person I can't take his word for that on. I just can't, I'm sorry. We've all seen what his house looks like. I'm sorry. I don't, and even Asmon honestly probably wouldn't even disagree with me saying that, so. And even Asmon's fans probably wouldn't even disagree with it. Like, this is probably really clean for Asmon's house, so I don't, you know, but yeah, basically this is where I'm at. Not giving Emmy for a pass for this, but it isn't helping Mizkif's image at all. It just confirms that he was blackmailing her. Like, he was literally just sitting on this entire time to be like, okay, well, if you ever speak out about me, I'll make sure to call you an animal abuser. It's like, oh, so you don't actually care about the safety of these animals. You just want something to hold over me so I can't ever shit on you. Got it. Okay. Now, unfortunately, I don't know anything about owning rabbits because I've never owned rabbits. I've seen some people say that, like, you can, like, kill a rabbit with just, like, a loud noise. Like, rabbits die really easily. I don't know the details on this. I have to do a lot more research on rabbits, and they're just very sensitive animals. They have really weak hearts, apparently. I also read that they, like, shit literally everywhere, and they have, like, really petulant digestive tracts. Again, I had rabbits as a kid. I can confirm that. They'd die of a heart attack if there was a door slammed nearby. That's so sad. They do poop everywhere. Again, like I said, I've never owned rabbits. That sounds like a really sad, depressing animal to have. This is the same reason I can never own rats. Knowing that they die in 2 years would make me cry so bad. Because basically, as soon as rats start warming up to you, and as soon as you're able to get their trust and get them to like do little tricks and stuff, is basically they're about to die. And it's like, that's the saddest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's so fucking depressing. So I don't know if she abused these rabbits or not. It's possible that she did. It's possible that she didn't. I don't know because I only have one video from Mizkif to go off of. The reality is, even if she abused these rabbits, even if they had mites and they weren't taken care of as well as they could have been taken care of, that doesn't magically make your abuse of her okay. Like, what the fuck defense is this? Your Honor? Yeah, maybe everything she said was true, but did you see her rabbit's cage? There was a lot of poop and some mites. It's like, what the fuck? And of course, besides everything else, or in addition to everything else, it's not like things are stagnant, right? If this is how her rabbit cage always looked and the conditions were always this bad, yeah, I would agree. I think that that's like probably really bad and probably fucked up. If she like never cleaned the cage and it always just was terrible, in terrible condition. But because all I have is Mizkif's context for it, which is very little, I have no way of knowing if this was a short period of time, maybe in between when she was moving, maybe when she had just gotten them, or maybe she was changing their medication, or maybe she was out of town for a week and she had like a sitter or something. Like, I have no way of knowing any of these details, right? Because he provides one video and he says, oh, my brother took this video and she definitely was abusing them. See, look at the mites. And it's like, wait, so what? How long was that happening? For what period of time was that happening? So anyways, do we even know if these are actually rabbits? I don't know. I don't know. But again, even if we take his word, which is worthless, by the way, even if we take his word and assume that everything that he's saying true when these rabbits were being neglected forever, which already you should be a little skeptical of anything Mizkif is saying, considering the number of people that he's fucked over and the number of people who fucking hate him and don't trust him, that doesn't discount or undo what you did. There's no amount of rabbit poop that makes punching drywall and sexually assaulting women. You're just proving that you were threatening to blackmail her the whole time and then you're following through with the blackmail.
Left them to die, and I'm not gonna didn't. It's fucking disgusting.
This is a video from my own brother. I didn't record this. These are mites all around her cage. Okay. I would tell her to take care of them all the time, but to no avail. She completely neglected those rabbits, so much that many died just over a year or two of being around in my house. My cleaning ladies would clean them just because they felt bad, and my brother once came over and said that if I marry her, he'll never forgive me. In fact...
You're the guy who said that one of the reasons Byron killed himself was because he was jealous of me. I don't really know that you're the best person to talk about on why anyone is dying, to be quite honest with you. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know that I trust your retelling of events to say that essentially what he's saying is Emerald killed her rabbits.
When Maya came over during my cancellation, she actually commented on Emeru's rabbits and said, "These rabbits are completely neglected and this is disgusting." Emeru wouldn't clean the cages and the smell became so bad that we started to have the rabbits just be outside.
Which
I told her if that's the case, she's got to make sure she's giving them water because they are her responsibility. Instead, these rabbits were left outside in 100-degree heat with no food or water or anything. Most of the time being in cages with no bedding besides poop all over the place. Emmy didn't care. She would sit inside and play League of Legends all day. And what this showed me is that I don't want her to be my children's mother.
Meanwhile, sending her paragraphs and essays written by ChatGPT about how he will never love anyone else the same way, and he loves her so much, and he needs to be back with her no matter what. Amazing. This is like, do you see what I mean when I say, chat? Like, this, not only was this written by a third grader, but it's also evidence that he has no fucking friends. Because if you had even one fucking friend in your life, they would have told you not to read this dog shit script. Is he actually saying, "Oh, you accused me of sexual assault? Will you neglect rabbits? Checkmate." And like, can I be honest? If you actually gave a shit about the neglect of the rabbits, you are a fucking millionaire. Hire a maid. If you genuinely care about the animals and that's why you're like, I won't stay silent about this anymore. So you're down to talk about it. You're just like, what? Not down to actually take... You're a fucking millionaire. You are literally a millionaire. If I was dating someone who was otherwise perfect, but then they just like were a little bit not so cleanly, or they could have taken better care of like their cat's litter box or their dog's kennel or their rabbit's cage, at some point it's like, you know what? You're allowed to have some flaws. And streaming is one of those things where I don't know if you guys have seen like Extra Emily's Apartment. A lot of streamers get really addicted to streaming to the point where it's very hard to even manage like basic shit. Anytime you get addicted to any type of work, you prioritize it so hard, you will neglect other parts of your life, right? Which is not an excuse or an exception or like that you should allow that to happen. But it's about finding those areas where you're neglecting things and then building solutions for that neglect. Right? So it's like, I know for a fact that I am not great about cleaning the litter box. And that's why I got a litter robot. Because I was like, I'm not going to let my cats just like live in filth like this. This is disgusting. Like, I know if I have 2 cats, I should be cleaning the litter box every day. And I'm not doing it every day. So I can't have a normal litter box. I just have to invest, get a litter robot so that my cats can have clean litter all the time. Because I can, once every 4 days, remove a bag and replace a bag. That's easy. But it's like, you have to be aware of the fact that like you have these areas where you know you're not great about X, Y, and Z. And you build around that, right? It doesn't make the action acceptable. It just means you build around that. Like everybody who's ever dated anyone knows, everyone's going to have flaws. Everyone's going to have things that they neglect a little bit. You build around that. It's like, it's not that Asmongold lives in filth that's disgusting or that he's not clean. It's that he doesn't do what XQC does, which is just hiring someone to clean. That's the problem. It's like, you're a millionaire. Just hire someone to fucking clean your house. Holy shit. So this, besides the fact that this entire line of reasoning is so nonsensical and it literally makes no sense why you would bring up this like animal abuse that you care so much about that you did nothing. You didn't try and fix it in the moment. But also in response to sexual assault allegations against you, you're like, this is the perfect time to deploy this after I was accused of using this as blackmail.
And I couldn't see myself marrying her. The fights from these times started to get worse. I would constantly want to be farther and farther from her. I would use her for content, but after stream would want to be alone. I didn't know how to break up with her or end things. She was a co-owner of
Oh my
my org, the only person I knew.
I know what'll make people sympathize with me. Saying I only used her for content. And I just wanted to get rid of the evil woman from my home. Aren't I so likable? Also, she's the only woman I've ever loved. The good guy, by the way. You know, there were a couple of things in Emeru's story where I was like, I want some of this stuff to be corroborated. And I really hope people can like piece together some of this stuff. Or ideally, you know, she would put together some things here. Because anytime anyone comes out about any situation, it helps a lot if there's anyone that can corroborate parts of the story, right? If anyone can say X, Y, and Z, you know, I was there for this thing, I wasn't there for this thing. It just helps build everything. And obviously, you know, believe all women. It just helps to have more than that, right? To believe more than just a story. And people did. But if I wasn't already on Emeru's side, watching this VOD was so bad, it convinced me that everything Emeru said was true. He fucked himself so hard by streaming this because it literally convinced me that she wasn't lying about anything. Because he comes off like a fucking freak, a crazy person, and just like a sad sack of shit. It's like, wow, I was unsure about the details of like this part of Emeru's story, and I was unsure about the details of this part of the story. And I appreciate like people corroborating, but then after seeing this, I was like, I don't need anything else. Got it.
And the strain of the relationship and hiding the relationship was really taking a toll on me. On top of that, the stalkers were getting worse. One stalker came to my house, and I had to point a gun at him for 30 minutes until the cops came.
And the fact that his retelling of this story is also inaccurate, and what actually happened was that Bonnie was the one who warned everyone. And he was holding a gun to like a metal door.
These stalkers are no joke. And the pressure from the relationship, the anger I felt, and the stalkers as a whole really made us lash out at each other. She would tell me that she doesn't realize what she's doing, that she didn't understand what she was doing wrong. But I would constantly tell her, on and off stream, that she needs to do more because these stalkers are getting worse. I know I wasn't perfect with my language or tone throughout this entire relationship. I know I wasn't. And I was aggressive at times. In regards to being controlling.
And by the way, the proof of him saying that she needs to do something about these stalkers, we already showed it earlier, but for anyone who missed it. Where did I fuck? Misplaced it. Some of this stuff was caught on stream, and some of the stuff that he had said to her about what she needs to do about these stalkers was said on stream. Like this thing, this was like leaked years ago, where he's saying like, You literally lift your legs like a cheerleader multiple times and stick a bottle between your legs and play with it. Farm those parasocial people by doing this content in the first place. After claiming to me that you don't want these weirdos and you hate this community and you hate the just chatting community. And she said, I genuinely don't think of it as sexual when I'm doing it, especially since I'm wearing pajama pants. But okay, I will stop. And the sexual stuff that she's doing to encourage stalkers, by the way, is this. This is her lifting her leg like a cheerleader. This is her. And this is her putting a bottle in between her legs and playing with it. I mean, I've seen enough. Lock her up. Am I right, gentlemen? No, dude, you're so right. Keep going with the victim blaming. It'll work out really good. It'll work out really well for you, man. Just keep going. Just keep going. Just double down. Just triple down. Just quadruple down. It'll keep working.
I told her many things. I told her to dress older, to stop wearing pajamas, to stop talking about stalkers and schizos as a whole, stop talking about past relationships, and yes, I didn't want her to travel without me. I also said that I didn't want her to hang out with specific people. This is because I didn't want her to get hurt. I didn't want Emmy to get assaulted. I didn't want some man to do something to her when I'm not there, and I want.
Yes, I was controlling. But I swear it was for her.
Wanted to keep her safe. And I know with how my mental was and who I was back then that I didn't do everything right. I know I could have done better, and I'm sorry. I know I was controlling, and I should have just ended the fucking relationship, but I was so confused as a person. And I'm sorry I did it. I'm sorry things got to this fucking point, man. The last 9 months of this relationship.
I am not buying what you're selling, man. I'm sorry. You can take your goods. I'm not interested, man.
Things got extremely fucking toxic.
You know, since the streaming thing isn't working out for him, at least with that acting, he'll definitely make it in porn. For sure.
I told her to move out. She didn't move out on her own. I told her to move out because I wanted space, but she still wanted me around at all times. She would get upset if we didn't sleep together or if we weren't around. She always wanted me to drive over to her house, but I never wanted to because I wanted to be alone. And that increased our fights, but the stalkers continued, and I got even more stressed. They started to take pictures of me whenever I would drive to her house.
It's almost like stalkers aren't reasonable, rational people, and there's no amount of dressing maturely that's going to make them go away.
Sorry. They knew my every movement. I couldn't take it. Between the rabbits, the stalkers, and the overall ability to handle situations with each other, I knew this wouldn't last. But I didn't know how to get out of the relationship. She did not want to move out.
Yeah, her stalkers were upsetting me is insane.
As for me telling Cheddar to leave my house, he was swatting at Chompy constantly and making him bleed. I not only was the one that wanted her to move out first, I was the one that wanted the cat out of the house because he was attacking my cat. Every month went by the last year, and our fights started to get louder. We were breaking up with each other almost weekly. Fights were getting more aggressive, and shouting began to increase. I was not perfect, and I reflect on those situations with poor taste to myself. I'm ashamed that the situations got so bad, but Emmy was also violent. She would throw clothes or plushies at me, and I punched holes in the walls or slammed doors in aggression.
I just want to show all of you this. Let me find it. Please, God. Oh, I had it. Where did I misplace the clip? Fuck. Oh, man. I found it. Ronaldo responding to this or reacting to this. This is how I feel. I'm the guy that's not on camera that asked the question at the very end of the clip.
I'm ashamed that the situations got so bad, but Emmy was also violent. She would throw clothes or plushies at me, and I punched holes in the walls or slammed doors in aggression. I one time did say I was gonna...
Wait, so she... No, I gotta be getting trolled. Wait, I'm not even kidding. Is this a joke? Is your... Did I just hear him say she threw a plushie at it? That's fucking, like... Just...
I walked away. I went to her door, and as I opened it, the last words I ever heard her say is, "Don't go. I love you." Dia, to...
The way that he gripped his face
What
up.
the fuck is he even talking about?
That was really him? That was an AI?
The other guy at the end saying that was really him. Are you sure that wasn't AI? Oh my fucking god. Because, so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Can I just say a couple of things really quickly? There is absolutely a universe where you could be throwing plushies at someone in a way that is abusive. Okay? I don't want to downplay the fact that you can, in fact, be abusive against someone and that you shouldn't be throwing stuff at anyone at all, ever, really. But my issue with this, and the reason why everyone else is laughing at this, is because how does he not have the self-awareness to realize the statement, listen, I was punching holes and I was a terrifying force in her life, but she threw plushies at me, is not the fucking defense. How do you have no friends in your life that can tell you, okay, dude, did she ever throw a plushie at you that maybe had like little beads for eyes or something? Can you just try and spin something, like say that like one of the plushies, like the like little bead on the eye, like it hit you in the face and it really hurt? Like say something like that, maybe. Just fucking, like, there was like a zipper on the plushie or something that actually like hurt you and like scratched your face. Like, say something. You can't just say, she threw clothes and a plushie at me and then I made sure to punch 1,700 holes in her wall. This equivalency makes sense and makes me look good. Like, how? How do you have no one in your life to tell you that you look like a fucking idiot saying that?
I one time did say I was going to kill myself during an argument, but Emmy did this as well numerous times. She would constantly say she's going to kill herself in arguments, and I have a picture where while I had a gun pointed at one of her stalkers who came to my house while she was in Kansas, she told me she was going to kill herself out of aggression of the situation while it was happening. And I'm just going to leak everything.
Okay, let's say a couple of things really quickly. What do you mean by out of aggression, for starters? Second, there is a massive difference between you saying that you want to break up with someone or you saying that you're upset at someone and that person saying that they want to kill themselves because of that. Because you're twisting the conversation that should be about criticizing you into criticizing them and like evading all responsibility because of your emotional situation. If someone is dealing with stalkers in their life and they're saying, I'm going to kill myself, like this is so fucking psychotic, I'm so tired of having these stalkers, they're not trying to reframe a conversation that would have forced them to take accountability into making themselves the victim. That's them talking to you in earnest about something that they're struggling with. When people talk about saying, I'm going to kill myself as an abuse tactic, it's abuse tactic to avoid taking any accountability or responsibility for any of your actions. It's very different from saying, dude, I'm gonna like, sometimes I drop my ice cream or my fucking drink and I'm like, it's over. I'm gonna KMS. And my friends know that that's not an abuse tactic because I'm saying it about something stupid. Or in some cases, you can say it about something that's serious. You're not blaming anyone or you're not blaming the person you're talking to or using a situation that's criticizing you and making it about you. You're talking about a situation that's negatively impacting you and asking for support. Because the purpose of saying, I'm going to kill myself, especially in terms of like abuse dynamics, is to force that person to stay with you. That's why people talk about that specific term being abusive because it's, oh, you want to make me be accountable. You're literally you're going to drive me to suicide. And nobody wants to feel like they're going to drive someone else to suicide. Those are totally different contexts. Completely different fucking contexts.
Because I don't really care. This is the situation. I told her that a stalker's at the house. I'm freaking out. What is happening? Can you call me? I'll call you. I literally want to kill myself. I can't take this anymore. I feel so alone and like a problem. So just want to show this. She was also using the I want to kill myself a lot in our situation and relationship. This is while I had a gun pointed at one of her stalkers. This stalker who was at my house, his background picture was Emaru. And when he talked to the cops, he was in love with her and thought that she was talking to him. It is disgusting what these stalkers can do.
What the fuck? This isn't abuse. This is despair. He's a total fucking moron. Like, again, why does it say to Emmy? I don't know. Some like sleuths were like, isn't this just like his messages? But then some other people said like, if you open, your text messages, that can show up on the screen even if they're not yours. I don't really care. I'm just going to assume that they're hers for just 2 seconds. To be clear, you confiding in a friend or a partner that something is stressing you out so bad that you are emotionally distraught because there's a stalker staking out the place outside of your fucking house, which is something that should distress you, is very different from someone saying, I feel like you never take accountability and I feel like I want to end this relationship. And then you saying, I'm going to fucking kill myself if you leave me. One of them is to attempt to abuse someone else. The other one is a cry for help and a cry for sympathy. Like they're totally fucking different.
I will say this. The fact that this guy came to my house and the result of it was a cop brought him down the street to a QT, which is a 7-Eleven, 15 minutes away, and that's all they did, is terrifying for these girls and terrifying for the situation in general. Sorry.
Right, it's a step out for a DSA meeting catching back up. Is Liz Kiff trying to shill some idea that the receipts are fake or something? No, his current strategy is to tell everyone that he's a piece of shit. And he did do the things that she said, but she abused her animals and she threw plushies at him.
I knew that the relationship wasn't healthy at this point. I knew we had to end it and soon. One day, Emmy posted a very provocative picture, one that she knew I would hate, and she posted it to make me upset. She admitted that she made me upset with it, and we got into a heated argument, and I broke up with her. We broke up for about a month, then got back together because we thought we can make it work. We went to get food at BJ's, a common place where we would get food, and then we went back to her house.
You see what I said when I said there's no way ChatGPT wrote this? What is this fucking fourth grader ass sentence? We went to a place, the BJ's, a common place that we would get food, and then we went back home. Why are you who? How do you have no one that would tell you you look like a fucking idiot, dude? It's fine to be an idiot on stream live when you're not prepared, but this is when this is what you prepared. Everyone who live streams is going to say stupid shit on the live stream and make themselves look like an idiot eventually. It's just a matter of time. If it hasn't happened to someone yet, it's just a matter of time. But how do you prepare a script and this is what you made?
Then got back together because we thought we can make it work. We went to get food at BJ's, a common place where we would get food, and then we went back to her house. We cuddled for about 30 minutes and started to kiss. She said that she was okay with this on her stream, and I started to advance to the next stage because I thought that's what she wanted. She yelped, and I immediately sprung up and was scared if I did anything wrong or did wrong in general. I got scared and left the house. I apologize if that made Emmy uncomfortable for me not saying sorry, and I wish I said sorry back then.
Two things. One, love that he just removed the part where she said she was crying. And like, why are you making sexual advances on someone who's crying? Two, why would you admit that that story was real? Like, you You have to have such crazy ego combined with stupidity to think that your retelling of events would make you look good in this insane way. Jesus.
But we got back together soon afterwards. And during those last few months where we were fighting, we were still fighting, but it did feel like the relationship had good progress. And we were both agreed we need to talk about our future. Since it's been 3 years, we should see what we want. And Emmy had an idea.
Sorry, just to lighten the mood a little bit, but this. We went and we got a Pazuki and I ate it and it was good. And that's how all of this is written.
My God.
Sorry.
To write down everything we wanted on paper. I'm going to let everyone know that what I'm about to say is very true. This is exactly what happened, and she cannot argue this. One day, after staying over Emiru's house, Emiru made me breakfast, and she wrote down everything she wanted. She wrote she wants me to move closer to her. She wrote that she wants me to marry her, and she wants kids with me in the next 5 years. And I just looked at this letter that was staring in front of me, and I just handed her back the paper. She began to cry, and I told her, I'm sorry, I just can't do this anymore. I knew we were just beyond the point of toxicity.
Considering that he failed to recognize or failed to add in that she was crying when he decided to make a sexual advance on her, I wonder what else was in that letter. If even what he's saying is true, and that's what's in the letter, and at any point in that letter it said any of that. I wonder if at any point it said other things in there that said like, hey, I need you to stop engaging in this behavior. Like, I want to see a future for the two of us because I love spending time together, but I can't accept that you act irrationally, that you fucking punch holes in the wall, that you do this, that you do this, that you do this. I like how he's framing it as if like she's just like so needy and she just needs him so bad. And there was definitely nothing criticizing him in this fanfic ass fucking letter. Famously, he so far hasn't failed to failed to add in crucial details in the story, like the fact that Bonnie made a big difference with the fucking stalker that showed up, or the fact that she was crying when you were making a sexual advance on her. And in general, maybe don't come on to people that are in emotional states. Maybe.
In the relationship, that our trust had completely died, and that we had so many issues that I couldn't deal with it, and I was not mentally well. I walked away. I went to her door, and as I opened it, the last words I ever heard her say is, "Don't go. I love you." That week, I made flights to Japan because I didn't want to sit around and wait to possibly get back together again. I have never talked to her in person since. I have messaged her numerous times wondering why I have been removed from OTK, Discords, and I was very scared because I didn't know what was going on. Nobody was talking to me or contacting me, and I have had so much regret. Times where I wanted to go back, times where I've
Can I just say, there is a slight, not to like Ace Attorney this too hard, but there is a slight discrepancy here in his story and some of the receipts that she showed, where he says that she told him, "Don't go, I love you." And then in the message that he wrote to her in May 29th, he said, "Not a day has gone by in these last 4 months where your final words to me, 'Don't go,' haven't echoed in my heart." So did she say, "Don't go," because maybe she was saying, can we try and fucking work this out amicably? Can you not leave on these fucking terms? Or did she say, "Don't go, I love you"? Because those are very different. Those are two very different statements.
Messaged her love letters, as you saw on stream. But after 10 months, I know we're much better off without each other. I did see her at a party once at Simply's house. The house was very small, and I opened the door, I said, "Whoops," and proceeded to talk in the other room about what I possibly did wrong and began to bawl out and be depressed because I just saw my ex-girlfriend. I want to make it very clear. I was not following her, nor lingering around her. I was with others the entire night. The house is about 2,000 square feet with about 50 people there. I, of course, was near her, but I was never following her. This year...
No, I was just obsessively messaging her and texting her and telling her, can we please talk? Can we please talk? Can we please talk? Can we please talk? Please, can we talk? Can we talk? It's just so stupid, too, because it's like knowing the person that he is, like, having had this interaction personally, I'm sorry, I believe Emaru. I totally believe that he would bother her and try and get her to talk to him. Stop writing Matt GPT.
Sorry. This year has been very hard for me, and I'm sure for her. I even went to Japan and drank every single night just to sleep. Going from being with each other for 3 years straight and trauma bonding to be completely alone is such a difficult thing for both of us. I began therapy in February of this year with EMDR therapy, something she recommended me when we were dating. I'm very happy to say that I feel better than ever, and I've gotten a lot of the stress I've had away. I've also moved from Austin myself, and I've had a lot of trauma lingering from there as a whole, and I feel a lot better from that. I truly hope nothing but the best for Emmy. I know she said a lot of these things today, and I do believe a lot of them were false, but I do hope nothing but the best for her, and I'm sorry that any of this happened. I hate that we're in this situation, and I hope that she can move on. We were in a toxic relationship. I saw that. I've realized over the years of 2 relationships now online that I'm a horrible boyfriend and I have a lot to work on for myself. I've been single for the past 10 months and I plan to stay that way. I'm continuing to go to therapy and work on myself, not just for me, but for the people around me.
I hope she moves on. Meanwhile, he's been sending her fucking love letters and essays for the past year, asking to talk. I wish nothing but the best for Emmy, but she did kill her rabbits and abuse them. But I wish nothing but the best for her.
That's it. If you're wondering if it's scripted, the answer is, of course it is. I wrote it out because I cannot freeball this. This is a very serious situation.
What? No wonder he constantly has to explain simple concepts to his audience. What type of fucking moron types is this scripted? Maybe, you know what, maybe they were fucking with him. You know? Maybe they were actually fucking with him the whole time. I don't know.
I want to make this real, and that's it. Okay? I am going to stand up for myself. I am going to defend myself in these situations. I am not going away. I have no plans to go away. And I believe a lot of the situations today were absolutely exaggerated. I have dozens of photos and videos, calls and messages as well, if she has them. I have things I will be leaking over the next few days of other people, of other things. I have a lot of messages that I have that I'm going to expose as time goes on, because I do believe that this is a time to go fucking buck wild. But I want to make it very clear. When it comes to Emaru, when she says that I was getting ready to go after her and that I was going to use her rabbits against her, that was never the plan. My plan for myself was very simple. If Emmy were to say something about me, I would say something back. That's it. I never had a plan.
I'm sorry. I just like... Maybe I misheard that. Can we just...
Plans against a lot of messages that I have that I'm going to expose as time goes on, because I do believe that this is a time to go fucking buck wild. But I want to make it very clear. When it comes to Emaru, when she says that I was getting ready to go after her and that I was going to use her rabbits against her, that was never the plan. My plan for myself was very simple. If Emmy were to say something about me, I would say something back. That's...
So there was never a plan to talk about her rabbits, but the plan was always that you were going to respond. And you what? Just happened to want to respond about with the rabbits? So there was never, that plan was never a plan, but it was a plan that you did, that you enacted. Okay. Yeah. All right. The plan isn't a plan.
I never had a plan in my life to go after her or do anything. It was if she ever said anything, I would say something as well.
I never said that I would respond and I would attack her. That was never the plan, except it was the plan, which I did tell her if she ever attacked me, I would attack her. But it wasn't the plan, but it was the plan. Are you guys understanding? You guys get what the plan was? To go buck wild, but there was no plan. There was never a plan except for the one that there was. Do you guys understand? Okay, just making sure we're all on the same page here.
And that's completely understandable. Can you clarify what, if anything, was said to her team at TwitchCon? I said that if she goes after me, then I will go nuclear. And that is exactly what I said. And that is what's going to happen. Because you can't mess with me anymore. I don't have anything to lose. I'm sorry, I don't. Go after me all you want. I have nothing to lose. And I will say this proudly. Emeru abused those rabbits. She did. And if you're in Austin, Texas...
I will proudly say the plan was always to do exactly what you told me, exactly what you told Stream that I was gonna do. You can't make this shit up, man. You really can't. You really can't. That's why I said, trust me, guys. By the middle of it, you'll understand that there's no way this was written by ChatGPT. ChatGPT couldn't write something this stupid.
And you want to say that she didn't abuse those rabbits at my house? You're lying. You know she did. She abused those rabbits and she let them outside. And it's disgusting. And I didn't want to bring this up ever. This was not something I planned on bringing up in my life. But it's something that she claims that she didn't do, and people are trying to defend her from that, like Asmongold, where he says that one of her rabbits she took and brought around. What about the other 6 rabbits that died? As for what happened with me and Emeru,
thankfully, rabbits never die, ever. And they're not prone to heart attacks, and they're not prone to any other issues. And they all are known to live very, very long. And they are actually immortal creatures, thankfully. Whew.
it is I mentally have been fucked up for years. And I'm very proud of myself for working on myself. And I think leaving Austin was the best thing, not just for me, but for everyone around me.
No, for sure, man. You should work out and then post a video of you with a dog that you just adopted, and then post how you're reading books and stuff. That'll play out well, I think.
I do believe that. I fucked up a lot, and I'm never going to not admit that. And I realized I need to be alone. I never got kicked out of Austin, Texas. I left myself.
I wasn't fired. I quit. Hey, man, listen. You can say whatever is your truth, King, and everyone's allowed to think it's stupid and disagree and have their own opinions. If that's what you're saying, man, sure. I don't know that anyone's buying what you're selling, but keep saying it. Just keep telling everyone that you're the one who quit. That's your truth, King. Go for it. I really have to pee, chat. I have to pee so bad. I've had to pee for the past, hour. Can I just leave you guys with some stim music?
Imagination, life is your creation. Barbie girl in the
Anyways, guys. Sorry, I really had to pee. I'm so confused because it works. I know, right? I posted it in chat. How do you find this heat? Oh, you know, I'm just built different like that, man. Okay, getting back to where we're getting. I really just had to pee so bad.
You're still mentally fucked? I am. I'm absolutely mentally fucked. I have been slowly working on it. I do feel like I've been getting better. I feel like I'm very calm right now. I don't feel stressed. I don't even feel angry.
I've only punched 16 holes in this wall. So, it's a big improvement for me.
I feel that every day I'm trying to learn more and more and do better. But I'm going to stand up for myself in a lot of these situations because a lot of it was not true. And I don't like that she was portraying that it was just me who was at fault. It was a toxic relationship, and that's what it was.
It was a toxic relationship, except the only evidence of the toxicity is that her rabbits died. And thankfully, I can say with confidence, it was definitely not because I was slamming the doors so hard that they were breaking. That definitely didn't play a factor at all in the stress of these rabbits. No, for sure. It's definitely all her fault because she is neglecting the rabbits. And everyone, please think about the rabbits. So it was definitely a mutual sort of thing, you know? I threatened her and made her feel unsafe, and then she neglected her rabbits. So, as you can see, very mutual here. Uh-huh.
Why was viewership so important? I will bluntly say this, and I'm very honest. I was, and I still am, but I very much was someone that was massively obsessed with streaming and viewership. And when my cancellation happened, and even before it, I mean, it's something you guys know. I've been massively obsessed with streaming and viewership over the years, and it's disgusting, and it has ruined my fucking life. It is something that I am envious of others. I am angry at others because of it. It makes me jealous when I see others doing well, and it has made me realize that I am, I'm never happy for someone else if they're doing much better than me. You guys know this is true if you watch my old stream. I've always been this way. I've been very envious of other people. And
well, it's not that you're envious of other people, it's that you're jealous of other people. Like, you have to personally take them down. That's the problem. Being envious is like a little bit of envy is not a bad thing necessarily. It helps if it helps you strive to be better and helps you get more because you want what those people have, so it makes you work a little bit harder. That's great, right? I know for myself, I mean, I feel I resonate with the iconic Lil Nas X line. I always want the ones I envy. It's good to have goals and have things that you want to reach for and strive for and do better. It's just like all over. And it doesn't have to be just like purely money or clout or whatever. Sometimes like putting together a stream that like brings everyone together is very motivating and like fulfilling, right? It's that you have to be so mad the entire time you don't let anyone else enjoy their success. That you see Emeru has whatever 30,000 viewers streaming Rust, so you start slamming the door and making her feel bad about it. It's that you see those people there and you have to drag them down because how dare they do better than you?
it's a problem. I'm definitely way better than I was now, or I am now, but it's a serious problem that I am still working on to this day. I am not perfect, and I fucked up with that. I've been this way for a very fucking long time, where I'm a competitive dude, and I think I'm very competitive with streaming.
As someone who is so competitive and had to, I struggled I struggled as a kid because I was too competitive. Okay, I struggled with basic human interactions. Okay, and it took me a while to get friends and stop getting bullied so hard because I would make everything a competition because I was so competitive. But there's a difference between being competitive and being like being a sore loser. You're not allowed to be competitive and be a sore loser. Then you're just an insecure, fucking pathetic sack of shit.
Because I really care about it a lot. I've sunk my whole life into this thing. So, did you really drive 150 miles an hour? I'm going to say this very clear. If you know me in Austin, Texas, I drive fast everywhere.
So, yes. Bro, get one friend. One. Get one. Just one. For the love of God. And then treat them well. So you're never in this situation again.
I drive fast literally everywhere. I'm in an Audi R8 in Austin, Texas, where the freeways are open. I drive fast all the time. I do. I don't even remember what situation she was talking about.
Is there even an accusation he didn't admit to?
I mean, we were in cars with each other all the time. I remember one time when she was picking me up from the airport and she was in her blue Corvette and she started the speed when we were on a straightaway when she was getting mad and she stayed quiet. I don't remember the exact speed she got up to, but we were definitely flying.
Well, she drove fast in her car, but I don't remember the speed. Bruh. You don't think there's a distinction between going 100 miles an hour or 150 miles an hour and saying, I'm going to kill both of us? I could kill both of us. And getting in arguments and then forcing people to apologize in those arguments as you're threatening to kill both of you. And someone being upset and driving fast. Who knows what mile per hour it is because he didn't specify. He just said, I don't know what it was, but it was fast. This poor chatter. Chatter, we cooked. You are so cooked. You're so cooked.
But I'll say this as well. I have no problem admitting fault. The person that I was during that relationship, and I would say the Mizkiff in Austin, Texas, is
Someone in this chat wrote Fast and Furious. Just stop.
fucking disgusting. I hated myself. I hated this person that just sat there all day, stressed and angry and mad at the fucking world. I hated being this upset person because I know you are who you hang out with. And I definitely changed Emmy in a lot of ways and made her very stressed as well. And mentally, the situations we were in, it just cataclysmed both of us.
Stop talking!
I was a very toxic person and I knew I needed to get out, so I broke up with her. In fact, I broke up with her twice. The first time I broke up with her, I really thought it was over. And the second time I broke up with her was forever. I did message her a lot.
Dude, his chat saying, stop bullshitting, you're still that same person. Bro, honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think anyone's chat hates them as much as Mizkiff's chat. That's crazy.
Afterwards,
there's like one positive comment for every like 1,000 negative ones.
Primarily for OTK stuff, but there were times where I did want to go back to her. I'm not going to pretend I didn't. I was drunk. I thought I needed to, but
not his chat saying you're not perverted, you're just Italian, not the Cuomo line.
Yeah. That's it. I don't think there's really anything else to talk about.
He really is trying to like Amber Heard the situation so hard, and it's just like not working, and he doesn't understand why it's not working. And the reason it worked for Johnny Depp is because he had a whole fucking legal team, you goddamn imbecile. I guarantee you, if Johnny Depp's drunk ass got on the fucking stand, he would have fucked himself so hard, just like you're doing right now.
Leak something? No, not today. This is something I think that we went over, and I am glad that it is out there, what I just said, and that's it. So that's it. I said what I had to say. I appreciate you guys listening, and I will be back. I'm not leaving anytime soon, but I'm going to go relax. It's been a pretty rough day. No, we're not doing top 500. Okay. All right. That's it, guys. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. I will keep defending myself as time goes on. I appreciate you guys, and I will see you guys.
Don't. As the one, if there's one person that gives you any good advice in your goddamn life, stop. Stop trying to defend yourself. Get someone else to help you. Holy shit.
As we keep going, I appreciate you guys, and I'm yeah.
Excellent stuff going on, man. Do you know how cooked you are when Asmongold is saying that you need to have some dignity?
Any open message to Miz? Fuck off. Have some dignity and retire. Like, I really, I mean, that's my honest, like, you know, what advice do you have? There it is. But you're really mad at him, huh? I don't even know really if that's the word to use. It's just like it's just